Ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. All right. There's people coming in. Ready to go? All right. All righty. Ready to go?
Yep.
All right. What is up, guys? Zach Ginn here. Rick Ginn here. And welcome to Escape the Matrix. This is our first Flip with Rick Plus live event. We are super excited to finally be live here after 4 or 5 years on YouTube and social media, and finally get to see people live here. So super excited. Oh yeah. We're super excited. We want to have this event in Stuart, Florida here. This is where basically I put my first bandit sign, got my first, I didn't get my first deal in this city, but this is where it basically all started, the dream, and everything like that. And so we're super excited for this event, and we're just going to help you guys escape the Matrix. So what is Escape the Matrix? What is this event, right? What is it, right? This event has 3 main goals for everybody. There's wholesalers advanced, wholesalers brand new. People don't even know what we're talking about today, right? But we have 3 main goals for the 2 days here. Main goal number 1, we are here to help you escape your matrix. Now, this isn't some weird movie Andrew Tate thing I'm trying to explain to you guys. Escape the matrix is whatever the matrix in your life is. A matrix, if you really look at the definition, there's a lot of things to it, but it's basically where you're stuck. That is the point. A lot of people are stuck in their job, their life, their work. Heck, there's people right here that are stuck making $250,000 a year. They can't get above that, right? There's people stuck in a spot and they need to get out. That is the point today, and that is where we're going to help you out. I've been in a matrix, Rick's been in a matrix, we all have. Our second goal here is to get you to your first $100,000 in wholesaling real estate. There are people here that have already hit it, people that have not. I think we all have a main goal today to help as many people as possible to get today with it, and that's what we're here, right? And the third main goal, probably one of the best ones why you guys are here live, not watching a recording of it, is to surround yourself with successful wholesalers. I've seen every wholesaling event in the entire country, the entire world. I've seen it, every single one. It's always the haves and the have-nots. And the haves are always on the stage, 1 or 2 people, maybe 3 or 4 speaking, and then the have-nots are always sitting around. But what I wanted to do special is to have successful wholesalers hop on here and actually in the audience with us, people that are still trying to escape where they're at. So not a have or have-nots, but there are going to be people with basically red name tags and people with blue name tags. I didn't do this just to be colorful. I did this on purpose. People with blue name tags have made over $100,000 in wholesaling real estate this year. They have escaped the matrix in my mind. So this is not to only talk to people with blue name tags, obviously. Everyone with a red is somebody in training to get there. But it's very, very fascinating. It's very interesting just to talk to somebody that's already got to the level you want to be at. Not many events have that. It's crazy. And so that's what we're trying to do here. And obviously us, we have no name tags, but you know, I think we've done some deals. So we're excited for this. And so that is the main goals for this event and what we're trying to achieve for everyone. Now, we're going to explain exactly what Escape the Matrix will do for you guys. Number 1, it will teach you how to wholesale real estate from the beginning. Basically, from the beginner's perspective all the way to the end. There's some people here that have been wholesaling a little bit. Maybe they've learned somewhere else. Y'all, frankly, have some bad habits. And so we got to go clean that up and have you actually start doing it the right way. Number 2, we are going to change your old self. I think a lot of you guys out here, you came in today, I think when you walk in after Friday, you're going to be different. And I feel like a lot of you guys need that change. Some of you guys are okay now, but we got to get rid of the old self. The old way you guys are thinking, the old way you guys are just imagining you're living your life. We have to change the brain. Once you change the brain, the actions change. Your actions are a culmination of your thoughts, and we're here to change your old self. And lastly, again, we're going to get you in the right room with successful wholesalers. That is the point. Now, we're also going to get you to plan to conquer your financial life. So we're also going to make you guys create a plan. So you guys are going to be with us 2 full days here. And so, you know, I'm sometimes a little brash with people. You know, just if you're not doing what you need to do, you got to be doing it. You know, there's a lot of people out here that need to make that change, need to get a plan. We're going to get you going. Now we're going to explain exactly what this event will not do.
Okay, I'm going to figure out how to work this. So I'm the dad. I'm going to tell you what this isn't going to do, because this is the part of every seminar, every webinar you've ever done where they just ignore it. They tell you about everything so perfect. And by the way, guys, I have been to every seminar, every workshop all over the country, and there's very good people out there, but the truth is never told, and that's the biggest problem. I love wholesaling. I've been doing this 21 years, and I'm just telling you, The truth has to be told about it. It is an amazing business, but you've got to understand what you're up against. I want you to talk to people in this journey. I don't care if you got a red or a blue. The idea is you can talk to people that are along the journey. Guys, 21 years ago, I sat exactly where you are, and I freaked out. I had this little guy, I had my wife, I had a daughter on the way, I had a big fat mortgage, and I was miserable. And if you can relate, raise your hand, because I have been there. It sucks. I get it. So my whole mission here is I've been on the path you've been. If you can just trust me and follow me. I've taught this little guy. I can teach anyone. And the value I got from learning with my son was we just simplify the business. And most of the time, you just got to stand up and do what you normally wouldn't do. And if you'll do that, this journey is amazing. But if you're not going to do that, I'm going to tell you the big boy truth here. You're not going to make it, and you got to know that. You are going to be attacked by everybody, including family, friends. Everyone's going to look at you different. And when you go on this wholesaling journey, if you take the ride with me and Zach, I promise you I can change every aspect of your life. But I'm not going to do it for you. If you want to jump on, you want to work hard, that's fine. I do not baby people in this. I don't charge you the 10 grand and like make you feel good for 3 months. This is why we do the Flip with Rick Plus. And I told him about the vision. I go, we have to help people in the long run. You're going to have a great month. You're going to have a bad week. It doesn't matter. You just got to keep showing up. 21 years, guys. I did it right in this town. This is why I bring you here. And I was miserable. So let's talk about what the Matrix will not do, because this is the part nobody ever tells you. It's not going to do the work for you. I can't do it. Zach can't do it. And honestly, I'm not here to motivate you. You're already here. So we're not going to put on a pep rally here. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't work. You got to do the work. I love wholesaling. It's massively changed my life. But one of the things I see, I tell people, they think by showing up at the event, the work is not going to be done for you. You have to do it. A lot of people think by paying a guru or doing something, the work's done. Actually, that's when it just starts. Make the sacrifice. This is where I always talk about getting in your headspace. You have to make a commitment. Honestly, what are you willing to lose to be successful in wholesaling? And here's an answer that's going to scare a lot of you. You're going to have to give up everything. And that doesn't mean a bad thing, because you don't even know what, a lot of you are holding on to stuff that's not making you better. And when I say give up everything, you're not giving up your family. You can choose your friends. You're going to get a new place to live. I promise you that. You're going to get an incredible business. And the amazing thing happens with relationships in this business, but you got to make the sacrifice. Some of you go into wholesaling and you want to keep your old self, and you want to do the wholesaling. I did this, guys. You don't want to do it. You can't be two people. Stop trying to look rich and learn to become rich. Once I had that distinct difference, everything changed in my life. I didn't care what my neighbors did. I didn't care what my friends said. I didn't care what my family said. I just wanted to focus. I don't have to be the richest guy financially, but I want to be the richest guy in relationships, everything else I do. I'm never the guy who's going to teach you how to make the most money. My job is to teach you how to have the best life, the best relationships. I'm biased to wholesaling because I've already walked the path with it, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and promise you can make 100 grand. Like, people who make promises like that, it's an absolute outright lie. One's gonna make $1 million, one's not gonna make it at all. What's the difference? Usually doing the work and making the sacrifice. If you can't commit to those two things, because I promise you, there's going to be people that attack you, doubt you, challenge you, and if you revert back to your old self, you're going to be right there. Honestly, the 100 grand, you gotta earn it, man. And honestly, this is where most people get stuck in wholesaling. They get super excited. We all go to a seminar. You spend 3 days, you hear all these amazing stories, and you walk away and someone has a phone call for you and like you go, okay, what do I do? We're not doing that here. We're gonna dive into this. I promise you. Every hour, every day is gonna get progressively more intense, and it's by design, okay? So who is Rick Ginn? Everybody knows who I am, right? Okay? So I'm a 53-year-old father of 2. Obviously, this is my son. I do have a daughter. She's in the medical field. And my wonderful wife's in the background. She'll stand up right there. So I've been married to her for 27 years. And by the way, she's put up with more crap. She can attest to the sacrifice, the changes, and everything in life. So if you guys want to talk to her, she doesn't like to be in front of the camera, and that's fine. And, but I'm all about family first. Everything I do is about family, and then I work it backwards. And as I said, I'm not going to be the richest guy in real estate, but I promise you, I'm the most fulfilled. I do everything to better my relationships. Wholesaling has allowed me to have a relationship with my family that I was absent when I did it a lot. Meaning, I went to work, I did my 80 hours. It was an absolute nightmare. And then when the kids were growing up, I was missing all the events. I was just like, I just said, hey man, this is crazy. So I've been wholesaling over 20 years. I've lost count, way over 3,000 deals. I escaped the matrix at 34. I don't care what age you are. Age is just a number. You have to grow every day till the day you die. Otherwise, you're stuck. Most people at age 33, your life's figured out, and you just assume that's the way it is. It's not, guys. I'm telling you, man. You can change anything you want. I sit in the gym with like 60-year-old guys that make me look like an idiot. Like people just want to strive. You've got to be the best version of yourself. The really cool thing about wholesaling is it allows you to fix all the stuff you want to fix in your life because you get time and you get money back. And the most important thing is it's freedom, man. When you can put money in a bank account and look at your wife and go, listen, we're good, we're good. When you can take care of a sick loved one, you go, hey, we're good, but you have to make the sacrifice, guys. Nobody gets rich in wholesaling overnight. There are a few exceptions, but they usually never last because they made money, they spent it, and then they moved on, okay? I'm here to get everything I can out of life. So you guys I'm always talking about like in your head, you want to do this and do that. I'm constantly working. I didn't figure out life till like my mid-30s. I don't care what age you do it, okay? Because if you do wholesaling right, you don't have to physically work. Use your mind. And what's the greatest thing, even when you get old? Use your mind. He's going to be feeding me deals when I'm like 90 years old. I'm like, to me, it's exciting. It's like a puzzle. So you guys know I have full ADHD. My wife will admit it. He knows I have it. I screwed up really bad in school. And so I'm not going to rehash the story, but I'm here to tell you is my disability was my superpower. And so anybody thinks they're struggling with it, I'm just telling you, it doesn't matter what it is. You do what you need to do. And I always tell you right now, you guys got to stop all the excuses. I can't help you with excuses. Okay, so here's a little bit about my career. Everybody asks, what did you do before wholesaling? And that's what I signed up for right out of college, okay? My parents sent me to college. I got this great degree after, I think, 6 years, and there I am. That's my matrix, guys. I am stuck. I am working my butt off. So to the right is the owner of the company now. His father passed away, Andy Taylor, Enterprise. I gave them 12 years of my life. I gave them everything. And it was just, they've reminded me every day they were going to replace me. If you guys have a boss, that guy to the left was my biggest nightmare. Ask my wife. I still have nightmares about the man. He drove me into it. He didn't realize what he had. And honestly, he inspired me to make the change. So if you have that boss that's driving you nuts, or people just like, I can't deal with this, that's got to be, find your reason, your belief, your conviction. Because I put up with it for 12 years. And I didn't snap. I just told my wife, I got to figure this out. I had nothing to lose. I put my back all the way against the wall. My goal here is none of you have to do that if you have the choice, especially if you're young. Some of us old, we made choices. You can dig out anything you want in life. Okay. And then I had this little guy. I left Enterprise. That's me at my chair trying to figure out how to do this wholesaling game. And just telling you, that's the change. And that, I think, what is he, 3 or 4 there? Maybe 19, I don't know. But like, you guys gotta understand, like that's what I look at when I see my son. So if you guys have kids, you kind of understand it. So I was able to spend a ton of time with him, and I love it. So this has done amazing things. So I'm looking more than just teaching you wholesaling. I'm really good at wholesaling. I'm not gonna teach you about anything else. Okay? I will teach you anything you want to know about wholesaling and being successful. I've been through the journey. I don't care if you're a man, you're a woman. I'm just telling you what I experienced working 12 years in the corporate world and what I thought was successful. It's completely night and day. Okay? I'm talking about like if we just had a couple $1,000s in our savings account, me and my wife were high-fiving each other. Like, it's amazing. And when I made this change, I was scared to death. I tell you, if I failed, I didn't know what I was going to do. But I said, heck, I can always go back and get my other job with it. So this is my matrix. 90 grand might sound like a lot of money. They owned me. 6 days, often 7 days a week. Had to go to every drinking event, if you guys know what I mean. They drove me nuts. And I constantly had to recruit. I had 60 employees, and I just hated every minute of it. And they dangled a carrot in front of me and constantly baited me into it. I was a young man. I didn't know any better. And a lot of you can rate. What did I give up? I gave up a lot. It was painful. I gave up my dignity. I gave up my pride. And if I stayed there, I would have had a lot of problems. And if you guys can relate, I know this story. I know you guys have heard it. I just want you to understand. I have been through what most of you have been through. And it's like when you get to the other side of the tunnel, I had the ability to show my kids, my son, I was able to show my wife, and they're all kind of looking at me. And here's the one thing that you do. If you have kids, because people ask me, I was like, how'd you get Zach in the whole thing? Did you kind of make him do it? I go, It's the complete opposite. You can't force your kids to do stuff. You want your kids to be happy and independent. That's your main job as a parent, and get them out the door. Hopefully 2021 type of deal. But you have to understand that Zach, he decided to do this. He wanted to do it. And I said, if I really want to spend quality time with him, because I never got quality time with my father. I'm just like, so I looked at wholesaling, I go, this is my lever. This is how I'm going to spend time with my family. And my kids will tell you, I drive them nuts. I went to everything. I was the complete opposite of my father. And if you guys can relate, my dad checked out of me when I was 13, and I had to figure life out. I did everything wrong. So if you've done everything wrong, you're fine. You're in the right place. Because you've already failed, you figured out what doesn't work, just to move forward. You're never trapped with it. So what did I give up? I gave up everything. And most importantly, I gave up like my pride and my time. 90 grand's nothing when somebody owns you. That's for an entire 365 days a year. My boss called me at 8 o'clock on Sunday night. If I didn't answer, I was in trouble. It's constantly written up. And I tried to show them how to run like profitable stuff, and corporate had their set ways to do stuff. And honestly, I didn't believe in anything. When I worked at Enterprise, I just didn't believe, like, what, you know, we sold stuff, you constantly upgraded, the cars were, I just hate that. If you can't believe in what you sell, you'll fail miserably. So when I go on appointments and meet with homeowners, I know if I buy their house, I am the absolute best solution for them. And I thought that way when I had no idea what I was doing. So you guys, when you think you need to know everything, you don't need to know everything. You just need to learn. We're going to start you out in wholesaling, start you out in marketing, and talk to people like, oh, Rick, what if they talk to me? Great, it's how you learn. Guys, I shook so hard my first 3 appointments. I just wanted to run and hide at. It was like, but here's the deal. If you show up, amazing things will happen in your life. If you get scared, you want to go back to your old life, you're going to go to it. I did it multiple times. I kept tiptoeing, and one day I go, that's it, I'm all in. I don't care. I'm just going to do it. So that's my story. I'm going to hand off, and my son's going to give his story.
All right. All right. So, who is Zach Ginn, right? Basically who I am. I've been wholesaling for over 7 years now. It seems crazy, but 24 now. So just, life goes fast. But for the past 7 years, I pretty much ate, breathed, slept, everything wholesaling. Anything possible, it's all wholesaling. Got my first deal at 17 years old. I'm Rick's son. You might not know that, but that's who I am. And I basically started working with Rick about 19. So first deal 17, bandit signs, went to college 18, cold calling, came back, and just started working with him. And then we basically, when we started working together, I told him, like, we got to make some more money. So we basically scaled up our wholesaling business to about 7 figures by basically when I was 20 years old. That's really the time I became a millionaire. I was at 20. So that's kind of my blueprint, 17 to 20. The one secret I can tell everyone is I didn't make $1 million by 20. I made like maybe 400,000, but I poured that into stuff that turned into $1 million. And I think that's the secret a lot of you guys have to understand. To escape the matrix, you don't need to make $1 million to become a millionaire. You don't have to. It grows and grows and grows. And so that's who I am. It's basically, my matrix is right here. And so this is an actual picture from LoopNet of the Publix that I used to work at. I thought it'd be a cool little story, like buy it. And like, I thought it was gonna be gangster, right? The coolest YouTube video ever. It was a 5 cap and it said no. So it's just 5%, that's ridiculous. So, but this was my matrix. This is an actual picture. It is 7 minutes away from this event venue right now, and this is where I spent 3.5, 4 years of my life. Bagging groceries and scrubbing toilets. That's what it is. So this was my matrix, right? Number 1, $8.25 an hour. That's what I was worth at 14, 15, 16, and 17 years old. That was what I was valued, and I was not allowed to get a raise. I was $8.25. If you look up Florida's minimum wage, that is what it is. I was working 39 hours a week at this job. I was not allowed to work 40 because they'd have to pay me more. So 39 hours a week at 17 years old, basically I was bagging groceries and scrubbing toilets. And everyone thinks I was just some crazy rich kid. But when I was growing up, even Rick, this wholesaling operation, he didn't have a skilled operation like it is now. It's like a lot of people watching this, you're in your 6 figures, but like it's kind of like a job. He was at that point before he started scaling. So like, I was just bagging groceries. I didn't know anything better. Basically for this job, I gave up my dignity, I gave up my freedom, and it was not fun. I did not enjoy it at all. And this is my inspiration for getting into wholesaling. It wasn't so I could make some more money or anything. I was so sick of where I was at here, and I wanted to make a change. And so that is the matrix that we were in, and that's the one that we got out of. Now, you don't need this crazy thing where like you were born in this crazy situation, you had to escape and all that. This is your life. This is the most important part, and this is what you guys have to change today. So what are we talking about day one? Day one's more about implementation, and then day two is kind of more interactive. We got to get the knowledge first, and then once I give you the knowledge, we can start implementing that knowledge. So we're basically going to go over Wholesaling 101. We're going to have Open Letter speak. We're going to have Jake here. He's going to talk about some direct mail. We're going to have Jason White speaking, somebody that escaped the matrix. That's going to be pretty exciting. And then some Q&A, and then that's going to be pretty much most of the event, right? We're going to also have Bill. He is probably one of the smartest accountants I know, and very wholesaling specific. This man will save you a lot of money. He's going to show you how to pay $0 in taxes legally. I was not going to have him here, but we're having a lot of people come here that have made a lot of money in wholesaling, and they don't have much time. They got about 2 or 3 months to help their situation, and I know him coming is probably going to save everyone here at least $1 million in taxes from the people that actually do some wholesaling deals. And so I feel like I needed to do it. I can never do a video or something and just say, this is tax advice. I'm not going to have the IRS down my neck. So we're going to have an actual person that knows how to help people out legit. And after that, we're going to go to the waterfront restaurant bar next door. And we're going to talk. We're going to hang out for a couple hours. And we're going to network some more, and I'll help you all out. So that's basically day one.
The address is on.
Yeah, the address is on there.
And the idea is, I love network. Guys, reach out, talk to other people in here, and network, because I love these type of events. I felt after 2014, 15, they got no real net. So we'll be there tonight. You want to go over there, and then we gave you an itinerary for day two. So if you got a break and do some business, pick your times wisely. But guys, I can tell you this: a lot of people came from a long way. Some people came from a short way. You have to be present, get the value out of it. You have to. So do your business, do what you need to do, but engage yourself. You want to truly escape the matrix, figure it out. The blueprint's all here. Me, Zach, everybody else walking us to know people, and I'll be here at like 2 full days. They're like at 5. You'll get more in 5 minutes. That's why I'm a wholesaler at heart. It's what I do, and that's it.
Let's get into it. So let's talk about wholesaling real estate 101. We're just going to bring it from the top as a complete beginner. What is it, right? Just so we kind of have a, just a base so we can start putting some implementation in. So again, a lot of people know this, wholesaling real estate is the process of writing a contract to buy real estate and then selling said contract to a rich landlord or house flipper for a profit. Simple terms, you find an ugly house, you get a check. That's the point. Now, this is the entire wholesaling process. Now remember, this is all gonna be recorded. Don't have to fervently write notes, it's all gonna be on here. But basically this is the process. As simple as you can make it even more complicated. You find the property, you lock up the deal, you find the rich landlord house flipper, you walk them through the house, they like it, they sign an assignment of contract, and then you get your check. That is what this business is, and that's what I've been doing for 7+ years. And I know it seems simple, in and out, but you can make a ton of money doing this. Now, the question everyone has is wholesaling legal? Is wholesaling legal? I heard. Wholesaling is legal in all 50 states. I have done deals in all 50 states. Now, there are states that have some regulations or laws with it. Frankly, I can tell everyone right now, outside of Illinois, you're pretty much good for 90% of it. If you use a title company or a lawyer, it's really hard to screw up. If you use a legit title company that has a lawyer there, there's no way you're going to illegally wholesale the transaction. There's laws we have against fraud and stuff in the United States. As long as you follow the laws and you have a lawyer look all your stuff over, which is free, by the way, at the title company, you'll be fine. Illinois has a really weird law. It's really weirdly written, and it's never been enforced, which I'm not saying go do it, but it's such a weirdly written law that it's not even enforceable. There's laws in like England that you can't wear like a wig or something to some, and then like there's old obsolete laws that no one enforces. It's kind of like that. But I can tell you wholesaling is legal in all 50 states. Now, wholesaling is not real estate investing. I'll tell you there's a complete difference between the two. Wholesaling is not investing. You're not investing in something. Yeah, it's honestly just a business. You are selling contracts, you are not owning the house. I want to make that very clear for everyone here. You do not sell the house. You are not a realtor. A realtor is a job. You do not want to be doing that, okay? This is an income producing strategy like any other business, except this is a business that make you a lot of money in a very quick amount of time. There's no money experience needed for this. Obviously, you can get this with no money at all. I do deals without spending any money at all, and it's fun. You can make $40,000 in the next week if you just find the right deal. And that's the point today. So again, this is the process for the last time from start to finish. In 30 days, you want to get a deal, this is going to be it. You spend the first 7 days marketing, locking up the deal, still marketing, find the buyer, walk through, closing. If If you're brand new, get very comfortable with this process. I promise you after a week, it seems simple. It's tying your shoe, everything like that. People get really nervous about this. It's really not as complicated as it seems. So wholesaling real estate is just 3 parts. I've broke it all down. It is marketing, finding the deal. There's acquisitions, locking up the deal. And then dispositions, selling the deal. That's what this business is. It is as simple as that. Now, marketing. Again, this is how we find the sellers. This is how we get them to actually understand our process, what we do. And then they buy the house. We buy the house from them for a discount due to a motivating circumstance. What I mean by this is people do not want to sell their house. They have no motivating circumstance for a wholesaling deal. So what's a good deal? What's not a good deal? If there's not a motivating circumstance, it is not a good wholesaling deal. That is it. Hey, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is how you find a good deal or not. Now, what are some motivating circumstances? Divorce, tall grass, vacant houses, stuff like that. That is just at least one motivating factor. It will be a good deal. We can call, text, email. We can send anything to them. We can even DM them. Do whatever you want. That is how you find wholesaling deals. Now, acquisitions, this is the part everyone gets all nervous of. And it's frankly not as complicated. Everyone gets a little nervous doing this. They get nervous cold calling. They get nervous talking to a seller. Now, has anybody here, raise your hand if you are married. All right, so everyone here is married. A lot of people here are married. Now, keep your hand up if on the first date you had with your wife, husband, whatever, you guys were nervous. A lot less hands, geez, okay. Well, most people, when they go on a date with someone that they're attracted to, they're usually nervous. Now, did that stop you from going on the date? No. Why? Because you knew the end goal. You knew it was worth it to be nervous to do it. This is the same thing when talking to a seller, getting into wholesaling. You're nervous. Does that mean you should not do it? The question is, people will do that. They will get nervous and just stop. It's ridiculous. It's not what you want to do. So, of course, you're going to be nervous, but at the end goal, you're not getting married. You're getting rich. So it's another thing. It's actually easier. But this is what we're going to do. So this is acquisitions. We are actually meeting with the seller, and we're acquiring the contract to sign it and to buy the house so we can sell it for a profit. You're not being a salesman. You let people know who you are. If they want to sell their house to you, do it. If they're not a big deal. You're more of a qualifier interviewer. Really, we have it all covered today and tomorrow of exactly what to say. You're basically an actor at this point. You have the lines, you have the script, you just got to say it, and they get the results. Now, dispositions, that's just us selling the deal, selling that contract for a profit. It's really the easiest one out of all of them, and that's what we're doing. And so, before we get into the next part here, we want to know, is there any Q&A, any general questions for everyone, like brand new right now, of exactly the wholesaling process? All right? Yeah. Marketing is hands down the hardest part. I woday say 80% of this business is going to be marketing, finding that deal, and that has the most variables because there's so many ways to find a deal. Right? Today we're going to talk about it. There's about 14 different marketing channels, and there's 200-300 type of lists to do, and a lot of people get so freaked out and stressed out. And what I've always found, if you focus on just 2 or 3 at a time, that's all you do, works out the best. So yeah, it's definitely the hardest part. That's why I think we talk about it the most. And if you can really master that, you're good. It's really, if you can get 30 leads in and you can only close 50% of them, which is not really a good closing rate, you can get 50% of 30, that's 15 deals. Now, if you get 5 leads coming in and you're 90% closing rate, that's 4 deals. And so like you'll get more, you can be a really good marketer and kind of suck at acquisitions and get more deals than the person that's really good at acquisitions that can't market. And so that's why we always talk about it the most and break it all down.
So I will tell you, you have to master marketing and you have to master it first because you won't get to the rest of it. And if you're trying to get to a point where you're trying to take down every process and get it perfect, you'll never start. Ask me how I know. I tried to study it and then someone just told me just go do it. Remember, it's about what you do, much less than what you say. And you just got to do it. It sucks in the beginning. It's painful. But without the marketing in that engine, that's why we teach marketing first. We're going to dive into it today. You don't have a business. Like people just don't pull up to your house and go, hey, I want to sell my house. Okay? That's why I'm so adamant. You don't need an office. You're wasting your time with an office to get your deals. My goal here is to get you, not only get you your first deal, get you your first 100 grand. And then I promise you, your eyes will be wide open and you can go wherever you want. Wholesaling is completely separate from real estate investing. This is where people get it wrong. It has nothing to do with tax deed sales, nothing to do with the actual auctions. Those are where people go to bid for a house. I don't bid for anything. I don't want to pay the most, okay? So you've got to just be very comfortable marketing. And if you can figure out marketing, it's where you're going to get most of your juice. And then you're like, oh, what do? I got deals coming in. call them and like we'll keep doing it because that's what I did. I go, oh my God, I got 8 leads. What do I do? Is that crazy? We ask ourselves that question. You'll spend all this time, hundreds of hours, and you get like 10 leads and then you go, what do I do? You've got to show up. You just got to call them. Yeah, you're going to get rejected. It's going to be painful, but I promise you, it will get you where you want to go. And this is the problem nobody tells you in this business. I am completely biased with wholesaling. I believe wholesaling is a fundamental skill set. If you learn in real estate, you can do anything you want. You take someone who's a fix and flipper, take a real estate agent, take a note buyer, take a landlord, have them try to figure out wholesaling, 100% failure rate. They will never, they're like, it's too much work. It's a lot of energy. All your energy in the beginning goes to marketing. And then we just teach you to talk to people. You are not a salesperson in this. You are a guide. You guide your sellers. And if it's a great fit, great. If not, move on. You're never going to make someone sell you a house. You're not a realtor. You're not a car salesman. 200 people are not going to walk through the door and your boss expects you to close 200 people. You're going to talk to 200 people and find 1 or 2 that wants to work with you. That's where the real work is. After that, you don't have to be a slick salesman. Honestly, what do I teach you? Be yourself. Stop. I don't need another Rick out there. Trust me. We don't need to be Zach. Just be you. Because everyone's trying to copy and do this. Honestly, aren't you guys sick of the fakeness out in the world? It's like disgusting. So when you connect with a homeowner and they start to be vulnerable, you have to be there. And if you're like, oh, I'm so they don't care. I tried it for a year. It doesn't work. If you're just straightforward, you help them out, and that's it. And then I always tell every seller, and if you guys want to use this line, it works well. If I buy your house or not, I'm going to help you out. And you just got to go in and help people out. I help people out all the time. I don't even make a dime off of them. Why? Because it's just the right thing to do. You're going to see the most challenging situations. That's what we want as wholesalers. Most realtors run from what we do. And I'm just here to tell you, wholesaling is amazing. Yes, it is a job, but it's a job that pays so well and will give you freedom like whatever you want to do. If you can give me 2 years in wholesaling, it will change your life. It's not 3 months, it's not 6 months, it's not 1 year, it's 2 years. Because 1 year, you're going to figure this out. 1 year. I'm straight up with you. And then the second year, you are really going to dial this thing up. But you've got to commit to the journey. Have you ever tried anything and tried to get it done in like a 1 month, 2 months? It doesn't work that way in wholesaling. That's why we developed Flip with Rick. The idea is to kind of move you along. And I'm here to kick you in the butt. But if you'll show up and do what we ask you to do, the rest is easy. But if you don't do it, I can't make you. Zach's not going to make you. I love this business. I'm completely biased. There's too many techniques being taught out there that tell you you don't have to wholesaling. It's too hard. That's just a sales pitch, guys. If you learn this skill set, would you guys agree in the last 7 years, all the people that were really pushing wholesaling to do it, like they're all kind of struggling figuring out what to do. You know why? Because wholesaling is about buying discounted properties, finding the right buyers and moving on. In the last 7 years, you could buy stuff at a 5-10% discount and then find someone that'll pay another 10%. That's not wholesaling, guys. That's pure speculation. That's why none of those programs work anymore. Wholesaling's hard. It's a lot of work. But if you do it, it's the most rewarding thing. And the thing is, once you figure it out, you don't have to come in and out of wholesaling. If anybody comes in and out of wholesaling, they were never cut for this business. Oh, when the real estate market's better, I'll do then you're not wholesaling. So I just want you to understand that. If you guys want to escape the matrix and do this, I've been on the journey. I'm just telling you, you've got to start believing in yourself, okay? Me and Zach believe in you. Obviously, when we did this mission, everyone was like, you guys are nuts. I go, that's perfect for my personality. I'll do this. Everybody told me we'd fail. You can't do this stuff. I'm tired of people overcharging for these programs and not getting results. My goal here is to have everybody get their first deal, get you to $100,000, and the ones that want to move along with me and partner up and do deals, let's go. I'm going to find the winners in it. I will give you everything you want. I don't care if you don't have a dime. I don't care if you got $5 million. That's the beauty of wholesaling. We don't care how much money you have. Give me someone who's going to hustle and grind it and give it 2 years. It's unbelievable. Guys, I went nonstop, asked my wife, 7 days a week. I went crazy. And I had a full-time job, 70, 80 hours a week. My back was against the wall. And my goal here today is wake someone up. Don't wait till it gets your back against the wall. So be yourselves, guys. Like, that's what people want. They don't want fakeness. You all smell it. You all hate it. So don't give people that. When they want to meet with you, show them yourself. And every one of you, I tell you all this, God gave you a unique gift. I don't know what it is. You guys know it. If you don't know it, ask a family member or ask a kid. They'll spit it out in 2 sentences. And just go with it. If you're funny, make people laugh. If you're charismatic, be charismatic. I'm a very empathetic person. I feel people's pain, but I always thought it was like a curse. It's actually a gift because I can help people out, and that's what I want to do. I hate when people get ripped off in this business. I want you to be free. So it's not me against you guys. And I get people like, well, Rick, I have people in here that are in my market. I don't care. I'm going to celebrate everybody's win. So if you guys want to come along the ride, we want to take you.
Yeah, we're excited. So in the next, well, in the next 2 days, I think everyone's going to get very comfortable with each other. We purposely made this the smallest type of room possible. We try to make it in the smallest city possible. We go to Dallas or something and have double the people. We just want to make it as small as possible because I will let everyone know, my word, this will be probably the smallest event I will ever do. And it's only going to get bigger. So I'm really appreciate everyone coming out here. It means a lot. And the next 2 days, we're going to get comfortable with each other. We're going to get uncomfortable, though. We're going to get comfortable with each other, but we're also going to get very uncomfortable. That's where I see the most growth for everything. Like I've always said, you know, how does a lobster grow? You know, their shell doesn't move, but they grow. And so every time a lobster outgrows their shell, they have to go under a rock and create a new shell. It's really uncomfortable. Once you get so uncomfortable in your own shell, you break out of it, you go into the rock, and then they get bigger. That's how crabs work, too. You're going to do the same thing. You got to break out of your shell, go into your rock, get really uncomfortable, and then you emerge something better. So what I'm going to do is something that's going to get someone a little nervous, but we're going to just have everyone introduce themselves. And the most important part is you got to let us know what your biggest issue is, your biggest takeaway, what you need the most help with. And everyone's going to know everyone. And what I want everyone to do is have everyone introduce to each other. So we'll start with Joel right here. And yeah, what's up, man?
This is my lovely wife. Her name's Michelle. I do have a daughter. A lot of she's like, you never say anything. I'm like, but remember, our job is to get our kids independent and get them happy. So what we want to do right now is
Appreciate everyone introducing themselves. I got a lot of stuff I want to talk to everyone about. You know, I mean, one thing for Douglas is I don't think I even told him. There's one guy, his name's Devin. He just messaged me out of the blue about some deal, and I was like, it didn't look good for me. It was like a commercial deal. It was on MLK, right there. You know, I was like, the area's not good. He made $175,000 on a land deal, commercial, and I'm like, it changed my life on like where I'm at. And if Douglas can figure that part out, the commercial side on the wholesaling, it's insane. So that was the first time I've ever seen someone make 180 grand on an assignment locally here. And so we're excited. You know, Dana's here. She's not going to get going in Brevard. I've done more six-figure deals in Brevard County than any other county. It's insane. And these are properties, you know, they're $200,000 and I'm making 100 grand on it. And so you're in a great market. There's so many awesome opportunities everyone has right here. And I'm super excited. Like, I mean, I don't know how many kids in Dallas that get so many deals. I mean, you got Nader here virtually doing it. And so, like, you can do it anywhere. And that's kind of the point. And so we're pretty excited about it here. So if you guys have any specific questions, we're going to have someone speak after this, and we're excited.
Yeah, because now after this, we're going to go in the marketing. We're going to go into it hard. So before we get into it, I know this is a basic recap, but I'm telling you guys, if you've done wholesaling for a long time and it hasn't worked, reset your mind, okay? I'm 53. I majorly damaged my shoulders because I have poor techniques when I work out, and it got to the point it was tough to even sleep in bed. It's a 53-year-old problem. You'll get it when you get there. But I had a choice. Either I stopped coming active and I just complain about it. I went, I did the most painful therapy. They call it PT. It's pain and torture is what it stands for. So it was terrible. Guys stretched me out, charged me a fortune. And then once I got it worked out over a few months, he's like, you can't go back to the gym. I go, you crazy? And he goes, you've got to learn good habits. So now I'm taking instruction from a 20-some-year-old kid, and I have to lose my ego. So remember, I always teach you guys to lose your ego. If something's not working, guys, I bought a lot of bad courses. But I always look at you got to look at the silver lining when you buy a course. I bought one of the worst courses in my life when I didn't have any money, and it dug me in such a deep hole. It made my commitment level higher. So if you bought a bad course, you're welcome to the club. You are not a freak. You are actually the norm. We've all gone through it. The reality is when you start out in wholesaling, you are a target. You are vulnerable, and everybody wants your money. That's the truth you're never going to get. I'm telling you from a person who has been through this 21 years. I got a lot of experience doing it. So if you got a specific question, we're going to go into marketing. If you want to get something out now, or you want to talk about it real quick, I'm going to get somebody up here to speak that's demystifying the matrix to kind of show you, and then we're going to go deep into marketing. So any questions? We can answer while I'm here. We'll run around real quick, and then we're going to dive into marketing. I'm sorry. We're going to have somebody come in here to speak. Yes? When do we go to Home Depot? Yeah. So you guys, like, you understand, if you guys get on a bus to go to Home Depot, like, you are not wholesaling. Like, look at whatever you're taking instructions for. I'm like, I remember once I got on a bus to Home Depot. I'm like, we're staring at toilets. How the hell am I going to make money doing this? Wholesaling is my favorite thing because I do have ADHD. I chase stuff. So I'm a guy, I like to hunt, I like to fish. Wholesaling's perfect for me because I just hunt. And when I find it, I get it under contract, I get really bored. And that's where I got in problems. 7 years, guys, I did this business all by myself. I hated dispositions. I sucked at it. I did so many deals, I didn't even care about dispositions till the point guy goes, I'm making more money than you are. And I'm just like, crap. He just sits there and takes my deals, and he learned it. So I took 6 months and learned how he did dispositions, gave him probably another 200 grand, and I figured it out. So for 2 years, I just spent all the time with a motivated seller. So if you have a specific question for me and Zach, and it's like burning your brain and you got to get it out now, let's do it now, and then I'm going to bring some up here to speak.
What was the hardest, I guess, struggle that you did?
Just speaking that, it's portable market, I promise. Yeah.
Hyper-focused sellers, that's really all.
Yeah. So my two biggest challenges, I'll tell you. Number one was the self-confidence and belief. I always felt like, okay, this is the last deal. Like, oh crap, like here we go. And they kept coming because I kept busy. And then number two is I learned that busy work is a waste of your time. So a lot of us come from the corporate world, you know, like when the boss is coming, you know, we used to say the Eagles landed. Like everybody puts on the part. It all falls in that philosophy. Do you want to look rich or do you want to be rich? And I just got so like, I go, why do we do this when this guy comes in? This isn't how we do business. Like, no, we got to put on a dog and pony show. I started to get busy and I started doing stupid stuff like working on logos and like doing graphic design, and none of it's ever going to make you any money. I once spent like 5 hours on a worksheet trying to figure out how to do it. And someone goes, you know, you can have someone for $10 do that for you. I'm like, so I'm the type of guy who mowed his own lawn, fixed everything in my house, because that's what I did as a young man when I didn't have a father around. And I'm just handy enough, I'm dangerous. So I purposely didn't have them go deep into the tool sets, do all the stuff I did. And I said, you got to use your brain, you've got to think differently. Like your dad did it wrong. You don't have to do it this way. And I'm just telling you, I got busy with stupid stuff when I started doing deals. You know why? Because I reverted back to my old self because I was scared. So like when I used to get like really stressed, I'd go mow the lawn. You know why? It was predictable, it was comfortable. It was easy. Who does I'm going to clean the house instead of doing this? We do all the stuff to try to avoid and distract us. You guys got to understand, you are wired from millions of years ago, okay? And life isn't designed like this. You should not be stressed every minute of your day of your life, trying to figure out how to pay bills, how to get your kids to school, and how am I going to survive? How can I take care of grandma? How can I take care of my parents? I've been through 2 aging parents. I've been through a lot of stuff in my last few years, and without wholesaling, it probably would have broke me. COVID, was one of our best times. We had a blast. We lost a lot of employees and we just dove in. I go, let's just do it. So me and him had so much fun for a year and a half, just going back to old school wholesaling. And that's where we kind of go, listen, let's get to the basics. Let's get to the core of what we do. If you find yourself busy, you're not being paid for it. Busy means broke. Busy means broke. You ever tell that person, I'm so busy? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything, okay?
Any graphite or
my
ADD is
we'll get it. It is. I hear it. We'll work on that. But I'm just telling you guys, it's like we are going to spend 2 days and go through everything. I'm just telling you. So my 2 biggest pain points, the busy thing gets, like you're going to get good, and then you're going to start to revert back to a lot of the old stuff you do. And it's going to take you out. And one day you're going to go, crap. And every time I got in trouble, I just went to marketing. I deep dive in a list, and I would go. And sometimes I get pissed off and I drive in the car and go pick up like 300 leads. We used to have a day like when we were short on leads as a company, I made every employee jump in a car and do driving for dollars. We do the government list. He's kind of coined the phrase because I taught him, I go, hey, we do these lists. I go, they work no matter what else we do. We do those lists and all the other stuff on top of it, but those lists are what got me out of the matrix. I, for the first 2 years, survived on code violations alone. It was easy. I go, they have an issue. I had the same problem as you guys have, but I'm just telling you, if you keep busy with marketing activities and meeting with sellers and get rid of all the other stuff, you'll do very well. If you've got to understand marketing law. I've never met a wholesaler who wasn't really good at marketing. And we're going to talk about today the things that actually work. And by the way, I have tried literally everything, and I'm going to show you. Now, the unique thing is we all have local real estate markets. So you have to take some of the stuff with a grain of salt, because sometimes in California it operates a little bit differently. But there is definitely trends and you can follow them. We're going to go through. We're going to show you all the 14 different ways you can generate a lead, and I'm going to show you the only ones I use. You guys already know it. I'm just going to remind you of it. And the minute the guy goes, hey, why don't you try this little trick? It works really well. I'm like, how much is it going to cost me and who am I paying? And it's like every time I go through these, it's the same thing. Wholesaling's been around long before I ever was, long before he was, and it will be here forever. It is a skill set. If you learn it, it's unbelievable, okay? From 2008 to 2010, I thought I was losing my mind as a wholesaler. It was, the market completely shifted, but I stayed busy, and I loved it. I really enjoyed that time. And then really at the next 10 years, I'm like, this is crazy what people are doing in wholesaling. Like this isn't wholesaling, it ain't gonna last. And now you guys are seeing it come to fruition. People are just like, I don't know what to do. It's because you were doing it wrong to begin with. You got really lucky. You were a speculator, and I don't speculate. Wholesaling is a job. Okay, any other questions? I'm going to bring somebody up. I'm telling you guys, I'm here to answer everything. We're going to deep dive into the marketing, and you got to ask a lot of questions when we do it. So you'll have plenty of opportunities to do questions.
What we want to do is bring Jason up, and we want him to talk. And we're excited about it. You know, everybody excited. So I think Jason has a very inspirational story, and I think it's really relatable for a lot of people. And yeah, we're excited. So I want to hear your story. Not just us, but him too. So.
And we'll let you speak in spite of the shirt, but it's okay.
In spite of the shirt.
So Jason's a funny guy. Like he'll come on the live. He's like, he goes, Rick, man, I think I can't take it this week. It's like crazy. These 3 deals fall apart. You'll do both. And what do I tell you every time? I go, just keep doing it. Like that's the norm. What you guys don't understand is when you fail and it sucks and it struggles, you have to keep going. The bad ones just stop, and they think they're going to buy a course and it's going to solve it. 9 times out of 10, when you buy a course, your problem just started. Because I used to buy a course and go, all my problems are solved, right? Something wildly felt good about paying someone 5 or 10 grand. I go, and I magically thought they were going to do the work for me and all my problems would be solved. And I found out, like, hey, you got to do the work. So if you do it for free or you paid 50 grand, you still have to do the work. So he's done the work. He's well on his way on his journey. So he's going to tell a little about like where he came from and where he's at now. So go ahead.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, before I do any of that, I really got to do 2 things. And that's one, seriously, from the bottom of my heart, thank Rick and Zach for everything that they've done. That's number one. They've in a great way changed my entire family trajectory, and they actually helped me replant a family tree. So I never really heard of these guys being landscapers, but you might just be some landscapers. And the second thing I've really got to do is, I don't know if she's still in here, but Miss Ginn, if you are in here, is she in here? Oh man. Okay, well, I'll have to kind of put that in later. All right, so I come from the poorest county in all of Ohio. The town that I lived in was the biggest town in my entire county, and I think we had a population of 400 people. We never locked the doors. We worked on farms. We baled hay. We did roofing. We did construction. We did concrete. Anything and everything you can think of as a hard job, that's what we did. My family didn't have money. I'm the first person in my entire family to graduate high school, which that was a crazy day, very crazy. So first person to graduate high school. After high school, I kind of found my wife, who lived 2.5 hours away from me in a much bigger city than I'm used to, and I was so uncomfortable. I hated it. I didn't know anybody. We locked the doors at night, something we never really did at home. So I was kind of like a turtle in a shell for a while, for a long while. Had 2 kids, and when I had my first son, I just lost my job with Georgia Pacific, which was a great job if you're from where I'm from. I mean, I got paid like $22 an hour, and I was really killing it, big time. Lost that job right before my son was born, a week before my son was born, actually. And I'm like, well, here we go. I'm going to be just like my parents. I live in an apartment, 600 square foot apartment, have a woman that I'm not yet married to, having a baby in a week, and I've got no job, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, am I going to go back home 2.5 hours away and work on a farm? I had no idea. So I actually stumbled into another job, which was a great job if you're from where I'm from. I mean, it was an awesome job. I had flexibility in my schedule. I had no boss over my shoulder. I was making $42,000 a year, and I was killing it. So I had interest rates on my cars were like 23% interest. I've never had credit. I mean, really bad. So with that job, I had health insurance, I had dental insurance, I had life insurance, and I had a steady paycheck. And I made more money than anybody in my family, so I'm killing it. I don't have a boss to report to. So I do have a boss to report to, but he lives in a different state, so it was pretty easy for me. What I didn't know at the time was that the work that it involved was actually killing me, quite seriously. For 10 years of doing it, it was an extremely physical job, because that's all I know is to just go and throw weight, like whether it be a hay bale or product on the shelf for a major retail company. I was throwing 60,000 pounds on the shelf manually, lifting it, carrying it, stocking it on the shelves every day. That's what I would do, 60,000 pounds a week. And I didn't think about it. I'm like, yeah, baled hay my whole life. I've worked out since 7th grade. Like, I've always been pretty physical, so this job's nothing. I can do this. And yeah, it turned out my days were numbered way before I realized it. Got home from work one day and sat on the couch and stood up from the couch and kicked in my recliner, hand-me-down couch, because I was killing it with $42,000 a year. And unfortunately, the metal brackets inside the couch were not greased anymore because the couch is 10 years old. So when I kicked it in, something caught in my back, and it balled up so hard I couldn't walk for 3 days. My kids had to help me get dressed for 3 days. And I'm like, dude, this, whatever I'm doing right now, I'm not killing it. I thought I was killing it. I thought $42,000 a year was killing it, but it looks like it's actually killing me. And my kids are homeschooled. They've always been homeschooled. I won't put them in public school. It's another thing about that job is I had the ability to let my wife stay home and homeschool the kids, and it was working out. So I thought. So it just happened to be like within a week or two of all of this. It's really crazy. Left work one day, and it was the same day that I actually did that to my back. I was leaving work, and I worked 2.5 hours away one direction, so ended up stumbling into this really goofy kid. And I'm like, man, this guy's talking about real estate, and he's got this really silly intro, and who is this guy? But the intro, I'm like, I don't understand this. I gotta watch this. So I watched it on my way home, and I'm like, man, this guy, he seems to know what he's talking about. Like, I've always figured real estate people is just kind of like conniving, bad. Like, the whole industry, think about where I'm from. I'm from the middle of nowhere. I mean, people that buy real estate down there are really just trying to bend people over, to be honest. Like, it's never been a glaring opportunity. It's never been something that we're like, oh yeah, we love real estate investors around here. Like, it's always been it's kind of a nasty industry, in my opinion. Really bad opinion, turns out, but it was a really nasty industry. Watched Rick and Zach, got home, kicked that thing in the couch back, and when I did, that thing caught in my back, and my wife had to help me crawl to my bed, where I laid for 3 days. Got up after the 3rd day, went to the chiropractor, and it turns out I've got stage 2 degeneration of my lower spine. My spine is literally rubbing together every day that I'm doing this job. Going to the job and then going home and going to the gym, like I'm slowly starting to kill myself or put myself in a position where my kids are gonna have to take care of me well before they even need to think about that. And so when that happened, I was just like, man, something's gonna have to change. And I don't care what it is. And the whole 3 days that I laid in bed, I'm watching Rick and Zach's videos the whole time. If I'm awake, their videos are on. If I'm asleep, their videos are still playing, and I fell asleep, but they were on for 3 days straight. And I took their course, and this was all back in like late December, early January time frame. And I just immediately took action. I knew we had a performance review at my job. We did a Zoom call for my performance review. And my manager goes, hey man, we decided to do something really great for you this year. And my wife was on speaker, she heard it on the speaker. And he goes, we decided to give you a 3% increase. And I'm like, awesome, that's really great. He's like, yeah, so we took your salary to $48,520. Isn't that sweet? And I'm like, yeah, dude, like super, super cool, like awesome. I made like $2,000 more a year now. I'm killing it. But the wife knew right then and there that I was done because the response that I gave that guy, he knew very well that I was not happy or pleased or even interested in that. And she knew right then and there that I was done with the job. So I kind of closed my first deal, which ended up being a $10,000 assignment. Closed my second deal, which happened to be a $72,500 assignment. I called my title company at 10 o'clock that morning. It was supposed to close, and I'm like, when's this check hitting? They're like, it'll be there at noon. Looked at my bank account at noon, it wasn't there. Refreshed it at 12:05, it was there. I called my boss, and I'm like, dude, where do you want me to drop this shit off at? Because I'm done. Right then and there, I quit, and I've never looked back. I've closed all alone this year, 15 deals on my own. I've got no team. Like I said, I'm a grinder. I work hard, and right now I know for a fact that I'm working harder than I should be. I know I could delegate, and I know I could be more efficient, and I know I could be more effective because I'm more efficient. But the problem is, guys like me, if I'm not doing it myself, I don't feel like it's getting done, and it's kind of where I grew up. I mean, working on a farm, baling hay for all those years, and concrete. Like, if I'm not putting my fist to the pavement, it ain't happening. So that's kind of where I'm at. I need to delegate. I need to hire people. I've hired 2 people. It's not worked out. Fired the first guy 3 days after I hired him. Terrible decision. Second lady, I really like her a lot. She's a great person, but I've got to get her to buy into the mission, which I'm really trying to do. Haven't done yet. Actually, Miss Ginn, I needed to talk to you. I needed to tell you that most people don't have the honor to have a hero in the house, but you've got 2. So whatever you're doing, you did it right, for sure. And I wanted to thank you. So I think that's pretty much all of my story. I don't know where the guys went. There they are. I think that's pretty much it for me. If you guys have questions, I'll answer questions. I hired him to go reverse drive for dollars for me. I was paying him $20 an hour. It must be 20 sticky notes at minimum an hour, so it's $1 per sticky note essentially. And I told him, if you get 40 sticky notes in an hour, then I'll pay you $40, and I'll pay you 1% of every deal we close. And he, for those next 3 days, was like, well, I'll get out tomorrow. I'll get out tomorrow. And then there's always just the excuse, and this was supposed to be his full-time job, and it just didn't correlate. And then that Friday came, and he's like, so are you going to pay me or not? And I'm like, you've done 6 sticky notes. Do you want $6? I mean, I'll pay you $6. And he got real mad. He's like, well, I can't live on $6. And I'm like, well, you're not doing anything. So, I had to fire him 3 days after. Yes, sir. How do I what? How do I track my sticky notes? So I ordered a stamp. I usually wear a hoodie when I go reverse drive for dollars because I've got them all lined in my hoodie. I'll literally put up 300, 400 a day, and I will walk for 6 or 8 hours or 10 hours if the sun's not down yet. If it's a house that I feel very there's a ton of motivation, I'll get on batch leads and I'll take a screenshot with my phone, and then when I get home at night or it's raining or snowing or there's some reason why I'm not out reverse driving for dollars, I'll get on batch leads and upload them all to my batch leads and then follow up with them about every 30 to 60 days. Like I said, I think we were talking yesterday, people's lives change. You got to remember, just because they tell you no today doesn't mean tomorrow when they get a flat tire, they take their car in for service and find out the engine's going out in it. Then they're like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on wrong with me right now. And then you call them and you're like, hey, you want to sell that house? Yeah, matter of fact, that would be great to sell this house. So you got to follow up with these people constantly. People die, get divorced, get married, have kids, lose kids. I mean, so many things happen all the time. So it's very important that just because somebody tells you no, you don't actually take that to heart. You continue to follow up no matter what. Yes, sir. So I got really lucky. We lived at an apartment complex, and there was this guy outside gardening. He kind of looked like Zach, actually. He had a polo, and I'm like, why are you gardening? Like, you're dressed pretty good out here. Why are you doing this? The guy goes, oh, this is just a part-time job for me, which I kind of figured. He kind of looked like maybe he's in, like, IT or something's up. Like, I know that he's doing something better than gardening at an apartment complex. So I start talking to him, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'm going to go buy another house today. And he looks at me, he's like, you're going to buy a house? Yeah, I'm going to go buy another one. How many houses have you bought? Oh, like 6. He's like, oh, so you buy houses. Well, you ever heard of this guy? I'm like, I have no idea who he is. And truth be told, I tried skip tracing this guy before, and he had his LLC set up correctly so that when you try to skip trace him, he's a ghost. You can't find him. And just because I was talking to this gardening guy, he's like, well, he's a good friend of mine, and he buys houses all the time. Let me give you his number. He gave me his number, and we've been best friends ever since, and he's bought a lot of my deals, but I purposely pinpoint exactly what he tells me to look for. And if I do that and I treat him as a customer and I make sure I take care of him, he keeps coming back for me. So that's one of my buyers. I've used PropStream, cash sales. That works a lot. I also use Zillow. So if you go to Zillow and you type in Port St. Lucie, I look for houses that are on the market that look like they're fresh renovated. And then I'll actually find out who that property owner is before it even sells, and I'll skip trace them and call them. That works really well for me. That's something Rick and Zach haven't really talked about a whole lot, but that's a tactic that I use most of the time. So I'm from Columbus, Ohio. Columbus, Ohio, and anywhere within an hour and a half of outside of Columbus, Ohio. Yes, reverse drive for dollars. Yeah, but like I said, I'll go out with sticky notes packed in my hoodie, and I'll go out for 6, 8, 10 hours. I don't care. Zach and Rick are on. It's always my favorite day to go do it because I just listen to them. I mean, even though I feel like I've learned substantially, I don't stop learning. And I've actually taught my father-in-law how to do this as well. I didn't. They did. He was like, hey, I want to do that. I'm like, well, I'm not going to teach you. Why not? Because I don't teach this. These guys do, and they're a hell of a lot better at it than I am. So, and it took me a while of talking to him and trying to get him to watch all of the videos and take the course, but he finally did. And this month, he himself has closed $19,000 in assignments, plus the $3,500 assignment we JV'd. So he's made $22,500 this month just by taking action. Yes, all the time. Yeah. So basically, if it's a house and I walk up to it and I'm like, okay, this looks run down. It looks like, the roof's got a tarp on it. The grass is 6 foot high. Like, there's definitely motivation with this house. I'll take a snapshot of it and put it in my batch leads. And I don't care if those people that I put in my batch leads tell me no 100 times. Eventually, they're going to want to sell it. I mean, because they don't obviously have the desire to fix up the issue. So it's only a matter of time and circumstance for them to tell you yes. I don't do it for every single person that tells me no. If it's a house and it's just, I don't know, the grass is a little bit higher than the neighbor's grass and they tell me no, I'm like, okay, whatever. But I'll continue to go over those streets over, 3 or 6 months. I'll retrace my footsteps. And if it still looks like that, then I'll keep following up. Yes, I don't care. I don't care. So listen, I was talking to somebody either earlier today or last night, and they're like, well, what do you do when you're nervous and you walk up to these have you ever gotten yelled at? I get yelled at all the time. And the fact is, I just don't give a shit. Like, I'm more scared to fail than I am to do the work and get yelled at. Like, everybody in here's got to get to that point where over the past year, I've read way more books than I've read in my entire life. I don't read. I hate to read, actually. But I knew it's pivotal for me to change my mindset. Like, I know that's I've got to work on that. So I've been reading self-improvement, self-help books all year. I've read between 12 and 15. I believe it's closer to 15. But in one of those books, there's a guy. His name's actually Dean Graziosi. And I don't know if you guys know who he is, but he did a practice with me that sticks to me hard, and it brought me literally to tears. And that's the 7 levels deep of your why. If you don't know what that is, I would highly suggest that you look into that. You guys got to know what your why is, because this job, while it's simple in practice, it's not easy. Like, you know, there's a lot of work that has to be done here, and it doesn't come easy. And if you don't know what your why is, and you don't do the 7 levels deep to find your why, you're going to burn yourself out. I know what my why is. My why is so that my kids never have to be hungry, so that my kids don't have their dad working 3 jobs like my dad did. I never saw my dad. Truth be told, from 7 to 10 years old, I actually got myself up at 5 o'clock every morning, made my own breakfast to walk 1.5 miles to school in the middle of a city, which was extremely dangerous, very shady neighborhood. Got on a school bus, made my own lunch, made my own dinner, did my own laundry from the time I was 7 to 10 years old. And my why is so my kids don't have to do that. My kids know I'm there for them. That's my why. And see, your why has to bring you to tears when you think about it, because that's the passion and desire that you need to actually be able to succeed in anything, much less something like this where you're self-driven, where you have to rely on you to get it done. And if you can't do that, you're not going to make it. I'm sorry, but if you can't rely on you and you don't know what your why is, it ain't gonna happen. Yes, yep. I don't cold call people. If there's a house and it's really, really bad, I will text them and I will try to call them. But if I'm out for 8 hours, 10 hours a day, I might find like 5 to 10 total properties that are like, all right, I'm gonna try and call this person. I don't sit around for 10, 12, 14 hours a day cold calling people, because it's just a waste of time. With the amount of incorrect phone numbers you're gonna have, you're just wasting your time. I mean, in my opinion, Zach likes cold calling and he's really damn good at it. But me, that's just not my forte. I gotta be working. I personally like population sizes of 15,000 to 25,000. I don't go above that, and I try not to go below that, but I like those small population city. Yeah. Every 30 to 60 days. I do it all the time. Every 30 to 60, especially the ones I saved in my batch leads. Because the ones I saved there, I know have a ton of motivation, and you just got to find time and circumstance. So, yes, I don't. I just go. I park my car and I go. And sometimes I waste my time, but sometimes I make it rain. So it just depends. Maybe not very rundown, but yes, there's definitely some motivation. The window's broken, the gutters are hanging loose, the chimney's broken, the grass is high, there's a boat parked in the front yard that hasn't been, that thing's not moved for like 5 years. The grass is all up around it. They don't always have to be complete rundowns. I actually try to stay away from ones that are complete rundowns, and just look for any little The best deal that I've done so far this year, in my opinion, was a reverse driving for dollars in a town that had a population of 1,500 to 2,000 people. It was a $35,000 assignment, and the reason why it was the best is because the house looked great. It was a nice house. There was no reason why I would put a sticky note on it, except when I walked by it, the front porch had a 5-gallon of paint, and it had some tools and stuff, like maybe somebody was doing some work on it, but I started to look at it and there were cobwebs all over the paint and all over the brushes, and you know that at one point they were doing work on it, but now they're not. Why'd they stop? What's up with it? So I just put one on there, and he called me literally the next day, and $35,000 assignment. So it doesn't always have to be the worst property you've ever seen. And in fact, I try to stay away from Corey. Yes, you go ahead. For sticky notes on houses? Yeah, so basically, hey, I found this note on my house. Yeah, I was wanting to know, have you ever considered selling that property? I'm looking to buy property in the area, and I just didn't know if you were looking to sell it. And they'll either tell me yes, they'll cuss me out, they'll tell me no, I've had conversations, maybe not sue me, but they'll call the cops, and I'm like, yeah, sorry. I put like Zach tells us to do sometimes, one of the houses looked completely vacant, and I was very convinced that it was vacant, and I've tried to skip trace, I've tried to put a note on the door, never got anything from it, so I took a bandit sign and I put it right in the yard. And they called me within an hour, like 20, 30 minutes later, cussing me out, screaming at me, don't you ever, and I'm like, yeah, I told Jerry not to do that. I don't know why Jerry did that. I'm sorry. So, whatever it takes, man. I'm not scared to get cussed at. I've been turned down. I've also gotten really good deals. So, however they want to play it, I can play it. Yes. No. Burner app. Download the Burner app. It's like $10 a month. You get as many lines as you want. And anytime it texts you or calls you, it'll come straight to your phone. I use Google Voice on my laptop, but I hate it for my phone. It's just not a good operating. Yeah, that's why I hated it. I missed them all the time. And then when I miss them, I call back and say, hey, who's this? Because I don't know who it is. So, in Burner, they call me, I skip trace the number they call me, and then I actually save their property as their name in my Burner app, in my contacts. So, if they ever text me, they ever call me, I've got all these properties actually. Yes, yep. It's like $10 a month. Now you asked the question, what do you mean? No, not for me. I'm putting sticky notes on everything.
There's 2 types. We'll go over it after lunch for you. 2 types.
I put sticky notes on everything. I've got a stamp, and sticky note pads are like 75 cents. So I'll stamp everything. I don't care. I got mine on Etsy, and I can't remember the name of the seller. It was on Etsy though. The one on Amazon's terrible. The one everybody was using from Amazon doesn't work very well. Because he's required to take a picture of every sticky note he puts up. So you put it up, you take a picture, you send it to me, and then you save the address to my batch lead. They have a login to my batch lead. So he saves it to my batch leads, he takes a picture of the note, and then I know that, okay, he's done 6. And then that way every Friday, if I've got 40 pictures of notes that you put up, it's $40. So that way I know I can keep track of it. Yes, I've never really run those kind of numbers, but I would tell you my callback rate on a note is like anywhere from 3 to 5%, I would think. And then it probably is around 250 to 300 notes, I think, is the deal. Yes, yeah, that's that and batch leads. That and batch leads, and then my CPA. So, yes, sir. Yeah, right, yeah. I've thought about getting one of those hoverboards. Yeah. Get a hoverboard. My wife thought it'd be a really good visual if I grow my mullet out super, super long and wear some pit vipers with a hoverboard. I might go that route. Yes, sir. I miss a lot of phone calls on my phone. Like, it'll ring my computer all the time, but yeah. Well, I'm not around my computer enough to be able to answer it. Like, if I'm out driving for dollars, reverse driving for dollars, and I'm out for 8 hours, 10 hours, and I get 3 or 4 phone calls before I'm done, when I get back home to my laptop, it says I got 4 missed calls and I don't know who they are. Yeah, Burner's a really good app. I like it a lot. Yes, sir. Yeah. Can you use a Burner number on that? I don't know. I've never tried it. Yeah, I don't waste my time with that. Yes, sir. They are sometimes. Yeah, it just says, hey, would you consider a cash offer on this property? Please text or call me. And if they call me and say, hey, I just rent this, I'm like, okay, yeah, no worries. Can you get me the owner's phone number? I'd like to talk to him, and then I'll call the owner and talk to him. But I've not yet to buy a property like that. It's usually never a landlord that wants to sell for some. Anybody? Yes. Right now, around 600 probably sticky notes. But I've got 5 deals under contract right now, and I just got one that I assigned yesterday, and I've got like 3 more that probably assign within the next month. So pretty for an offer. So I don't make an offer until I go out to the property, but they tell me the condition of the property. I'm like, okay, awesome, sounds great. It sounds like there is some work that needs to be done on that property. I don't want to waste your time, and I really don't want to waste my time. Is there a number that you had in mind for this? And I make them give me the number, and if they don't give me the number, I'm like, okay, when you are serious about selling it, give me a call back, let me know where you're at. I don't want to waste anybody's time here. And make sure that they're speaking the same language as you as far as the number goes before you even go to the appointment at all. And then it's really important that you make sure that they're ready to make a yes or a no decision before you go out there, because if not, you're going to waste your time every time. I've wasted so much time doing that. Yes, sir. Yeah, it is. Like 4 days a week. And then the 5th day, depends on if it's raining or not. If it's not raining, about 8 hours. And then the last day, the 5th day, I use it to follow up a lot. Yes, no, but I have actually walked directly up to people, because where I'm from, having conversations with people. Like I told you, I lived in a turtle shell for such a long time that I'm really trying to break that. And so I was actually honored that Rick and Zach even thought of me to speak today. And at first, my first instinct was that I probably shouldn't do that. And then my second instinct was, man, I wouldn't be where I am without these guys. And anything that they ask me to do, I'm going to do it. So I've made it a point that if somebody's outside and the house looks run down, I just walk up and say, hey, look, are you looking to sell that? Have you thought about selling it? They tell me yes, tell me no. I give them a sticky note and I tell them to call me. So I've probably done 5 or 10 of those over the last month where I just walk straight up to people. Yes, sir. Yes. About every month or two I do that. I do it frequently. And then once you get your why, once you get to the very, very deep root cause of your why, you never forget it. You just think about it the entire time, which is why earlier I said I'm nowhere near where I want to be. I want to create such a safety net that there's really never anything to worry about. Like, I've got all these deals, but trying to get legacy is very important to me. Rick and Zach helped me plant my family tree, but it's very important that I grow that into a beautiful tree and not a tiny little runt of a tree. So I think about my why constantly. I wear it on my sleeve. Yes, sir. So I'm a big football guy. Love football. And I've got a playbook that I drew, that I wrote, and it's giant, and it's on my desk. And it's got the names, the addresses, the ARVs, and then it's got the dates that I followed up with all these people. And every time I follow up, I mark it that I followed up with them this week, and then I follow up with them every 30 days most of the time. Some people I follow up with every week, but that's just the people that have the most motivation in my estimate. But every 30 days is to go back over that play. I tried Podio, and I hated it. I hated it so much. So I just drew up a playbook. Yes, sir. I've never used it. I've heard good things about it, but I've never used it. Yes? What's that? Yeah, I've never used Deal Machine. I walk. Yeah. What's that? I ain't stopping, man. I tell people a grind won't stop, a hustle won't quit. That's my mantra. Anybody? Yes, yeah. So it depends. If the house looked like there was some motivation to it when I walked by it, I'll walk by it again in about 30 to 60 days. I'll walk by it and I'll put another sticky note. And if they still continue to tell me no, but I see that there's obvious motivation, like if the house is falling apart very slowly, then I know that I'm just going to continue to follow up with them every 30 to 60 days no matter what they tell me. But if the grass is like an inch taller than the neighbors and they're like, nah, it's not really worth following up on, I don't think. Sticky note or call them. At that point, they call me and they say no, but I'd walk back by it and it looks like it's still in the same condition or worse condition, then I'll either text them, call them, or I'll put another sticky note on there. Yeah, so when they call me, I use True People Search, and it's not where you can search by phone number, and I put that phone number in there, and it'll tell me the address of the person. So that way, and then if it's one that's really motivated, I take a snapshot on my phone of batch leads, and when I get home, I put that on my batch. Yes, yeah, it's really tough. It can be, sometimes I try to deal with stuff like that, and at the same time, I try to make sure I don't let that kind of stuff absorb me, because there's so many opportunities that, like, you could just be wasting your time spinning your wheels and never really get anywhere. Like, I might mess with some of those kind of properties if I've already got a property or two under contract. Then I might be like, all right, what are these complicated properties? I might try to work those as I've already got stuff set to close, so that I know I'm getting paid no matter what. And if I'm able to get that complicated property at the same time, it's just added, you know? Yeah, so I don't really skip trace. I used to, when I first started, I had Batch Dialer, and I skip traced through Batch Leads, PropStream, True People Search, and Cyber background checks. And PropStream is terrible for skip tracing, in my experience. Batch Leads isn't much better, and True People Search is kind of like 80% is wrong, 20% you might be all right. And Cyber background checks is so similar to True People Search that I really don't see a difference between the two. Like I said, I don't really skip trace people. If there's a property that I upload to Batch Leads, then I'll typically use True People Search to do it, because I mean, you're either paying for 50% or you're doing it free for 20%, and I'd rather just do it free for 20% accurate. So I don't do it a lot. Yes, I posted in Facebook, like in Facebook groups for the cities that I'm looking to hire people in. Just, hey, we're paying $20 an hour, and I put like a little resume, like cover letter on there, just like a description of the job basically, and they'll email me resumes, and I've gotten like 10 applicants, and I've interviewed all these people, but either I really suck at hiring, which could be, it really could be. I've passed up on some realtors that I really thought very fondly of, but I'm like, I don't know, a realtor could just try to steal your deal. Like, I don't know if I want to do that. I had a really good feeling about one of those women. Thought she'd be a really good employee, but just I passed on her because she's a realtor. So I think I need to work on that a lot. Yeah, so I had a stamp for him, and I sent him like 350 sticky notes, and I gave him an ink pad, and so he just stamped them, but he only did 6. So, I mean, it didn't really work very well. Because when he goes up to the houses, he's supposed to take a picture of the sticky note and then also save it to batch leads. So on every property he goes to, he saves it to batch leads and sends me a picture. Yes, not very quickly. I should have done it way sooner. Let's see, I started really reverse driving for dollars in April or May. And up until like last month, ask Roger, he'll tell you, up until like last month, I never even had a stamp. So, yes, sir. Yeah, I appreciate you. All I do is just look on Zillow. And if houses have been flipped there in the last year, then you know that there are people that are looking to buy houses there. Okay. Yes, sir? Yeah. Ideally, yeah. Ideally, I'd love to have like 3 or 4 people reverse drive for dollars for me, like really good people that are doing like 300 plus a week. Get 3 or 4 of those, and then get a VA who answers the phone when those calls come in, just to vet them, just say, hey, are you interested in selling it? Yes or no. If they say yes, then it comes straight to me, and I deal with the rest. That's where I would like to get to. Yeah, yep. Just open up to more cities, more towns. Yep. Etsy. Yes. I do pull government lists every now and then, and go like code violations and go put those on. I honestly just park my car and I get out and walk. And I remember, like, my memory's pretty good with my map. Like, I know what streets I've already been on and stuff. And the towns are small, so it's not really easy to like go. It'd be different if it was like Columbus, and I'm like in the middle of Columbus, Ohio. Like, I'd probably waste a lot of time doing that, but I focus on those smaller markets, so I know where I'm at, where I've already been sometimes, but I don't go on country roads. I go like inside the town, so not really. Yes. Did I tell you that I'm a guy that kind of like makes sure that I put my fist through the pavement, because otherwise I'm, right, like if I'm not doing the work, then I don't feel like I'm doing anything. Like, I probably should get a hoverboard, and I might get a hoverboard. Probably be faster. I also thought about putting a weed eater motor on a bicycle and just.
I told him an e-bike.
All right, anybody else? We good? Thank you, guys. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, guys. Did she hear me? Hey, you need.
So guys, real quick, the point of Jason is, and the questions are amazing, because by you guys asking questions, because you're going through the journey, I want you to understand, Jason figured out just to do it and stop over analyzing it. The first 2 years, I never used a CRM. I used a notepad. This is long before Google, before social media. I'm just telling you, everything's a tool. A CRM just helps. It will never close someone for you. AI will phenomenally help you, but it's never going to replace you. So you got to understand, it's the actions he takes. The one thing, he's amazing at reverse driving for dollars, so pick his brain on it. That's what you want to do. He is still in the journey now. He's trying to figure out how to scale his business. He hasn't even scraped the iceberg. When I take him out of his business and show him how to scale it, he gets to go through the fun part of, how do I recruit employees? How do I retain employees? How do I pay employees? How do I get the best bang for it? And that's the next journey. But the reality is, we have to get people started. Okay? So many guys are buying into programs trying to figure out how to run 8, 9 employees when you don't even know how to manage yourself. I tried to manage employees with ADHD. It was brutal. I either fired you fast or I kept you too long. And so you guys kind of know where you're at. It just takes time to figure out how to do it, because we are control freaks as wholesalers. It is great when you start out, but then you have to learn how to kind of unwind it a little bit. But here's the reality is, you got to make sure your family's taken care of, your bills are taken care of, and you get some of your time back. Because money will buy you time back. Okay, it's not going to fix your problems, it's not going to make you happy, but it can help out mom, it can help out dad. I said, Jason, I go, you got to get your butt down here. He goes, when's the event? And the dude just hopped on a plane. And then when did he reach out to? He reached out to me on the DM. He goes, hey, I'm here in Sturt. I'm like, what day was that? Tuesday. I go, dude, you're like 2 days. He's like, what? But that I want you to understand. That's what he does. He just goes. Who? Oh yeah, that's what I did all day. Yeah, that's what he does. I said, we'll do a deal. We'll split together. I'm just telling you. I want you to understand the personality trait. You have to do it. You guys overanalyze everything. I was the worst about it. Just go. Stop. Lose your ego. Check it at the door and just do the work. Because this is actually a simple business. We just complicate it. We're ridiculous as humans. I used to get so good at wholesaling, I would just stop doing it. I just and then I'd get lost. And I'm like, you got to just keep going. Okay, because there's always another level to this. If you think this is like just getting you started, getting out of the matrix, you got to get, if you don't get past that, you can't do the rest of it. That's why me and Zach is just focus on the basics. Because too many of you guys are trying to figure out how to hire and fire like 10 VAs when you don't even know how to do it yourself. Honestly, if you don't have deals under your belt and you want to do cold calling and you want to outsource it before you ever did it, you're going to be in a world of hurt because these people will take your money out there all day long. This kid used to sit at the dinner table and cold call. He sat all in college and cold call. And when you guys ask how many cold calls are you going to get a deal, really bad question. What are you willing to do? He talks about his why. We're going to go into that today. You've got to have like a ridiculous why to do this. And you know what? It's so funny. It's like I have a commercial building. People walk up. There's a no solicitation sign. When people come up and approach me, I go like this. There's no solicitation. Guy goes, here. I get one or two people. They go, okay, sorry. And the guy goes, yeah, I saw it. You got to be that guy or gal. Like stop, everyone's so numb to like solicitation. If you're just gonna follow orders from everyone else, you're gonna get the exact same result. So stop, just take a risk out there. Jason goes out and talks to people. I don't care if he gets on foot, car, e-bike, whatever he does. You guys just look what he does. How do you do it? He doesn't care about a CRM, he doesn't care about this, and he's gonna find other. He has found his niche. Once he runs with that niche, put 100 grand in your bank account, well, let's go to the next phase. But I gotta get you there. So many of you guys are trying to make $1 million before you made your first 100,000, and that's the problem with it. It's hard. The first 100K is painful, but once you get it, then you're going to have bumps along the way, and then you got to figure out how to scale it, and that's why we set this up. First deal, 100K, and then if you guys want to do deals with me and Zach, let's go. Because if you're like a trained assassin in wholesaling, I have this addiction. I want to do business with you, but it takes special people to do that. And you all have it if you're in this room. You are no different than Jason. I'm no different than Jason. I took the same thing. I was just walking around on like Earth Matrix. I'm like, where the hell am I supposed to be today? What does my boss want? Okay, you want to make 100 grand, you'll make 100 grand. That's just the scrape of the iceberg, okay? He figured out why he was in high school to make 100 grand. I'm just like, man, if I can teach a 16, 17-year-old kid, what can I do? And let me tell you what, trying to teach your own family and your kids, it's harder. It's harder, okay? I have people ask me all the time, how do you get your kids involved? Show them. Don't tell them, show them. How do you do it? You spend time with them. It's never about money. All I ever wanted with my parents was time, and you guys can appreciate it. And so I had a lot of mistakes in my life. I move forward. I make mistakes. I'm human too. I just want you to understand Jason's journey, man. I love it, man, because he'll go through a brick wall. And now he'll listen to me going forward, but he took a leap of faith, which is the hardest thing. And some of you guys just question everything. I did the exact same thing. I go, it's got to be harder than this. I go, no, you just got to talk to people. If you're scared to talk to people, this is going to be rough. And you are not a car salesman. You're not a salesman, okay? You are not salesman. You just qualify people, and you're a guide. So if you ever had a guide or do anything like that, that's all I do. I'm not here to sell someone 200 cars. To me, that's torture. And I tell you what my specialty is. He is the cold call specialist. You know why? I said, I don't cold call. You're diving in this business. So you guys, for 2 years, I made him do every piece in my business. And if you ever watch your kids, like, guys, you got to understand, you got to stop doing everything for your kids. You got to put them out there. You got to let them fail. You got to let them learn how life works, how money works, how relationships work. How do you do it? If you can't lead by example, do not tell your kids how to do it. We tell kids all the time, you really shouldn't drink. You know, you're 16, 17, and mom and dad are just sitting there in front of them drinking. Like, they watch what you do, and that's what you'll understand. So a big round for Jason. He's amazing.
So all you gotta do is get Jason's number, and he can schedule a call with his team, and he'll get you on a nice call. Now, guys, the point is, he's speaking from the heart. The way that we want him on here is, yeah, he learned from us, but he took it and he kind of put his own thing on it, and he made success. So I think if he did exactly what we told him to do, he probably wouldn't exactly. He kind of put his own spin to it, but that's what works for him. So one thing I want to do actually is we had somebody come in late, didn't introduce themselves, and we got a fun little surprise for him. So Marquel, come up here. He got something pretty exciting. He came a little late. Yeah, come here. Marquel, I have to do something I'm not proud of. I have to apologize. I told Marquel on a live stream that it was not a good idea to wholesale this deal, and he just, how much did he make on that deal? He just
98,000, like 600.
So he just made 98 grand. What, yesterday? What day?
It was on the 10th of this month.
10th of this month, so he's got this little blue one now. So now he's 6 figures, but I'll switch it at lunch. What? Yeah. Yeah. So Marquel is, introduce yourself to everyone.
My name is Archie.
Archie.
Yeah. I don't like the government, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying not the government, I don't like the government name.
Nobody does.
I was supposed to be named my name was supposed to be Kilo. I like that one, so I don't really like saying Marquel. But Archie, my last name, everybody call me Archie from like football, so I just tell everybody my name is Archie, because that's what everybody call me. This was last minute, so I don't really know what I'm saying, but I'm from St. Petersburg. I jumped in it. I had got a mentor from my ex, from her people. I hadn't got a one to be a mentor on somebody. He had did $100,000 deal, so when I seen that, I was like, I'm all in. Like, this is what it is. He made $100,000, I'm all in. So I wound up paying him, doing my mentor. He was good. He was helping me out, but it was like an over the phone thing. Cause like Zach said, even if you do have a mentor, you still really got to do it yourself. And they say he wasn't like telling me nothing wrong, but I wound up doing with him, and I'm probably like 40,000 in with like paying like mentor, just for paying somebody and splitting deals and things like that. So, but now I'm in Charlotte. I wanted to move to Charlotte, so I'm there doing Charlotte. And Jason is definitely beast mode because I be doing the same thing, driving for dollars and versus 50s, and it's definitely totally different when you out there in the field. I done ran into dogs. I done even had somebody pull a gun out on me, but it was just a misunderstanding because I was so busy. I'm like this, I'm trying to see, I'm on deal. That's why I asked you, did you deal machine? Cause I'm trying to look up the name. Someone just telling me to look, I just about like, I'm like, oh my bad, I done been there since, I'm like, nah bro, just looking at the house. We like, oh okay, nah, cause he ain't really, you know, you in people's neighborhood. That's why when you is in people's neighborhood though, you gotta be paying attention to your surroundings. Because if he didn't know what he was doing, it's just somebody that did, I know he could have easily just shot the car for, you know what I'm saying, no reason. But I'm just, you know what I'm saying, dropping dollars. But it was cool, I gave him them and things like that. And just, like, I'm just like, cause, how can I say it? People be feeling like encouraged, things like that. I done had some of like the worst deals. I done had a seller come, why's my deal on Craigslist? And still close the deal. So if they motivated, you still can close the deal. It's very hard to mess up a motivated seller. You know what I'm saying? I done had them on, I ain't got no crazy background. Remember I had them call, had to call Zach like, man, they done looked me up. This and that. I ain't got no crazy background. It's just like a getting money situation, no type of like rape or anything like that. But when people look, you know, everybody is just, you know, everybody look at people different. But he talked to my attorney, they knew everything was legit. And I got tattoos. I used to be trying to hide myself, going to the appointments, things like that. Then one day I said, I'm just tired of doing that. If they go deal with me, they just go deal with me. So now I just go to them. I still dress, you know what I'm saying, regular. Like, I don't wear no suits or anything like that, but I just be myself, short sleeve, let them see my tattoos, because if you hide anything, then it pop at the last minute, you can just really pretty much just ruin the deal. So I just come in and straight up, and I really just build rapport with the sellers. I done closed a lot of deals with like the older people. They be like liking me and stuff too, so you can tell like, hey Archie, yeah, this and that, and that's what I learned too. You can really kind of build rapport whenever. You can really build it on the phone, or you can kind of get when you get to the seller house. And like Zach didn't say, I just look in whenever you get to the house, just look in, you see some fishing poles, you see racing car, whatever it is, you just bring it up. Next thing you know, they done told you about your whole family. And to get prices, to be transparent, if you really ask the right questions, the seller really like when you get a report, the seller sometimes just give you their number. Like I had one deal, the seller was like, give me over 115,000. It was a good deal. I was called back like 116. He was like, yeah. Like he literally just gave me his price. You know what I'm saying? So you just really never know when you go run into the deal. You just gotta be there, be yourself, and you just be a report. Oh, and the deal that I just closed. Thank y'all too, cause I don't know what's up with Rick. I don't know if Rick like me or not. I always get over Rick. I be trying to add on. Rick never had me. But Zach always at me. But I always get your game though. Like he don't at me, but I just go back and look at your videos and do everything you say with the probates and things like that. I'm like, why Rick don't never add me?
Some people just call me Zach on there. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there's so many people on, but it's.
And it's a good thing to also know what you're doing too. Cause Zach told me don't close that deal. But I'm like, nah, man, I think I need to close this one, put this one on the put this one on the put this on the MLS. And then one will come out good. Cause he told me what to do. I'm like, hey man, the seller, and it was reverse sticky too. This is what my boy JC doing. Reverse sticky. Oh yeah, you ain't gotta worry about those too. I done had the police call me twice. Yeah, they said, hey, you gotta stick. I'm like, yes, sir. It's nothing crazy. You see my name on there, and I just gave my business my business name, and they never even called me back, never even looked at it. But I'm like, sir, you can look at the letter, you can tell it nothing. It says, hi, my name Archie, I have a question for your property. I'm like, if I was on something else, I wouldn't give my name and my number. So yeah, you wouldn't really gotta worry about that with like the police wise. Like I said, they don't call me twice. I just told them my name, gave my business, they didn't look it up. And they just left me alone. I never got no calls back after that. But you do want to watch how you go on people's properties. Like I said, I was on somebody's property and the dog was right there. I had to get missing. Yeah, like, it was like a big bull too. I'm like, I don't know where he came from. He came from like cause the car was broken down. He let me get up there too. Like I'm gonna let him come all the way up, all the way up there, and then he come out the cut. But oh yeah, and another thing with the neighbors too, like they be ready to get them houses out of their neighborhood. I remember I put up to a house in Charlotte, totally distressed. I'm on deal machine trying to look it up. Lady just pop up the window like, she's like, you heard about the house? I'm like, yeah, you the owner. I'm just saying, yeah, I'm like, yeah, you the owner. She's like, no, but this the neighbor, man. We trying to get it sold. We trying to get them over because they in a real nice neighborhood in Charlotte. And I done did that multiple times, just asking about the property. And the neighbors just giving me all the info about the house. Oh, that's Suzanne, she passed. Her kids is in Louisville. They don't come here no more. So the neighbors really be trying to get them houses going. Like, so you can knock on the neighbor door, go up there, see you coming outside. So really can't just be scared. And I done just been driving to walk.
Also put that stuff right behind us on this too. You know what I'm talking about?
You can have it.
That's
pretty much it.
I also want to say.
So the deal we were talking about that you wanted to skew out. What are you wholesaling? You really don't have a lot of skin in the game, so why would
He wholetailed it.
Yeah, I wholetailed it. He was saying don't do it if I was gonna chip in with somebody. So he wasn't like.
So he bought it, put like a couple grand into it, and then resold it on the MLS.
Yeah, I brought it myself. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to call it that, yeah, it's the hotel. I only put like $600 in it, closed a couple doors, covered
Yeah.
a couple doors, threw it on the MLS. It sold like 25 days later. Oh yeah, and it was a probate. Well, she didn't get out of Venta. It was like a 10-month process. It was a lot of back and forth when Jack kept saying, I'm like, Zach, man, ain't something like this now. He like, Archie, you already know, the more problems, the more money.
That's it.
So it just came. And this how good it was. All right, I did a reverse drawing for dollars. They called me back, and when I brought it, the property appraisal was at like 38,000. I called Zach. I'm like, hey, on the little thing, I said, Zach, it's like 38,000. He said, just give him somewhere under that. So I'm like 25, and then we wound up just coming like the 30. You know, that's my thing too, low ball. Man,
Oh, yeah.
I only use no other closing but my partner. That's it. So what I was saying. Oh yes, yeah, it was on 30,000, and so we going through all the title work. This was because I locked it up towards right after Christmas. I remember Zach was saying, y'all gotta come in here, y'all gotta in here, get it done. Get me a deal with it.
Yep.
So I wanted to get it, going through all the title work, everything's keep popping up. That's why you gotta pay attention to. Son just told me to go back and look. I looked, now it's like March. I looked, now the property tax appraiser saying 150 to 60,000. I'm like, I knew it. I knew this was a deal, but I knew the 30,000 was a deal because literally right down the street, the same exact house had just sold for like $295. So even without the tax appraisal going up, I knew I had a deal because it was the same exact, and my property was a little bit bigger. So I knew I had a big deal either way it went. But when I checked back in like March, I seen the tax appraisal go at like 150. So I'm like, I really knew I was good, and we just kept going. It was even like one week, I'm like, man, God, if it's gonna go through, it's just gonna go through. I just let the deal on for like a week. Because a lot of back and forth going on. The attorney telling the seller that they got to do this, the seller going to another county, the county telling the seller that they can't do this, and it just all wound up coming through. And I wound up paying an extra, like an extra couple thousand for the closing just for it to go through. But yeah, that's what it was. It was a pre-foreclosure. I mean, not a pre-foreclosure. It was tax relief points, vacant, very high distress, and like 10 heirs, and a lot of them died. So they would just search people. I'm gonna get you, but I just saying what you gonna say.
Did you use part money to close it, or did you close it yourself?
Nah, I use my own money.
So why did they list it on the market?
That's the thing about no opportunity.
It's every seller. They could all go with a realtor.
And like Zach said, you give them all the offers. Hey, you can do this, you can do that. They just want, some people sell this for speed and convenience. You know what I'm saying? They was older too. His mom was dying, and it was a bunch of them. And so when you dealing with a
You might have them go a tad over and then just come back later.
Try to deal with the main person, and he can handle everybody instead of you trying to talk to everybody unless you kind of already did. But I talked to the main one that controlled like the whole family, and he talked to everybody. There was a problem. He reached out to this person. He reached out to this person. He had really control the whole thing. But I gave them the options. Y'all want to list it? You know what y'all want to do, and you want to cash sale.
That's it, man.
Put it up on the MLS. You didn't use a realtor.
Actually, that's a good thing. Like the buyers too. I was reaching out to my buyers, and they didn't even know it. He's a realtor. So my buyer just listed it for me.
Okay.
It was kind of cool because I was kind of controlling him. I'm like, dang, boy, you kind of I ain't a controlling type, but you know how you be working with buyers and stuff. He like, you just got I'm like, bro, that's a wholesaler. And I ain't got the problem. I'm like, nah, bro, we gonna do it this way. We gonna do it like this. Well, I was cool with it, but it was kind of tight though for the roles to kind of switch. Like, I'm the buyer now.
But shout out to Marquel here, man. He's gonna be here for 2 days. He's gonna hang out, so we got plenty of questions, man. But one thing about Marquel, when I remember his first deal, you never had your face, right? And then you showed it just to show your first check till now. It's just crazy how, that's why I like the videos, because you see your progression. Before you even got one deal, you just start asking questions. And then you're like, oh, I got these contracts. And then you just, first contract, and then it just goes now. Now you're here, so I made 98 grand on a deal, right? And so it's great to see your journey, and you're here. It's like, you saw where you went from no money to 6 figures now. Just imagine where you're gonna be in the future. So we're excited. It's gonna be for two days. We're gonna have it, but appreciate it, man. Love to see it. So a lot of cool stories like that. So we're excited. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go break for lunch. We'll probably come back at like 1 o'clock, and we're gonna do a deep dive on all of marketing. So we got a lot of people have a lot of marketing questions, trying for dollars, reverse trying for dollars, stuff like that. So I'm gonna be here for like an hour. You can go hang out, talk to us. Some stuff I can show everyone. But yeah, or you guys go out to lunch, network, stuff like that. A lot of you guys got to eat, so.
So there's plenty of small restaurants you want to walk around. Me and Zach are going to stay here, just mix, mingle, answer questions. You need to grab a bite to eat, go out. You can fill up on some of the pastries, but and we'll come back. We're going to go like very hard for basically 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours on marketing. And so you want to be back for it. So 1 o'clock, guys.
Here, and you just put it in this spreadsheet like that, but no, you just copy it. So you can just copy the PDF, put in ChatGPT. Yeah. It's like a picture, but with Apple and stuff, it transcribes it. So yeah, we're excited. All right, we're back here, and sit back, because we're doing a full marketing breakdown right now, and it's going to be exciting. So, oh yeah, huh? Yeah, we are. Just gotta make sure the screen is getting recorded. Yeah. All right, so this whole marketing presentation on how to find sellers, do deals, all this stuff, it's really broken down into two main parts. And I am giving everyone all the information so no one can tell me, I don't know how to pull a list, I don't know how to do this. This is it. This is going to be our complete list pulling guide and marketing together. So let's kind of go into list pulling in this. I'm gonna try to do it as expedient as possible. I've probably talked about this so many times, but it keeps getting people money, and that's the point. So what is a list? So to get a deal, we need a list. A list is a data set of potential properties and owners that have a 50 to 100 times more likely chance of them actually wanting to wholesale their deal. So if I go to any house around this town and I just call the person up, say, hey, do you want to sell your house? 99.9%, they're just saying, no, I don't want to sell my house. But if you get a data set of people that are 50 to 100 times more likely to want to sell, you can call 1,000 of them and get a deal versus calling 100,000 and getting the deal. You got to remember, most people, when they want to sell their house, they want to sell it for the most. When you sold your house, 3 or 4 years ago, you wanted the most for it. You were not a motivated seller. Yeah, he wanted above market. He's different, right? And that is not a good motivated seller. And so you have to use something that is basically a type of list with a motivating factor. So these lists usually have 1 to 2 motivating factors I've personally found for it being distressed or ugly. Now, what are motivating factors for a list? I've personally found if the house has broken windows, it's mold, it generally looks ugly. If you don't know what an ugly looking house is, ask your husband, ask your wife, would you want to live here? And if they say no, probably why it's ugly. Maybe it's even outdated. Like, ugly is just like, hey, I don't like this. And most people can figure it out, right? Usually a seller's gonna be behind on their taxes or the mortgage. That's always a big one. Every year there's a tax bill. Every time there's a mortgage, and they can be behind it. Death, that's always a big one. Every time someone's born, the only thing promised is death. And if everyone's alive, they're gonna die. So that is an inevitable part of life. And so, unfortunately, there's so many births, but there's so many deaths, which, you know, I'm not saying be a grave robber or anything like that, but do it. The people have a lot of situations, and it can help them out. Now, you're wanting to move, but the house is also in bad shape. That's another type of seller we find. They want to move, but they're embarrassed about their situation. They don't want their friend Sheila seeing that they have a really ugly house and mold, or they're like a hoarder. I see it all the time. You know, social media, everyone acts like they're this big baller, and then they live in a mobile home. People like to put on a persona. And some people right now, they want to sell because of that, right? Always financial issues too. You might get arrested, you got to post bail, you're going to jail, you got to get rid of the property, right? Those are reasons why people want to sell their house. Now, the question I get is, you know, we're talking to all these people, like Rebecca, she's looking to get a new virtual market. And like, this is kind of for her, but for everyone, like, where do I find the right area to pull, right? And a big secret we have always found is, especially in this market, every market, right? And, you know, I think of Dana too, because Dana's in Brevard. I told Dana, I'm like, 60% of her county, don't even touch it. Don't even go there. Like, it's terrible. And she would wait, if she put 100% of the whole county, 60% of her time would be wasted, legit wasted. And if she put that time into the good markets, the good areas, she would do better. And so how do you find the hottest wholesaling markets? And for the people that have actually done deals, if you look at all the deals you've done, they usually always hit this criteria. And it's kind of weird, but everywhere in the whole entire country, in the United States, it's like this. So we're gonna find the hottest markets for wholesaling real estate right now. Really, you're gonna row in the best river stream possible. And that's the point. We got the river right there. If you row against the stream, you can row as hard. You can be, oh, I'm working so hard, and you're getting nowhere. And you're like, oh, I'm just not rowing hard enough. And the honest truth is, you're probably just in the wrong boat. You just got to change the river you're in. And I see a lot of people struggle like this. They work so hard, and people that don't work too hard, but they're going with the stream, it makes it a lot easier. So what makes a good wholesaling market? I've personally found this, that there are just 2 key factors of why a market is good or not. Number 1, it's a deals to wholesalers ratio. This is a weird concept. Me and Rick have patented a lot of things, but after looking at hundreds of thousands of people that sign up for our course, all these things, the ones that do deals and the ones that don't, I look at the markets, and there is a special ratio of how many wholesaling deals are done in that market and how many wholesalers are working in that market. For example, I've always said this, the largest wholesaling market by the amount of deals, hands down, is Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas has more wholesaling deals than anything. But if you get into Houston, you're like, why don't I get all these deals? It's the third or 4th biggest city in the entire country. And so there's a ton of wholesalers there. But you can scale it up really well. And there's other markets, kind of like, where Corey's at, where it's like, there's a ton of wholesaling deals, but there's not a lot of guys. And so his ratio is, let's say there's, 10 deals in that market for the month, and there's only 2 wholesalers going after it. It's like 5 deals for every wholesaler. The problem with Houston, it's like 1 to 1. If there's 10,000 wholesalers, there's probably 10,000 deals. I'd rather be in Corey's market. And that's the secret. And so we got to find markets where there's multiple deals that every wholesaler can do. And if you're like us, we can kind of scoot a little better and be better with our acquisitions and do better. The next part is the teenage success factor. This is the best one I have found. We got some people that were teenagers that did wholesaling deals here, people that aren't, people older. But what I call the teenage success factor is every single day I get 5 or 6 DMs. Zach, got my first deal, thank you. And I see these teens, and I'm not making fun of Nathan or Evan, but like I see these young guys, right? And like they're like Evan or Nathan, like they just started. You guys know a lot about wholesaling, but like these people that just start, they're in this is where they grew up. And they slap some sticky notes and they get like 10 deals. And like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm like, what? And it's not because they're so good at wholesaling, they just ran up 100 grand. It's their market's so good. No other wholesaler's kind of working in there. Corey's kind of like that too. Like he wasn't a teenager, but like he was in such a good market. Even as a beginner, he did well. And he's probably cringes back looking bad, like all the deals he probably should have done. But he was probably really bad starting out, but his market was so good it overcame that. And I just find all these young teens who really don't know what they're doing, super nervous, they do deals. And I find these markets. So like a couple examples here. Columbus, Georgia. Columbus, Georgia has a lot of wholesaling deals. There's a lot of buyers. There's a great ratio of deals, and there's not a lot of saturation. And there are a ton of buyers in Columbus. Columbus has Fort Benning, I believe. It's one of the biggest military installations in the country, so there's always buyers. There's a great market there. It has a population of 197,000. The average home is 152 grand, and it's on that Alabama border too. So I found that is a good market. Now here's a bad market. Seattle, King County, right? There's a lot of buyers there, ton. Everyone wants to buy deals there, but there's a low amount of wholesaling deals. Why is that? I don't know, right? There's a ton of wholesalers there, but there's not a lot of crazy deals. Now there are people that do deals. I had someone on our podcast. She's making 100K a month in Seattle, but she's very, very good at what she does. And I think she's in her 20s, right? And then I see other wholesalers struggling there. That was a good wholesaler doing it. But for most people getting into Seattle, they don't do well. There's 2.2 million. There's so many buyers I should do a deal. The average home price is $840,000. That, for most wholesalers, is a bad market. So what happened? Why is the Columbus so much better than Seattle? Is it the population? Is it what? What is it? I found 2 key factors in the past 7 years, 5 years in virtual wholesaling of what makes a market good or bad. Number 1, population. How many people live in the market, and the average home price. You can boil it down to anything else. That is what it currently is for any market if it's going to be good. Population. I have found with a high population, there's a high amount of cash buyers. People living there, people want to live. That's it. And cash buyers either come down to people that want to buy the house to rent it out or they want to flip it. Those are what cash buyers want to do. There's land bankers and stuff, but most of them, they want to rent it out or they just want to flip the house. And there's doctors, lawyers, they buy a house, they want to rent out real estate. There's a ton of buyers. Now, with a low population, as you guys have probably found out, there is a low amount of buyers. And so you can probably get deals, but they're hard to sell. Now, the sweet spot I've personally found, if a city has a population of above 50,000 people or 100,000 for the county, usually it's good. Now, there's people like Jason. There's exceptions to the rule, but you got to remember with Jason, like his county or like Columbus has millions of people around it, so he can feed some of those people too. So there are exceptions to the rule, but for most people, if there's not a lot of buyers, it's hard to sell the deal. And with median home price, right? The higher the price, the harder it is to get a discount. If I went to somebody that had a $3 million house and I try to get a 30% discount off their house, they're gonna act like I'm crazy. If I go to somebody that has a $30,000 house and I try to get a 7% discount, they take it all day. Is it because they both don't like the 30% discount? No, it's how human beings work. Humans are really weird. They don't look at percentages, they look at prices. So if we've had this, we used to own real estate brokerage, and these people that sell their property, these are $1 million houses on the water, right? And they go from 4.2 million to 4.1, 100,000. I can't do. I'm losing 100 grand. I can't do that. And it's less than it's almost 3-4% discount. And from someone to go from 300,000 to 290, I don't care. Okay, take it off 10 grand. Human beings are weird with that. It's the same percentage, but they can't get over that part. And it's harder when you're in a higher price market to get deals. But there is a trade-off. The lower the price, usually the lower the assignment fee. Now, I mean, we saw Marquel on a $30,000 deal make 98 grand. So there are exceptions to the rule. But what I can tell you is in our market here at Port St. Lucie, when we get a deal, we lock it up for $300, $350, we can make $80,000, $90,000 on a deal. Our average assignment fee is going to be $40,000, heck, $50,000. Probate's even higher because the ARV is really high. I can't do that in a market that has 100,000 ARV, or average median home price. So the lower the price on the property, usually the lower the assignment fee, but you can do more deals, so it kind of evens out. The sweet spot I found are median home prices between 75 to 300,000, and that's really where you're going to find good markets. I would say the max is 400,000. I've been pushing it hard at $500,000 for some markets because our market's kind of at that point now. But really anything above that for residential real estate, this isn't for commercial or anything else, for residential houses, single family, that's what it is. And so my secret method to finding the best virtual wholesaling markets, right? I like to find people flexing in a certain city. And so like, as Rebecca said, like, where should I get a good market? I'm like, well, go to Facebook, find 4 or 5 kids that just got a deal this month. And with your skills, if you go in there, you can destroy them. And I like finding people flex. A lot of people like to flex on the internet now. They'll show their checks, oh, buy my course. I had one guy on TikTok, he got 2 deals last month and now he's selling a course, but he posted his HUDs to show he's legit. I just, okay, that's a market I didn't know about before. You can just go in there and do it. If he doesn't know anything and I put my skills in it, it's insane. That's really pretty much it. I mean, you just really need 2 to 3 people that are doing good in a market, and you know it's good enough. If it's working for newbies, it'll work for you. You guys going through the free wholesaling course and do it, you'll do a lot better. Got a question? Yeah. So it's kind of a younger term, but it's people really bragging on the internet. Look at me, I made $30,000, and they're looking for attention. Yeah, it's validation, but it's all ego.
Throw your ego out.
But I mean, I'm telling you guys, you're going to have sellers that are 30 years old. They're going to start saying terms like that. We got to get used to it. But how do you find the best zip codes for wholesaling, right? Now, where are the best? So once you determine your market, how do you find the best zips, the best areas, that 40% where there actually are? Just ask your buyers. They know. When I'm in a new market, I just ask a guy who's been buying for 16, 17, 18 years, what's the best places to buy? They say, oh, this area, because they're looking to buy it. That's where they want to buy it. And they will literally tell you the best areas. Now, they might not be the best areas for wholesaling, but they're the best areas for real estate investing. And for 18 years, they know. They know the hottest ones. And so ask your buyers, ask your title companies. One thing title companies love is money. They like making more money. The more transactions they get, the better. So that's why you should use your title company. Hey, Mr. Title Company, can you give me a list of buyers? Oh, that's secret information. Okay. Well, can you give me a list of all the zip codes or the best zip codes that you've seen the most wholesale transactions? Yeah, sure. They'll give it to you because they want to beat out their competition, which is other title companies. And they want more transactions. And so they'll tell you, I mean, most title companies I found, they'll say, oh, we do most wholesaling or transactions are done in this zip code or this zip code. They have the data. If you have a good wholesaling friendly title company that does hundreds of wholesaling transactions a year, they'll tell you where most of the zip codes are. And it's not that secret information, right? Find out where the rental properties are. I've always found great properties there. And just look up the data, right? And my super secret one here is just affordable working class housing. Old houses with low crime rates. And what I mean by this is if you go to a new city or whatever. So I had a cousin, she's approaching her 30s and she just got married and she's looking to buy her own property. She doesn't want to rent out anymore. She wants to buy a house. Here's the problem. She's in South Florida and it's really expensive there. And so, you know, she works a regular job with her husband now and they're looking to buy a new house. Here's the problem. They're not looking to buy a $900,000 mansion. And most people in their 20s and 30s looking to buy their first house, they're called starter homes. These are the best. They're willing to overlook a lot of things just to get a house and they get the FHA loans and all that stuff. And these are great ones. This is where the working class people in a city or county live in, right? So all you have to do is look at where the teachers, bus drivers, sanitation workers, just regular working blue collar jobs, where they live. They don't live in high crime areas, right? If you work a regular job, so like let's say you manage a grocery store, you're not living in a mansion, but you're not living in the hood. You're living in a nice area that's probably cheaper, but it's not in a high crime rate area because you have your kids there, right? And that's the secret. That's where people are willing to overpay. Flippers, so the buyers for the flippers deals, they're willing to overpay. And usually, when you don't have a lot of money, but you're in a nice area, you're not going to renovate your house. Your roof might be 15, 20 years old, and that's where you find the best one. So as you hear, this is a chart. This is from 2021, obviously, but it's probably one of the best ones I have found of just home prices by county. And so if you're looking to get in virtual wholesaling, you gotta look here. And so like as you can see here, like Alaska, it looks good, the prices, but unfortunately the population's too low. You can go here to Inland Empire, it's really high, but they're decent deals. You can go all over the country here, right? I mean, this is where we're at right here. A little higher, but the populations are good enough. Now, the problem is if you're in like South Georgia, not a big population, but good deals. But like, there's some sweet spots. Like for example, right, where is it right here? Right here, this little coastline right here, Fayetteville, North Carolina with Fort Liberty, I think it's called now, right? It's a little higher than usual, but not over that price. But there are a ton of population, and there's a ton of wholesaling deals here. There's secret little niches across the United States that if you can identify, you can do really well. And so like, I don't like the bright like yellow, but like a little bit in that orange is kind of perfect, right? And so like, there's a good little belt here. So like, as you can see here, I'm gonna call out Ace. He got mad at me when I said Richmond was the best market 2 years ago. But it's true. It was the reason why Richmond works so well is you can see here, this is Northern Virginia, too high. And like you go kind of south, not big population here, and there's like this little gap. And I know it's a little higher now, but like it's kind of some breathing room here with a big population. That's a secret market I found, it did well. And so these are the little niches you find in virtual wholesaling where I hate to say it, when I talk about a market and then on YouTube, 160,000, all of our subscribers see it, you don't want them all to bounce on the market. So there's markets I don't talk about that are really good. They're really secretive. Like Oklahoma right here, yellow, the little middle here, Tulsa, Oklahoma City. Those are good too. There's so many secret markets. I'll give you one more. There is, where's Walmart's? I forgot what city. No, it's Bensenville, right? Bensenville's like, all of Arkansas is okay, but like some markets like Bensenville, it's so hot right now. And you look at Arkansas, Little Rock, outside of there, like there's not many crazy ones. And so that's kind of the secret markets here. And then, you got Beaumont right here too, like outside of Houston. So many great little niched out markets that you probably don't know about. And so this is the point that we do. If you look at that criteria, you're gonna find a good market. All lists down. So now we know the great markets, we gotta find the lists, right? So all the lists I have found come down to 3 categories. There's government lists, which you've heard me talk about too much probably, pay lists, and then earn lists. This is what it is. Does anyone never heard me say the word government list here? Raise your hand if you've never heard me say the word government list till today. No. It's a drinking game, right? But here's the question. How many of you guys have pulled the code violations in the past month? Raise your hand if you haven't. So you guys have heard me say it, but you're not doing it. What's the question, right? And so the truth is, I say it so many times because it worked. Now you can do paid lists, you can do earn lists, right? But these are the lists that it comes down to. Now we'll do a little thing on government lists. And I think you guys heard it before, but why do I like them? They're free. They cost no money. They're amazing. It's got the best ROI and ROT out of any list possible. Now everyone knows about ROI, return on investment, but what is ROT? And that's one no one talks about and the one that I truly value more than anything. Time. That's it. Return on time. If I put 10 hours into this, do I have a better chance of getting a deal than doing it right? I don't want to work. I've always said this. I'm not the guy that works 100 hours a week. I used to put 15 hours a day in this business, 7 days a week. I don't do that anymore. When I work, I want to be as efficient as possible. So you want the best ROI and ROT possible of any list. It's better than any paid list I've personally found. It does take some time to pull, but it works. It's less saturated than the other lists. We got some people here in some saturated markets. You got competition. You got to beat them. If you have an army and you're not as big or strong as the other one, you have to outmaneuver them with your mind. If you ever watched the movie, has anyone watched the movie 300? It's all the Spartans, 300 people versus 100,000. It wasn't because there's so many, it's just you work smarter, not harder. And I mean, it's just a gangster movie, but that's what I like. So it's easy list versus hard data to get, right? There's a kind of a big difference, right? When it's easier to get a list, more wholesalers are going to market to it. So you got to understand that. It's your favorite thing you always talk about. We love the Dolphins every Sunday. Usually when you're playing on the defensive line, if you can get through the offensive line really easy, it's probably a reason why. It's because they're on the other side, right? Right? That's not good. When it's so easy to get a list, that means any wholesaler and their mom can go in there and get the list. When I get somebody, Jason sent me the PDF, it's like, oh, I love that it's difficult to get that. Because that means everyone's going to just give up, flail their arms, and if you can actually get past that point, you'll be at it. In the county north of us, we had 2 counties north of us in Nina's Market 2 years ago. I talked to the city attorney. They refused to give the probate list. Kind of weird. They refused to give the probate list. And I was the only guy doing it 2 years ago. And he told me to this day, not to this day, 2 years ago, this is before it got easier to do it, they made it easier. They said, you know, you're the second person to only get this list. You and a lawyer who does it for marketing. And we cleaned up in that city. It was crazy. But why is that? Because it was so hard to get that list, we did so. And now it made it easier. But that's how you do it. The harder it is to get a list, means less wholesalers are marketing to it. Doesn't mean it's a better list, but I'm just saying there's less wholesalers marketing to it. And so that might be something good, right? And so a government list basically is a free list you can get that is provided from the government that has potential sellers with that special thing we talked about today, motivating factors that are more likely for them to sell their house for a deep discount than a regular list. And so I'm going to run through this really quick. I know you've heard me say this a million times, but these are all the type of government lists that you can pull. There's code violations. Code violations are basically when you go against the code or city for your market or city, and you have tall grass, mold, mildew. Your city's going to go around. If you walk out here today, there's going to be a little car. It's crazy in this specific city. It's called Neighborhood Services for the city of Stewart. Two guys, I know them personally. They hate me, but don't mention my name to them. I went to war with them to get the list. They drive around in this small little city, 2 people, 40 hours a week looking for ugly houses. They're like Santa Claus. They get their little list, they write it down, they check it twice, and they have it in their little office. And it's your job to go get that little Santa list and then get the prizes, get the gift from it. You watch them, they're black and blue, and they just drive around looking for ugly houses. And they have them. And that's code violation. It's code enforcement. They enforce the codes. Specifically here in the city of Stewart, you cannot have your grass over 5 or 6 inches, something like that. If your grass at your house is over that, they fine you $10 to $50 a day for not fixing that. Now you might be like, that's only a Florida thing. Every single county usually has something like that. Now do they enforce or not? Usually not, but usually you can get a list like that and they work really well. So how do you pull it? Go to code enforcement. They have an office. Go there, pull up and just say, hey, can I get a copy of all open code violations for the past 30 days? All for tall grass, structural damage, mold, and mildew is another one too, environmental hazards. Do it for residential houses only. Code enforcement loves doing for commercial, but you can definitely do it for there too. There's the water shutoff list. Does everybody here like taking showers? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you've ever been camping. I know some people in the military, you know, some veterans have dealt with that, going out in the woods for 30 days. But like, if you can't shower, it's not a good life. And if the water's not running out your house, you're probably going to get rid of it. And you're probably motivated to get rid of the house. So there's a list of water shutoffs. This is a list of people that have a house that the water is not working on because they're refusing to pay it. And that's usually the last thing someone doesn't pay for. They'll pay for the water before they do the electricity. And with electricity, people need their phones now. And so they're usually not living in the house. It's vacant, it's sitting there. You can help them out. And so the water shutoffs, it's a great list. There's no water, running water, no fun. Literally, there's no water on. They didn't pay the bill. And so they're probably going to get rid of that house. It's just sitting there. They got to pay their taxes on it. It's ridiculous. So go to your local utility department, make sure that they're a public government-owned one, and request for a list of all properties that have had the water shut off due to non-payment, and the house has no service due to it because they didn't pay for it. Now, there's a lot of wholesalers watching this like, I'm too good for this. I need to go pull a regular prop stream or batch lead list. And I love prop stream, batch leads. I love all these. But the problem is everyone and their mom, they all pull the high equity list and they all call and text it. That's what they all do every single time. There's like, that's all they do because it's easy to say, I can make money on affiliate on it. It's easy. No one's doing this. No one's going after properties that have the water shut off on them. And it's such an amazing list. And really, when the water's not running, it kind of screws up the house, but it's not really that bad. There's also fire damage properties. A lot of people don't really know how to do this. I just had a podcast 2 weeks ago with Joel. He's making $1 million this year only off of fire damage properties. And because no one's pulling them. And he's doing it across the whole country. It's so impressive. And it's just a little niched out that we do. And the reason how we figured this out is we pulled every direct mail. Like 2 or 3 years ago, we just did so much direct mail. And the deals that we'd get, we're like, why do they want to sell it? My house is on fire. I'm like, probably pull a list like that. That's how we get this. And so this is a list of all houses that basically got a call on it that the house went on fire. Houses go on fire all the time. And a lot of people think in their head, they're like, oh, these are all charred to the ground, that they watch these fire department shows, and they think, oh, the house is burnt to a crisp, and this is just land wholesaling. It's not. Got a question? Yeah. Oh, it's easy. Did they say not to? Usually the county. So the fire department if you're in Richmond, it's going to be for the city or the county, right? Yeah, Henrico, do you think the chief of the fire has a list of all the houses they got called on? Or only the fire department, only the house only has that spec? He has the whole thing. Because when the chief of the fire department, when he goes to the city for funding, they're gonna say, how many calls did you get on? He's gonna say, oh, we're getting an increased amount of calls. We had these many calls. We need more funding, because they all want more money. That's how it works. And so they have the data. Of course they have the data. They say they don't, they're lying to you. And so you can even go to the city attorney, all these things. But most house fires are from the kitchen, from a microwave, oven, or from the hairdryer in the bathrooms. So usually it's only those little places that have damages. And so they're not burned to a crisp. The regular house is the wholesale. They usually get insurance checks, sometimes small enough they don't even get them. Go to your local fire department and request for a list of all the houses that went on fire that they got calls on and they went to. That's it. In my city, I've had buddies that work for the fire department, and I'll go to the fire department, and the lady said, we don't have a list. And I go tell the guy, like we're at the gym, I'm like, hey, do you have the list? He's like, yeah, literally there's an Excel for it. And I go back and I say, hey, I have a friend. Who's your friend? I'm not telling you. And they said, yeah, we actually have it. And then they give it to me. And so like, there's a little secret you can do. Not shady, but like just say, hey, my friend works here. He said it's here. And then they stop lying. It's crazy. It happens for the arrest, all these lists. And so speaking on the arrest, this is the arrest record list. Now, a lot of people think they're above this too. This is a massive, massive deal. You can get a list of people that get arrested, DUIs, theft, robbery. There's all these reasons why people get arrested. But you can get a list of all the people that get arrested, and they're going to jail. So like, they're going away for 5 to 6 years. I know it seems like in the world we're at right now that these criminal type people, like they're gone from society, we have to deal with them. They're still people, and they own real estate. And so if someone goes away for 5 to 6 years, it's not like like a bank counter. It just doesn't sit there for 5 to 6 years and they come back all jolly holly. Like the house gets destroyed after 6 years and not touching it. And so these people need to get rid of the house. And you got to remember, in jail, prison, I have some friends that are like corrections officers. You have to pay for your own toilet paper. You have to pay for all these commissary, right? They need a little bit of cash. And the only thing they really have is their house. So this is a great list to be going after. And most people, and I found this is an unfortunate truth with people, what am I doing? The people that get arrested and they go to jail, they think they're innocent, right? I had one guy, DUI, and he thought he was getting scotch-free. This is what, 4th, 5th DUI? He's like, I'm getting out of this one. I got out of the last 3. And the judge says, okay, this is your 4th DUI. You're going to jail for 5 years. Boom! He thought he could beat the case, right? And he did it. And guess what happens when you go to trial and they say, nope, this is your sentencing? It happens really fast. You get like a month, and then boom, you're straight to jail for 5 years. And you have 1 month to change your life. It happens fast, and then they're motivated. They can't use a realtor. They don't want to deal with a realtor in jail. They got to get rid of it this month. That's what we can do. So how do you pull it? You go to the sheriff's department and just basically get a list of all the people that got arrested for the last 7 to 14 days. Now, I'm going to be quiet for YouTube, but the murderers, all the assaults and things, I get rid of that. I don't want to deal with those type of people. I've tried to wholesale properties from people on death row. Never ends up well. I'm not even kidding you. I have letters from death row, and I looked them up. I had one guy, he called me from a jail phone. He killed 4 people, and he called me because he had a letter. He wanted to get rid of his house, and I got the heebie-jeebies on. I never did it. And maybe I'm a wimp. Call me a wimp. That's the only time I've wimped out. But if you killed 4 people, I don't want to deal with you. So that's the only type of people. That's it. I honestly will say this for a lot of people. I have made so much money on people that have been arrested. I hate to say, like assault, burglary, arson. Like it seems scary. A lot of drug possession. There's human beings too, and they make mistakes. But you could still make money wholesaling their house and do it virtually. Right? They're human beings too. Yeah. So it's really low. So the amount of people, hundreds of people get arrested in a city or a county. Statistically, if you get arrested, you're a felon. Hate to say it, you're less likely to own a piece of real estate. So it's not a big list. So you'll get like 100 arrests. Maybe 5 or 6 of them actually own a piece of real estate. It's not big. So you see their name, and you go to the property appraiser. Usually on the arrests, there is legally, they have to put their address on it. Now, some cities are a little easier than others, but they literally have to put their address. He got arrested, that's his address. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's some hard ones, I'll be honest with you. When there's like a John Smith in Houston that gets arrested, it's hard. It's almost impossible. But some people have some really unique names. So, Nader's got a question. The name Nader Musa, I'm not gonna miss it, right? And so that's the point. Misdemeanors I get rid of. If it's something you're probably gonna go away for, I'm gonna go contact you. And you're helping people out. Either that or they go to jail and they have their aunt try to do it, and it's a mess. You want to help these people out. Well, usually you get in touch with them when their trial's coming up. And then when they get found guilty and they start realizing what's happening, they already have you on the speed dial. You call them back up. They get arrested and then they have a trial, but you start following up with them. You can call the jailhouse, you can call the sheriff's department. They all have the list. Usually they all post bond, so they're back at home. They're sent at home. Yeah, yeah.
How do you set your, am I gonna be?
The lawyer tells them. I let the lawyer. Why am I going to be the mean guy?
Well, no, because sometimes like with foreclosure.
Well, they know. Usually, if you go, yeah. You usually just wait. You just follow up with them. Usually it hits them. Yeah. Jason. Oh, Michael. Yeah. Yeah. That's it, and they get it cash, right? They don't have to deal with inspections and all that stuff. And usually, if you're running around committing crimes, your house is probably not looking nice. So, helps out. Other question? Yeah. 2, 3. So specifically pulling the arrest record, it's pretty low. But what I'll tell you is the way we do our marketing is we pull all the high equity, and somebody in the high equity is getting arrested. So that's how we figured it out. But specifically, probably less than 50, honestly. Like, it's not crazy. But there's some really good house. Like, I remember my first arrest record list was from a guy, and I remember right when one of my first cold calling deals ever, he was going to jail for violent assault on his girlfriend. And I didn't know this at the time. He just said he wanted to sell it. And I didn't really care. I looked him up on the internet and I got freaked out. I'm like, I don't want to go see this guy. Like, he beat the snot out of his girlfriend. Not good, terrible. I think it's deplorable thing you could ever do. It's terrible. But like, if I cried about it, and like, I didn't go alone. I actually brought him with me. I was a little freaked out, not gonna lie. He was into snakes. He had pythons all over the house. Remember, it was freaky, and it was a crazy deal. But what if I decided to cry about it? I wouldn't make 75 grand on that deal. And to that day, that was the biggest deal I ever did at that point. And so it's like, should he do it? Should he not? I would say go with somebody if it's a really bad one, but there's money here, and nobody talks about it. Nobody. So that's another one to do. You got your standard liens and tax delinquencies, people not paying their taxes. It happens all the time. These are people that are just behind on the property taxes. Now, I get asked what's the difference between a delinquency and a lien. If you're behind usually a year or two, it's delinquency. After 3 years, the city puts a lien on the property. Some force the sale, some of them don't. Just go to your public records and you can actually search for all the liens. But if you're wanting to do the delinquency, you can just go to the property appraiser or the tax assessor. And they usually, you can look up anyone's house and see if the taxes got paid or not on it. And they usually will give you a special list on it. One extra thing too, if you want to get a list of every property in your city, you can actually go to the property appraiser or the tax. They will give you something called the tax rolls. And it's basically the property appraiser, but it's an exported CSV with 300,000. And it'll tell you when the property taxes were paid or not. It's a pretty good one to get too. If you hate the property appraiser, like I do, and you just want to put it all in one Excel and just search, it's a great one to do too. Sometimes property appraiser has the county info too. Now, pre-foreclosures, the one we always talk about. I love pre-foreclosures. I'll be honest with you, it's getting better and better, this type of list. And if you're ever into creative financing, this is probably one of my favorite ones too. And you can wholesale creative finance deals, so that's why we're talking about this too. There's basically a list of all homeowners who are behind at least 2 mortgage payments, sometimes 3, and potentially they're facing a foreclosure unless they pay. These are always people that procrastinate. These are always people that wait till the last second to sell. But they're still good wholesaling deals, and they are super motivated. To get this list, you go to the public records online. You basically search for a lis pendens, which is Latin for something. I think it's moving forward. But usually they are doing a court action to basically take the property over. Sometimes they file a notice of default. What I've found too, sometimes called the notice of lis pendens. That's a new one I've been finding out in some counties. But you basically go in person on your local county, or go to the local county's clerk of the court and actually get that. Paid softwares have that too. But I have found with batch and PropStream, sometimes you're like a week or 2 off, and sometimes that week or 2 is the slight edge you can get. Lien list, kind of like I said before, these are people that are behind on tax payments from the IRS. They're behind on their credit cards. They're behind on a lot of things. You can even do mechanics liens, right? But you can get a list of people behind on their IRS payments. One thing we've always found is for a lot of these fat deals, I looked these sellers up, and the IRS kept coming up on public records for them. I'm like, what? And these people who didn't really have a reason for selling, they get letters from the IRS saying they got to pay me 50 grand. And it's weird. There are people, we had, I can't mention it, but this person who makes a lot of money in real estate hasn't paid taxes in 5 years. And now the IRS is coming down for him they will. I'm not going to get into it too much, but like, people will just not pay taxes for 5 years. It's weird, but it happens. And they get scary letters. You owe me 50 grand, and they need to sell the house. How do you pull it? Again, public records online. You can search for liens. If you don't, you can just call the people. Usually there's a clerk of the court lady there. They'll help you out with it. Be nice and sweet, and you'll get it. Next one, this is technically my least favorite list out of them all, is the divorce list, but we do deals on it. I threw it up here just so you guys know. I don't want to feel like I didn't give all to you guys today on the list, but it's basically a list of all divorce filings for your county. Not my favorite list, but there are decent properties you can make, and there's some deals you can get from it. But basically, you just get all the public records for divorce, and usually the filings are on there. Look at the property, call the sellers up, and you can get the deal. Oh yeah, I've done divorce deals too, but it's all drawing for dollars, man. But yeah, make sure you confirm the parties in the filings actually own real estate. Usually it's the husband wants to get rid of it fast and the wife wants the most, or the husband wants the most, the wife wants to get rid of it. They bicker all the time. They're not the best lists. Now, another really good list I did, this was probably my special COVID-19 list that made me the most money possible. There was, I think most markets you guys know, there's these rent memorandums where basically during COVID, you couldn't get somebody out of the house if they didn't pay their rent. And I cleaned up like this. And so what I used to do is just get a list of, I never even did this. I used to do tired landlords on PropStream. But the special one is you can just get all the eviction. People will file the eviction, but they just won't get out. You got all these tired landlords of people that are not paying their property, not paying the rent. This is a great one. So this is a list for tired landlords who are sick of bad tenants. Usually if they file an eviction, they're already sick of them. And this is a great one. And what we used to do is we used to put the property under contract. I would go meet with the tenant and be really sweet with it and just be really nice and be like, hey, what's going on? I'm actually just looking at the house here and I might want to buy it. And like, oh, what's going on? Oh, this mean landlord, he's so rude to me and I'm not paying him. Like, well, he's going to kick you out. I don't want an eviction on your record. Like, what can I do to help you out? He's like, I got to stay here. I'm like, well, what if I gave you like, $300 and you can move out? I'll pay for your expenses. Oh, really? You do that? Yeah, I'll do it. I'll help you out. Okay. And then they leave. And cash for keys, that's what it's usually called. But like, if you talk to these tenants and you're just nice to them, these landlords are so mean. Some of them are really rude. Pay me right now. They get kind of upset, and you kind of go on the other end. But there are some tenants that refuse to move out. And like in the state of Florida, it's pretty easy to do. And sometimes you got to put the property under contract with a bad tenant in place and get a buyer that's okay with this situation, that knows they have a bigger risk. But usually you can transfer that over to the buyer. And so you pull that list, you go public records online, search for the eviction filings, and then go cold call the owners of that property. If it's an LLC or a S Corp, C Corp, all you basically have to do from there is find the mailing address of the LLC and just put them on like True People Search. Heck, PropStream has it too. And you just go with their mailing address and usually the name pops up. So usually if let's say for example, it's a rental property, all you have to do is go to the mailing address of the rental property. It usually gives you a really nice house because that's the rich landlord. And then you just go skip trace the guy with the rich house, and that's the seller. And usually they like getting rid of it. I prefer ones that are non-LLC. I've made more money off of those than anything else. People that actually own real estate in their own name, outside of your own personal residence that you homestead, if you're buying rental properties in your own name, I know you're probably not a really good landlord. That's honestly what I found. And the majority of these deals are people that put them in their own name. If they have an LLC, they probably kind of know what they're doing. If it's a one-member LLC for that only property, it's even better they know. So that's another one. And I'll have you talk about this. You love probates more than anything, so.
I don't know. What are these things called, probates? So who does probates here in the room? Okay, so I would love to hear, let's hear all of it, because everybody just kind of tells you one story. I found probates by accident, okay? So most of the lists that you see derived here are from my sellers. So when I find a deal, and my accountant used to sit down, he goes, you got to do more deals like this. I go, well, what the hell's that deal? Where'd it come from? So we went back and look. I go, oh, it's a probate. I go, and you know what my statement was? I go, I'm not going to be an ambulance. I'm not one of these ambulance chasers. I go, they're dead people. It's terrible. You can't do that. You do more like that. He goes, we can have a much better conversation. And so I went and I did what most of you guys did. I went on the internet. I asked people, you don't want to do it. It's a nightmare. So you got to go through this court process. It's terrible. Okay. I went back, called my accountant. I go, I don't think I'm going to do it. He goes, you need to do it. So I was getting 3 to 4 times the average profit on any type of wholesale I did. So I looked at everybody's course. I tried to figure it out. I go, man, how can I get a competitive advantage? You know what I did? I took my butt in my car and I drove down to my local probate court. I spent 3 hours. I picked this lady's brain so far apart. I basically got kicked out of there. I got kicked out of there multiple times, and I just kept going back. My ego was gone, and I just studied the court probate process. I went home, I read all my laws online. I went back, I went to my title company. They referred me to a probate lawyer. I started getting really comfortable. I kind of understand this. And then here's my epiphany. I said, all I need to do is find people in probate that are in charge that can sell these houses. That's all I need to do. I'm not going to worry about the rest. And before I knew it, I did 50 houses in probate. Average profit, 36,000. You can do the math on this, guys. It was absolutely, I had no idea what I was doing, for full disclosure. But all I had to do was be a marketing expert. So I went out and I found these properties. And she goes, well, how long before we close? I go, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll talk to the lawyer. I'll talk to the title company. And then I figured things out. And here was the famous quote. Ready? My lawyer said, always over and over. So I took these statements down, what we call objections, right? And I sat down with a lawyer and I sat down with a judge and I asked him point blank, is this true? Now, you have to do it state specific. 8 out of the 10 were completely false. I'm like, man, I got something here. So the average lawyer will tell their client, you can't sell the house till the probate process is complete. It is a outright lie. There are a few exceptions. There's 3,200 counties. But guys, I'm telling you, every person I talk to, they go, well, you know, when the probate's done in 6 to 12 months, I can sell you the property. And I kept missing out. And I just decided, I go, what if I could show you how you can sell the house before the probate's over? Can we talk? Hell yeah. Let's do it. And they go, I met with 5 other people and they didn't know how to do it. I go, I don't really even know how to do it too, but I'm going to figure it out. So once I met with a judge and a lawyer and a title company, I was confident in my answers. See, a lot of the answers we get is just hearsay, stuff we do, and we don't go and verify anything. We just assume everything told to us by our parents, our friends, on the internet is absolutely true. It's most of it, you got to go and do the fact check. So I love probates. Why do I love probates? I hate the process of probate. I think whenever the government gets involved, but you have to have it, guys, because a person who's passed away can't transfer any type of title or deed. So it makes sense, right? A lot of people, here's another one. You guys hear any other objections you guys get on probates? Tell me. What objection you get? Yeah, it goes on and on. Anybody else, objections? Talk. Well, that's a different type of one, and we're going to dive into it, but I'm telling you. Huh? You guys ever hear that? You need to have it appraised. Now, there are some counties where they got some screwed up statutes. Okay, I can't control all of them. 95% of these counties, probably 98, there's no such thing as an appraisal process. You got to understand, what is the court's job? To make sure it's transparent and make sure you have 2 parties that are who they say they are and they agree to it. That's it. It's not their job to determine the price. That is on the PR, which is the personal representative or the executor. That's it. So when someone goes, I got to get it appraised, I've got to get it, I got to get a broker price opinion. If they do it, show me the statute where I have to do that. And if it is, then you honor it and you move on. So I got to be honest, when I first did probates, I had no idea what I was doing. I figured it out as I went along. I just plugged. I went crazy on it. And then for the longest time, I said, I wrote letters because I didn't want to bother people. I'm a nice guy, right? And then Zach said to me one day, he goes, why don't we just call these people? I go, dude, that's a tough phone call. He goes, I'll do it. And he just got up. I go, well, let's call it a warm lead. Let's call it a warm call. And so we were experimenting around. He goes, I've heard you talk to everybody in probate. And he just went through and started calling them. He goes, listen, we have to help these people out. So our attack on probates is basically a letter. It's a letter, not a postcard, and a phone call. The frequency's up to you guys and what you want to do with it. Why are probates so wonderful? They're usually outdated properties. Listen, when mom, dad, grandma are sick, you take care of the family member. We're all talking about family. I don't want to walk into a nice house in probate when she's on her deathbed. Take care of her, spend all the money on her, right? That's what a good family does. I'm not here to judge it. I hear all the horror stories in probates. I'm not here to judge people. I just want to help the situation out. So when it comes to probate, deferred maintenance, these houses are typically vacant, and a lot of times people take it over that really don't want to deal with it or have the ability. The biggest thing people sell in their life is what? It's their house. It's their biggest asset, and they're scared to death when they do it. And when they got a property that's ugly, mom died in it. Listen, I've had family members where it's hard to walk in a house, guys. When my mom passed away, I couldn't go back in the house. Like, I grew up in that house. It's just too hard. I sold to a wholesaler. Like, think about that for a minute. I just want to move on. Some things are just too painful in life, and you move on. And when you have this, when people go, listen, I just want to get rid of the house, don't take advantage of me. And that's one of the most common things. I go, listen, I will come up with a fair, equitable situation. And I write it. I've had more 6-figure deals from regular single-family houses in probate than any other technique I've ever done. It's absolutely amazing. It's slow, but it's really easy. Your average marketing budget for probate probably should be about $350 a year. That's it. You can do 2 full-time jobs with it. It's easy. Why are they so profitable? They're vacant, they're run down, it's easy. And you, to be honest with you, you can control when the timeline closes. So if I can get it super cheap and I can take 45 days and find the highest cash buyer, It is a recipe for a lot of profit. Some of them are rundown, some of them are like perfect houses. And by the way, every probate I buy, probably 80% of them, I buy it with all the belongings and the furniture in it. They just don't want to deal with anything. So for a long time, when Zach started out with me, he's like, I'll do a garage sale. When he was like 15, 16, I'm like, knock yourself out. I hated that stuff. And after a while, I taught him, I go, the money's in the real estate. It's never in the crap in the house. The minute you buy furniture, it's 90% off. You guys ever try to sell your furniture after you buy it? Nobody wants it. It's very customized. And so when they go, hey, listen, I'll throw the furniture in, I'm like, I'm gonna take $1,000 off the price if you do that. Like, it costs me money to get rid of the furniture. So I love probates, guys. They are, and honestly, I've had people in here do probates. They've never done a deal. If you can find a probate on your first deal, you can get out of the matrix much faster than a lot of people. It's not a one and done deal, but if you can put 30, 50, or 100 grand on one transaction, it's amazing. And this probates is the only one that I guarantee will do it. So I let my ego get in the way for a long time in probates. Just let it go. They are absolutely phenomenal, okay? You help people in probate. You will get your butt chewed out. You will be hollered at. You're gonna be called some really weird names. We can go through them. But I'm telling you, you have to show up. Was I scared of it at first? I go, yeah. I go, it's kind of weird. That's a weird vibe, man. When you deal with people that passed away, it's like, but think, guys, I'm an empath. I listen to people. I feel other people's pain. So when they tell it to me, I would sit down. I'm the person like, rub your back. I go, hey, we'll do this. Just what I've spent 4 hours with people in probate, but I've made a ton of money with it. But honestly, it's not always the money. It's like I like helping people out. And so I taught him this skill set. And then you bring someone like him, and he's like, okay, let's cold call everybody in. I'm like, okay, so we do the McDonald's, Burger King approach. It works well. You guys know me. I like the fries at McDonald's, and I like the Whopper at Burger King, right? And like some people just have a tendency to go, oh my God, you don't ever call me. This guy, Zach, he keeps cold calling me. I don't know what he's doing. I go, yeah, I sent you a letter, though. She's like, yeah, I'm old school. I like to do a letter. And then sometimes we get it the opposite. You will always connect with them faster with a cold call. That's why I do love cold calling. Even though I'm not being a hypocrite, I don't cold call. I have no problem cold calling. My ADHD kicks in. I get really bored, and I start saying stuff I probably shouldn't say because I have people that annoy me. It's like, and you guys hear it when we do the lives and stuff. He's much more patient. He has a good time doing it. He will make 100,000 cold calls, doesn't even phase him. But that's not my forte on that. So, guys, do probates. I'm telling you, they are a game changer. You only need 1 or 2 deals to change your life, and they're really easy. They're one of the easiest ways to do it. And it's not complicated. Ready? Go down to your courthouse, pull the records, figure it out, and every one of you reach out to me here. I'm fine with it. 3,200 counties. I have not memorized the counties outside of Florida. You have to do the work. I can't tell you exactly where the PRs. You know who can? The people at the county probate courthouse. And if you're like the average man and you can't ask directions and lose your ego, then you're not going to get the deal. So as soon as you say, hey, I need help, it's hard to do for guys. I don't know why. It's just what we do. I tell my wife, I could be lost for 45 minutes, have 10 people go by. I go, I didn't ask. And I keep doing it, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to ask because I get tired of doing it. So probates. I love probates. And for the records, I did not do probates the first 8 years of my wholesaling. You know how much money I missed out on? Honestly, if I went back in time and I only did probates, it would have been unbelievable. But I like to do things the hard way. You know, I like to figure stuff out. So what you do at the end of the year, you look at every deal you've ever done and you find the trends. Do exactly what me and Zach do. We find where the money is, and when we go, man, that was amazing. How did that happen? And by the way, the guy that we bought the house, the one we was talking about with the DUI, he drove away from the closing. Make any sense? 5-time offender. It happens all the time. So, okay, where are we at?
Pulling the probates. Got the clicker? So, probates work. How do you pull them? Go to public records online, search their probate filings, and find them. They're just court records. That's what they basically are. Usually there's always an attorney attached. Don't be scared of it. These people still want to sell the property and still a good deal. Just make sure to confirm that the parties in the filings actually own real estate. There's sometimes stocks and bonds and 401ks that are probate files, but there's no real estate associated with them. So we need to make sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Their husband died. They don't live there anymore. Well, no, but might be a 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom. Okay, so yeah, just want to get rid of it. So you guys still want it? Yeah, with the amount of money that you're making in wholesaling, you cannot afford to just let leads go. There are deals like that. They're less likely, but they're still worth it. Oh yeah. Now one more question. We'll keep going. No, the probate's it's going to be done at closing. Well, it's being done, then once it's done, closed. So it'll be technically with the PR. So yeah, I mean, if it's a really fat one, sure, I'll double close. Yeah. And one more from Michael. No, it'll be quicker. The attorney's going to advise, not say it's legal or illegal. He's going to say it's legal, but he's going to advise that you wait. He can rack up some more lawyer fees, and then he'll do that. And then he'll write up the contract for you so you can get more fees. They're all trying to make money off you. And so the lawyer, yeah, they care at the end of the day, but they don't do what's going to make them the most money after everything. And so just got to be careful with it. Now, basically my script for these government lists, they're pretty easy. If you go to the government, wherever county, city, whatever, just explain I'm a private tax-paying citizen and I'm doing independent research. That is it. That's what we're doing. If they have any other questions, that's who I am. That's what I'm looking to do. Now, what if they don't give you the list? Rick always says, to overcome resistance, you need to do persistence, right? It's pretty easy, right? So what if they don't give you the list? Good. I actually love that. The harder it is to get the list, like we said before, the better that list is going to be. Explain that you're a private tax-paying citizen doing independent research and always request to speak to a manager. Now, I believe there's nobody here named Karen, right? Everyone knows that term, right? You're going to have to be one. Sorry for the Karens watching. It's a bad term. You can call them Ricks. I don't know. But I'm just saying, always request to speak to a manager. Usually if it's a lower level employee that doesn't know what they're doing, they're like, oh, I'm not giving you that list. That's private. They don't know the laws that if it's public information, you should be able to get it, right? So request to speak to a manager. They know it. Or you can always file a FOIA request, which is a Freedom of Information Act request, which is from the federal government, allowing you to get information from your local county and your government, right? So you can always file it. Now, yeah, but at that point, they can get a lot more difficult. That's the issue. They're like, okay, well, only what you ask me in the FOIA. Then they can legally at that point charge you money for the list too, because then they have to do a special request. You capture more flies with honey than with vinegar. So the FOIA is vinegar because it makes them look bad. Because the manager's like, oh, we had a bunch of FOIA requests. It doesn't look good. So you got to be a little nicer with them here. Now, paid lists. These are lists you can get from paid software companies, right? They have motivating factors to them, and they're good. But remember, it's easier to pull this. There's more. If you want the most amount of deals, they're going to be from the paid lists, but they're really easy to pull. You just got to pay money, and you get it. So that's always the issue. But it comes to a point in the marketing where you got to do it. Now, government lists are way better to pull, but I can tell you it's a lot easier to do a paid list. But the only unfortunate part is they cost money. Now, I prefer PropStream. I prefer batch leads. I personally know the owners. The PropStream owner, I've not personally, we're not besties, but I know the batch leads owners pretty well. I know the people in charge in PropStream, and I can confirm from this that they spend millions upon millions of dollars every single month on getting the best data possible. And that's what they do, and that's why the lists actually work. There's a lot of other softwares, Property Radar, they got all these other ones out here, but I've always found these lists always work the best, and that's what we do. Why do I still do PropStream? We went from list source to PropStream, and Rick did not like it. He did not like it at all. But I kept getting hammered like 3 years ago. PropStream. I'm like, I don't know. So we did a direct mail batch on it, and we did really well. And so why do I keep using PropStream only for direct mail? Honestly, it's superstition. I've never done a direct mail batching with PropStream and lost money. So I don't know, maybe you wear your favorite underwear for your football team on I don't know. It's something like that. It works, and so I keep doing it, right? My favorite top paid lists are going to be high equity. These are people that they own a lot of equity in their home. They don't owe a lot of money. Those are great. I love vacant properties. I love tired landlords. Remember, guys, tired landlords, this is not the evictions. Tired landlords are just people that are a little older, that have owned a rental property for a while, and they're more likely to sell. These aren't eviction. Vacant properties, unfortunately with vacant properties, you cannot get this list from a government list. I've tried, it's impossible. The only way to get a vacant property list is to be a 501c3, which is a nonprofit. It's the only way to get it, and these paid softwares actually do it, so it's pretty cool. It's a good one. Pre-probates is another one. Pre-probates are not probates. They're a little more different. A pre-probate is basically when somebody, it's a marketing term, it's basically a deceased owner. If you die and they file a death record, it's literally just people that own houses that are dead. Once they file a probate, the heirs, then it turns into a probate. So it's kind of it's before, it's a good one. We found with our probates, Rick can say this, we have more than wholesalers we're dealing with now. There are realtors right now that are actually sending letters to probates now, so it's just extra competition. And so pre-probates actually helps us get that advantage. Tax delinquencies, again, they go off the tax rules, kind of like I said before, but they do it on a bigger scale, and then stacked lists, so you can stack these, right? You can get a tired landlord that's vacant, that's a high equity. You can get a pre-probate that's vacant, right? You can mix these all together. There's also other paid lists, but these are definitely my top paid ones. Now, any of these lists are going to get you deals. They will. Michael, yeah. So there are some companies that do this with their skip tracing where they'll give you relatives information. And so one that I really like currently is going to be smszac.com. So basically how Launch does it. Now there are other ones that do it, but currently there are some other paid ones. I don't like these paid services, so I don't mention them too much, but like I prefer Batch over anything Launch has on skip tracing. I love Launch Control, but they give relatives information, and it's pretty dang good. And so I'm skip tracing a dead guy. I don't want their information, but I want their relatives' information. Now the favorite one's Cyber Background Checks and True People Search. They have relatives really well. They have emails, all that stuff. But some paid ones do it too if you're looking for paid. But True People Search right now is best. So if I saw that Michael Santos died, usually has a brother, wife, sister. You click that and just call them right there. It's great. No, because it potentially can get inherited, yeah. And anything can be inherited after you died if it's in the lineage. But yeah, those are my favorite ones. Now, for the data, we use filters. So pretty much any Joe Schmo can pull a high equity list and do it. And that's the problem. That's what they all do. They click the little thing and they make it easy. If you add extra filters, you do a lot better. We prefer 55 to 60% equity on these at minimum. I mean, I like fat deals. You guys aren't here to make $5,000 on a deal. You're here to make 30, 40, 50, right? Like you're not here to do that. You want to own the property. You want them owned for at least 3 to 5 years. If they bought it 2 years ago or 1 year ago, they're less likely to buy it. We're for wholesaling specific. No more than 4 houses owned. Once they own more than 4, it's usually not a good deal. I've done deals people own 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 houses, but more than 4 owned, not my favorite. I don't like corporations or LLCs. I've just found they're a lot more difficult to work with. And a single family is my favorite. You can go up to duplex, triplex, quad, penti, sextuplexes, octoplexes. I've tried them all. Triplex is pretty much the limit when you're trying to wholesale on multifamily for a single family. Now you can do the big apartments and all that stuff, but for specifically what we're talking about today, get some deals, no. Not on the MLS or not the on-market. I'm not the MLS on-market guy. I do deals on it, not my favorite. I do not like dealing with realtors, and off-market is just so much better. And we always like to stay at least under the median home price. Like I've said before, if the median home price for your city is $250, I like to put prop stream like $275, estimated value and below. I don't like to go above that at all, and usually you're wasting your time doing that. Now, the last kind of type of list is an earned list. These are lists that you earn. You can't pay for it, you can't get it for free, you have to earn it. These are lists that no other wholesaler can get. No one can get it except for you. You have to earn it, not pay for them. Like I said before, this is trying for dollars and reverse trying for dollars. These are, I've said this forever, and you've kind of heard everyone doing well on it, right? It works. So, drawing for dollars. You get in your car, you look for an ugly house, find a list, and you just kind of pull that list together, right? You can either write it down, you can use a software like Deal Machine, or heck, you can do it like some other people. You don't use a software. It doesn't really, as long as you get a list of ugly houses from driving around, it works. Now, reverse trying for dollars. We've had some questions on this. This is, heck, I will not tell you, I did not invent reverse trying for dollars. I invented the word, but I did not invent this method. There are wholesalers across the country that just, kind of like carriers, they'll just put sticky notes on houses, but they weren't wholesalers. They worked for other companies. Really, the reason why I started this was at my house, when I started living by myself, these landscapers, it was weird. They used to do this thing, I don't know if you guys have seen this. The landscapers specifically, they'll have a rock, they'll put in a plastic bag, and they'll put their business card and just put it in front of your house to throw them. Has anyone ever had that? It happens all the time in Georgia and the Southeast. They'll do that. And it's it's interesting, right? And then sometimes someone put a penny in a bag or it's interesting. And I kind of feel like, you know what? Direct mail works the best for us. But thinking about it, most people are not going to drop $12,000 a month in direct mail. But what's better? So we used to just put sticky notes on houses. And I was getting frustrated some deals where I couldn't reach the person. And I knocked on the door, they're not home, knocked on the door, they're not home. And I couldn't open the mailbox, it's a federal crime. So I never did that on video. But it works. But I've never done that to this day. But I can tell you right now, if you put a sticky note on someone's door, there's a high chance they look at it. Human beings are very curious. If I put a note on a door saying, hey, this is Zach, I had a quick question. Let's say I don't even talk about, I had a quick question, and you get a call, you're like, oh shoot, right? So we got some married couples here, right? All loving marriages. But there's some people that are interested, right? And so if you're married and your wife's out of town or whatever, and then hey, this is John, give me a call. It's who's calling you, right? And you can be in loving marriage, it's who's this guy, right? Your mind races. And it could be something stupid, but human beings, their mind races, and they always assume the worst. Usually, they always assume the worst. And so it's just, you'll almost instantly get a call, right? Some people have like long-term like friends they haven't heard. Is that guy? So it works. I tell you, I've done it. Jason can tell you, everyone can tell you here that's done deals. It works. So you just find ugly houses, you slap a stick on the door. Hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question about your property. Please give me a call back. We used to not have the quick question about property. We just said, hey, this is Zach. Give me a call. And that worked better, but people were a lot more freaked out. So this is the happy median. Ace, you don't have a photographic memory like me? Oh, no. No, I get it. I have a really good memory, but when you put 300 out, then it gets hard, right? And so one thing I would just do is this is what I did. I did this with callbacks, with code violations. You know, ring, 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 hello? Hey, I just got a call on the sticky note. Who is this? What do you want? No, hey, this is Zach. Hey, I drove around town with my partner, partner Ace, and we were looking at some houses that looked interesting. We probably put a note on your house because my partner told me like he wants to buy it. Are you in Richmond? Oh, yeah, you are? Oh, okay, yeah, that's the one I did in Richmond. You know, just a little sneaky. And they think it's only one. What was the address of that property again? I think I forgot it. Oh, no, it's 123 Main. Hey, are you looking to sell it? We were just driving around. He saw that house he wanted, but we put a sticky note on. We didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to call you out of the blue or knock on your door. I didn't want to mess with your dog. Are you looking to sell the property at all? No? Okay, no big deal. Or, yeah, possibly. Okay, well, me and partner Ace, we're just looking to buy a couple more houses in Richmond and seeing if anyone's looking to sell it. We put the sticky note because it's in an area that we like. And even if you haven't done any wholesaling deals, if your buyer buys a lot of rentals, hey, he owns a lot of rentals in the area, and that's why we saw that. It might be another good one. And it's like, it's not like, you're in a pre-foreclosure, I'm not going to contact you, right? It works. Sticky notes, you slap them in the house, they work really well. Handwritten always does better than stamped, but still, you can do it. Google Voice, they're inbound. The reason why I love these things so much is most people do not want to cold call 5 hours a day like me. I'm crazy. But if you want, you spend a couple hours, you can put Taylor Swift on your headphones, whatever you guys like, and just slap sticky notes on, and you can just jam out. It's the best. It's a lot better than spending 5 hours cold calling behind a computer screen in a locked room like I used to do. It's more enjoyable, right? And so that's what I've personally found. And you're driving around, you're fine. Now, you can also do this. And so what's the difference between driving for dollars, reverse driving? There's two types. You go in your car, like Jason, you look for ugly houses, and once you find the ugly house, you put the sticky note on, right? That's one way to do it. But also, the reverse part about it, which is pretty cool, you're just kind of like a delivery driver. Has anyone here like ever delivered pizzas or worked at UPS or anything like that, right? You had a route and you drove the route and you did it, right? It's interesting. It's not a terrible job, but that's what you're doing. You get a list, your pizzas, of pre-foreclosures, and you go to like Google Maps and it'll make a route. There's also route optimization companies, kind of like Amazon drivers have, that you get a list of 10 pre-foreclosures that just got pulled, and you drive around the pre-foreclosures, and you find pre-foreclosure 1, you slap a sticky note on his house, go to 2, you slap a sticky note on his house. I promise you, it's a lot easier than spending money on direct mail if you have no money. So that's another way you can do. You can do it for all these government lists. Slap the sticky note and just go after them in the reverse style like that. And so it works pretty well. Now once you get all these lists, we can organize it. You can organize it in Google Sheets or an Excel format. Remember, all these templates are inside of Flipboard Plus. So go to the course section, download, and usually there's marketing ones. Heck, even in mailingmastery.com, there is data organizing in there too. But yeah, I like to go off a property owner. I like to have a little Excel sheet done like that. I prefer Google Sheets over Excel. As you guys probably know, if you have an Excel at home right now, you can't go on your computer and pull it right now. Google Sheets, I can just pull it up right here. So I love it. I've accidentally deleted a lot of files before that I probably shouldn't have, and Google Sheets has saved my life so many times. Skip tracing. Now we skip their information, we need to get the phone number, right? So skip tracing, it's an important part of the list pulling process. We need to get these people's phone numbers. So how do you do it? If you have no money, cyber background checks. Why do I keep talking about cyber background checks? Cyber background checks is, to this day, the only website that has people's phone numbers and addresses that they really shouldn't have. Kind of scary. Got a question? So trusts, I'll go to the deed and look who signed for the deed. Batch leads. Yep, zachdata.com. So like I was saying before, cyber background checks is scary. To this day, my information's on True People Search. It's on white pages, it's not on anything. Cyber background checks had it. And I looked at all these sellers that True People Search didn't have, this one had it. These are two really good ones, and I love them. If you have no money, this is the best one. It takes a lot of time to get their information, though. It takes a ton of time. Now, I would prefer everyone go here and look it up. You can remove your information. It's kind of scary. But yeah, cyberbackgroundchecks.com. As you go on True People Search, white pages. Heck, you can even DM people. Slide in the DMs. That's another new term, Scott. But it's a new one. you can message people personally on Facebook, and they always read them. It's very, very high chance of doing it. And so if you have a unique name that's not like crazy, you can just search them on Facebook and message them. They will answer it. And that's another one. Everyone's on Facebook now. Everyone's on Instagram. Paid skip tracing, ZachData.com, ListRA.com. Batch is better, but if you ever have a prop team account, not really the biggest deal in the world. I do prefer batch though if you're going to do a paid skip tracing one, but they work. So that is list polling. And so now we're going to get into marketing channels, and make sure you take notes, because the role plays, you don't know what you're doing, we're gonna get you. So what you doing?
Okay, you guys hang with me for a little bit here. Okay, so we're talking about marketing channels. Everybody understands what we're talking about. You get your list, whatever it is. Now you got to pick a marketing channel to attack them. So this is where people really get confused, and I get it because there's so many opportunities. So we're just going to focus on the stuff that actually works. So what are the marketing channels? Okay, it's just a way we can reach out to sellers on our list. That's it. It is, you have the list, you have the vehicle. You gotta pick one. Some of you pick none because it's too scary, and some of you pick 10 to start off with. The easiest way is just do it one at a time, okay? Don't try to take everything down. The reality is you're gonna pick what you feel you're gonna have the most confidence in, and that's where you have to start. So if we know that, understand this, marketing channels won't work with a bad list, and good lists won't work if the marketing channel is bad. Do you understand that? If you have the worst list in the world, you could put $100 bills in the mail. They'll keep your money, but they're not going to respond to you, okay? Just vice versa too. If you have a good list and a bad marketing channel, it can tear you apart. So the first thing you have to do is start with your list. That's why we're so adamant about getting the right type of list. Keep in mind, guys, you can master the government list and you can graduate and move on. But so many people try to go to the end game before they even get their first deal, and that's where they get really screwed up, because as you do more advanced strategies, it's going to require more skill sets of you. If you don't have it, it's going to get real expensive fast, okay? Every single marketing channel for wholesaling real estate, you ready? We're going to go through every one of them. We can debate this, whatever, and then I'm going to share with you what actually works. Cold calling, reverse driving for dollars, SMS text blasting, direct mail, Facebook ads, door knocking, digital bandit signs, physical bandit signs, SEO, that's search engine optimization, it's a computer thing. PPC is paid per click when you pay for advertising online. Referrals and realtors, JVing, radio, TV ads, billboards. Am I missing any on there? Go ahead and throw it out there, because I've tried every one of these, okay? And by the way, networking would go with referrals and realtors. Does anybody have a technique here that we are missing? Because you got to know what you can pick from. This is your buffet. Anybody? That's not wholesaling. I know. It's not wholesaling. Okay? Guys, I'm only here to teach you wholesaling. Are there other ways to do it? And by the way, a novation is just a substitution of contract. It's not a wholesaling strategy. It is a replacement of contract. That's all it is. Go talk to a lawyer. Ask them about innovation. They will laugh you out of the office if you try to do these things. So here's the reality. You have 14 ways to choose from. How you do it is how you do it. These are the only ones that work. I'm sorry. I'm biased, but I've been doing this 21 years, okay? I have tried everyone. Listen, door knocking still works, but with the advent of the Ring doorbell and the way society is today, nobody answers the door anymore. Nobody answers the door. I started off door knocking. Honestly, it's what cut my teeth in wholesaling. And the guy goes, if you can't knock on 50 doors, you have no business being in this business. And honestly, I sat in my car for 30 minutes and go, I don't know, am I good for this business or not? Facebook ads. They do work in some markets, but for the most part, everybody wants to talk about how cheap Facebook ads. I used it in my business for a long time. I couldn't get an ROI on it. I'm sorry. What's that? See, that's the new one we've added to it. You are correct, so we'll talk about that. That's perfect. Facebook ads, guys, it will get you busy, really busy. Now, Facebook ads is wonderful for like realtors, brokers, insurance businesses, but the problem is, do you guys go on Facebook ads to sell or buy a house? Particularly to sell. If you were going to sell your house, would you go to Facebook first? You don't. The nurture time is way too long. So you get a lot of people that are interested, but there's zero motivation. The average lead time for Facebook ads for a realtor is 12 to 18 months. You have to nurture them for 18 months. Are you guys willing to hold someone's hand for 1 to 2 years? It's ridiculous. It's too long. They're too far out, okay? And by the way, you have to respond instantly to Facebook ads, which is going to require you to get even busier, which means what? You're going to be broke. And then someone's going to tell you, go, listen, Rick, I can get you leads for $10 a click. How many contracts am I going to get from that? And that's what I always look at. That's what drives me nuts. Billboards. I've tried this. It's brutally expensive. I did do deals off of it, but it didn't even cover the marketing cost on it. Okay? Radio and TV ads. I've done TV ads. You have to learn that entire business. Anybody here from the PR business where you got to buy media ads online or buy them on TV? It's tough. And if you don't know it, they will eat you alive every time. Okay? Radio. I actually like radio. The problem with radio is, so a radio station in this area is going to cover all the way down to like South Florida, all the way up to, I think it's around Melbourne. And then it's going to cover all the way out in the mid parts of the state. So when I get a deal, if I'm only doing a local market, I get a deal that's 200 miles away. You don't know how to price it. You don't have a network to work with it. And most people can't deal with that. The other part is you have to learn how to do radio ad buys. And you have to take an entire course to figure this out. I did it. I was like, this is ridiculous. It's a full-time job. Or you have to go hire someone, basically like an agent, to go out and recruit for you. And the minute they have this position where they call you in a seating position. So if you have a busy time when it comes to any type of political ads, when they come, you can't run your ads. And they do all this crazy stuff. It's just exhausting, guys. I've tried everything. I will give an exception. If you can find a local small radio station where they still got the antenna up and it's maybe in a small market and you can connect and they give you a reasonable price and you can get one deal out of it, it might work. I have done that. I have looked at AM radio. I've looked at Christian radio. I've looked at specialty radio. I don't care. I'm affiliated to who's ever going to send me a deal. But please don't do tremendous risk. One of my greatest returns is, you know, when you go to those diners and you got those little, the little advertisements on the display there, $300 got me 10 deals. But those deals, it just doesn't exist anymore, stuff like that. So I want everybody to understand this. This is your choice. The stuff with the red line, I've tested it. I've lost my butt on it. Could it work in your market? It could, but if you want to start wholesaling, you need to focus on getting deals done, getting money in your bank account, and then once you get money, you can have tools to do some of the paid services you need to do. But I got to get you guys started. So, cold calling. I'm going to let the specialist come up and talk about cold calling on it. I love cold calling. Honestly, if you look at it from a strategical standpoint, it is the fastest way to connect with somebody getting a deal. Plus, you get to stay in your home, in your pajamas. You don't have to leave. You'll be surprised. So, no, I don't have pajama bottoms when I'm on live TV, I promise you. Although it's tempting. It gets hot in there, man. So, Zach, you want to come and talk about cold calling? So, guys, you have to pick one of those channels. And we got to get out of here today and get started in talking about it. And if you want to talk about doing one in the red, we have to have a very serious conversation because I don't want you to get hurt doing something you don't know what you're doing. So if I got hurt in those, you have to understand it. So let's talk about cold calling first.
So a lot of people, there's the Digital Bandit Sign Academy in the course section. You go through it in probably a couple hours. You'll know exactly how to go through all of them. No, it's in the Digital Bandit Sign. It is in freelisting.com too, yeah. But I kind of go more in depth on it. So yeah, one more question. Test it out. What you do is you do 30 different ads, and you're gonna find that 5 didn't get flagged, and you go harder on that. Like SMS, I do like 100 templates, only 5 get like a 20% response rate, and then we just do more like that, and then less like the ones that don't work. Like 30 days, you 30 different templates and see which one works and which one doesn't. You'll find out, because every market's a little different the way they do it. Like the Craigslist on it, because some realtors will flag it, some won't, so things like that. So cold calling, oh yeah. One more. So Craigslist, yes, there's some terms that are a little too much. Like sometimes it's like, I have some Craigslist ones that like they all get flagged. So I just got to put like, hey, I'm looking to acquire some houses. If you are looking to dispose of your residence, contact me. And I'm not using the word house. I'm not using the word buy, cash. Sometimes I can't even use that. And so I just do synonyms. Oh yeah. You put your ad and then just say, do it like this, but don't include the words X, Y, Z, blah, 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 and then include this. And it works pretty well. So cold calling. Who here knows how to drive a car? That's nice. Do you guys go behind the wheel right now and you get freaked out? Like, oh my gosh, I gotta drive. Yeah, Florida. It's Florida people. They're weird. Jason told me the other day, he's like, I'm gonna work out in jeans and boots. People are gonna judge me. I'm like, you're in Florida. Nobody cares. Everyone's weird here. So cold calling. You guys aren't scared to go in a car and drive, but you guys freak out when it comes to cold calling. Why? Why are you not scared when you drive? Because you've done it so many times. You're like, I've done this so many times. I know if I go to the grocery store, there's a very high chance I'm not going to crash or do something bad, right? It's always out in the back of your mind, but it's not scary. Same with the cold calling. Why am I so comfortable and easy talking to a seller and cold calling? Because I've done it so many times. It's like, just like driving. And sometimes it's kind of scary. Like, have you ever noticed when you drive sometimes on the highway, you're like, you're zoned in. It's like, whoa, oh my gosh, I'm driving. I'm 80 miles an hour on a 6-lane highway. It's weird. Same with cold calling. I'll just go in the zone. I'll snap and it's weird. So cold calling, it's the art of reaching out to sellers by using your phone and talking to homeowners. I love cold calling. It is the best way to get good at talking to sellers, and it's the best way to start getting wholesaling deals as soon as possible. Not a lot of people like it, but you want to get money fast, this is the best one to do it. I'm telling you. There are 4 steps to cold calling motivated sellers. That is it. Number 1, pulling a list. Finally, we already talked about lists, right? Number 2, skip tracing lists. We've already talked about this. It's pretty easy. Cold calling the list. We have a script, we say the script, and we keep going. That is what we do it. And it's kind of like working out, you know. You don't get really muscular overnight, but you don't get muscular over a week. But over a couple months, you start seeing some differences. And after a year, it's like, whoa, it's a huge difference. You don't even notice it. But slowly over time, you get better and better at cold calling, you get more efficient at it. And so you start calling the list, people that actually want to sell their house, you put them in the CRM. Now, FYI, this is all recorded for everyone, so you don't have to freak out about getting the information out. It's always on here. And all this information, you know, it's all recorded. So this is my $1 million cold calling script. I've made millions of dollars off of this script alone. This is 5+ years. I don't know how many calls I've done, but a lot. And it's all come down to this. It's not some crazy fancy script, nothing nuts. It says, is this the owner of 123 Main Street? I want to see, hey, is this person I'm calling the actual owner? That if the person you're talking to isn't even the owner, what's the point of calling them? You're wasting your time. They say yes. I say, hey, this is Zach. I had a quick question. Pause, pause, pause. Are you interested in selling that property? 100% of all wholesaling deals I've done, the person wanted to sell their house. 100% of the deals that were 100% of the time I have a non-motivated seller. Some of them do want to sell, but most of them don't. Most people don't want to sell their house due to a motivating circumstance. And so this is what I found. Is this the owner of the house? And are you interested in selling that property? I will tell you, 98% of people that you call do not want to sell their house. That's great. You only don't want to deal with the 2% that are actually deals, and even half of that would even be a good wholesaling deal. And this little script right here is probably 4 to 5 times more efficient than the average wholesaling trained type from any other person that teaches you cold calling. Why? So this is Zach from Zach Home Solutions, and we're seeing if you're looking for no consultation, no hassle, cash offer. At that point, I've already talked to 3 people on a dialer. Are you interested in selling? I'm only doing people that are interested in selling the property. That is it. And if I go through the MCTP from there, you're good to go. And so the most common objections I get is, I would sell my house, but where would I move to? Is the most annoying thing ever. Well, if you don't know where you're going to move to, you're obviously not interested in selling your house. For direct mail, I get people that's like, where would I move to if I sold it? Well, usually when people sell their house, they usually use that money to buy or rent out another place. That's how I answer that objection. It's pretty simple, but I get that all the time, right? Number 1 is, who is this and what do you want? I get that a lot too. My name is Zach. I'm looking to buy a couple more houses for cash. My approach for talking to sellers is different than your approach and a lot of other people's approaches. I'm kind of more to the point. You can tell. I'm to the point, and you know, I'm a little different personality, but most people do appreciate that. And what I can tell you is, what do you want? I'm looking to buy a couple more houses in the area for cash, me and my partner. To the point, people know it. If they don't want to deal with me, they don't. But most of the time, it's a good seller. They're okay with it. I love this one. You know, how much are you offering me for my house? Off the bat, it's insane, right? How much are you offering me for the house? Well, whoa. I want to tell you, and they're usually really aggressive with me. How much are you offering me? How much are you offering me? The only thing I would say is, hey, before I tell you how much I'm going to offer you on the deal, have you ever bought in a car before? Yes, I have. Well, when you bought the car, did you test drive it before you bought it? Of course I did. Well, I can do the same thing. Obviously, we're over the phone here. I have to test drive the house before I buy it. Unfortunately, I'm actually really serious about buying your house. Why am I going to give you an offer and actually go against my own word as a man if I give you an offer right now and I have to go back on my word? I'll tell you, we go back to ego. A lot of people, sellers, have egos. You know, everyone says they're a big man of their word and all that. And you know, it's a big honor thing. A lot of people have that. And you know, I let them know, like, would you feel uncomfortable if I went back on my word with you on the offer? No, I'd feel terrible. Well, so I have to see you in your house. And then I flip the script. We talk about flipping the script a lot. And then they go from there, oh, okay, well, I kind of understand that, but you can give me a ballpark range. Well, you know, I've got to see it. I have to look at it. When's a good time for me to come by and see the house? 100% of the time, if they're not a good deal, they don't want you going to their house. You know why? Because they're actually not serious. Motivated sellers that want to get rid of their property, they're serious about you coming by the house, like 4 o'clock on Wednesday. you're good to go. Now, if they say yes, we ask them 4 questions. MCTP, I've said this a lot, but if you're freaking out of exactly how to have a conversation with the seller, you just flow the conversation into MCTP, motivation, condition, time frame, and price. That is it. Motivation, why you're looking to sell the property. Condition, can you tell me a little bit about the house? Time frame, when are you looking to sell the house? And price, what ballpark range are you looking to sell your house for? Now, if a person's asking what's my offer, and you do go out here and use kind of that car analogy, prices, they might not like talking about it, so you might need to skip it for the appointment or for the next call. Then, once they say yes, they want to sell their house, do not try to close them off the bat. A lot of people think you're closing people. Why do you think I separated acquisitions and cold calling? It's completely separate. If somebody wants to sell their house, you don't need to close them right there. I prefer to go in person. It works now, if you're virtually wholesaling, I usually still go off the phone so I can still comp the property, get a general range, and I put in the CRM, call them back, try to close them from there. And that's it. You can reverse drive for dollars for cold call. Oh, this is the reverse driving for dollars part. I gotta do that one. So that was cold calling. But reverse driving for dollars, we'll get a little more on this.
So we all know what reverse driving for dollars. A lot of people like, Rick, is it the same as driving for dollars? No, they're 2 different things. Driving for dollars is actually a list gathering technique. It is, you're visually looking at it and you're creating a list. The most powerful list you can have. Because if I have a list of 10,000 people that I just buy or I have a service, and you go get a list of 500 people and you've put your eyes on crappy houses, you have a much more powerful list than I do. It took you a lot more time and a lot more energy. My greatest deals in the world, I can't tell you how many properties I bought. I've literally walked by the house 10 times everything, and we just get so in our set ways and we forget about it. So the reverse driving for dollars, this is when you actually take one of your list strategies. What are the best lists to do for this? Code violations, evictions, tax delinquencies, okay? You can't do this for probates. You can't do this. I like to do it with pre-foreclosures as well too. You can't do it for evictions. Why? Because there's renters in the house. You're kind of wasting your time with them. How do I know this? Because we ran around and did sticky notes on everything. I'm like, we didn't really think it out. So you have to think about when you do a sticky note. Pre-foreclosures, incredible. This strategy came about because I used to door knock, and I used to get lists of 50, 60 people. I'm talking within the last few years, and there are people like, nobody answers the door, nobody responds. And someone said, why don't you just leave a note on the door? And that born the strategy of, let's just leave a note on the door. The reason you do it, because if you get a note stuck on your door and someone says, hey, call me, I got a quick question, most of you are gonna call, right? Just out of curiosity. Curiosity is one of the great marketing tricks in wholesaling. Your job is to get your prospect to engage you. End of story. Jake's gonna talk about direct mail a little bit later. Your job's not to tell them everything you do. And you have to create a curiosity piece where it just kills them. Let me ask you this. If I call you and hang up, by a show of hands, how many of you guys are going to call back that number back right away? Well, you guys are a smarter crowd, but you know why? Why do you do it? Why?
I just assumed we got disconnected.
Yeah. You're curious, right? It's like, who the hell's calling me? And that's what we do. So you have to reverse engineer how you reach out to all sellers and think like a seller. That's why RVM was a fantastic, listen, I thought ringless voicemail was the most amazing thing. We can't do that in Florida, and there's a lot of markets you can't do. It basically called your number, didn't ring, and left you a voicemail. Whoever came up with it was brilliant, but it got abused. And then legislators kicked in, and you know where we are now. So it's $25,000 every time you do it in my state. So ask me how I know. Okay, so we all know what it is. Talk about text blasting. We're gonna go much deeper into everything tomorrow with it. But basically, when you text blast, to me, I thought it was one of the most scalable events you could ever do, because most of us are single operators in here. You're telling me I can push a button and send out 1,500 quick messages? It's unbelievable when you think about it. Why does it work? Think about it. When you guys get a text, other than lately with all the crap that comes over it, for the most part, you respond to your text 95% of the time unless you think it's an advertisement. And people are starting to get more and more. Guys, of emails, I got to tell you, I don't even look at my emails anymore. I have somebody sort them out because it's 90% crap and about 10% of real work. And the people that need to get a hold of me, they know where to go. So you got to find ways that are going to connect people. We're going to talk more and more about ways to do it. But we want you to use the AI with the SMS scripts. Why? Because me and Zach used to sit there and I'm talking 4 and 5 hours, write a million different variations. We wasted so much time doing this. We would pay people to do it. They never got it right. And when AI came up, me and Zach stared at each other in the room like, oh my God, this is going to change everything. And so what you want to do is you have to alternate it up. Now, you can do this free. It's painful, I ain't gonna lie to you, okay? Google Voice 5080 texts, it'll work. You want to do the paid one, smszach.com, you can do 1,000 plus a day. The difference in how we teach you is we teach you how to do the double whammy scripts. If you've never seen it before, go into freewholesaling.com, it's there, it works. I will go into extreme detail when we do the breakout groups, but I'm telling you, I love texting. Is it less effective? Yeah, it's getting more diluted and the carriers are flagging everybody. So we use companies like Launch Control to help us get through it, and using the double whammy script, and you constantly have to update this because the way we did it 3 years ago, it's a lot different than it is today. It's going to keep changing, guys. Any type of disruptive technology to get leads in any type of marketing business, it's going to change, and that's the problem with it. Moves fast. Direct mail. I love direct mail, okay? And you guys have so many questions about it. We created a simple website, mailingmastery.com. I literally give you 21 years in my head. I just throw it at you. So if you have a question today about direct mail, what I want you to do is first, Jake will be here. He's an expert, and I love to use companies like Open Letter Marketing because Justin, which is the owner there, I'm trying to mix it up, he helped me out a long time ago when I didn't even know what I was doing. I'm like, hey, I want to try this and try that. And we worked a lot together, and he was extremely responsive. And when I brought to him like, hey, I want to go all in, we're going to do this, he's like, yeah, I'll do that. And then when I said, hey, listen, I'm doing this flip with Rick Plus, I'm going to bring people in. Will you give the same level of service you do to me? And he said, absolutely. And then I met Jake, who works with him, and a lot of you guys have talked to him directly. As long as they hold their service up, I will bend over backwards for them because that's what you need when you do a direct mail. But we're going to go a little bit deeper. So if you want to know more about direct mail, go to mailingmastery.com. I literally put my entire life in it. I give it away for free, okay? Direct mail just takes an education. I strongly believe you shouldn't start in direct mail. If you can learn how to get a deal from one of these free list services and figure it out, you appreciate how to get a lead, you appreciate how to talk to people, and you'll actually be more productive. A lot of people who just start out, never done wholesaling, and a guru says, okay, spend $5 grand a month in marketing, that's where you're all lost. That's where I was like, what do you, $5 grand? Like, listen, $5 grand, I can find you any deals, okay? Find somebody who can go out, door knock, reverse driving for dollars, and when you give them direct mail, it is unbelievable what they can do. Why? Because they appreciate it. Guess what? They know how to talk to sellers now. So if you were spending $3 to $5 grand in direct mail and you didn't know how to talk to sellers, do you think you'd get frustrated real quick? You couldn't afford to write that check much longer, okay? We're going to teach you about the ROS postcards, the probate letters. If you guys go on the freewholesaling.com, I have a template letter. By a show of hands, who uses that letter in here? It works. Don't reinvent the wheel. But I would like you guys to put a little bit of your spin on it, okay? And as Archie said earlier, he goes, Rick, when do you drop the line on them? You can sell your house quick. You can sell your house before the probate's over. I put it in the damn letter. I just put it out there. Why? Because I want them to call me. I want them to be curious about it. Curiosity is the key to being very effective in wholesaling, okay? I used to do door hangers. I don't really do them that often, but when I bought a house in an area, and I had cash buyers, they go, Rick, I need like 4 more. I would go to my local Staples or something, print door hangers. I'm sure Jake could help you out with it. And we just mass put them out. I haven't done it in a long time for full disclosure, but it worked back in the day. You know the old door hangers where everybody hangs stuff on there? You can create one and do it like that. Digital bandit signs, we kind of gone in this. Craigslist ads, keep in mind, you guys get flagged. Sometimes you're not in control of it. It's people just ratting on you. There's a lot of Karens out there. You post in the Facebook groups, let people know who you are and what your partner is. You're looking to buy more houses. Guys, digital bandit signs are free. You shouldn't be complaining about it. A lot of your competitors are spending thousands and thousands of dollars of paid ads. We teach you how to do it for free because nobody ever pays attention to these ads. Bandit signs. Listen, I always loved bandit signs. I had my son start out on bandit signs. I started bandit signs. I went to sleep with it. And I said, Zach, hey, maybe we do some bandit signs I haven't done in a long time. He picked up deal after deal, and I'm just sitting there scratching my head because I thought I knew it all. The minute you think you know it all, you're out of the game. He went out, put out bandit signs. The number one strategy you need to understand with bandit signs, you only need 10 or 15. You don't need 500. Don't let these companies sell you. And here's the real secret. When they call on the phone, answer it live. The cost and energy it takes to chase down a motivated seller after they just hung up on you is 20 times than just taking that call live. Let me ask you, Clive, do you like when you call someone, is it much better when they answer the phone? Now, if you're gonna sell your house or do a service, if they leave you a phone message or you gotta go through a 5-minute message, are you gonna pay attention? Yeah, that's it. People have We have a short attention span. Guys, this is TikTok wholesaling 101. You've got to catch their attention. If you don't pick up in 4 or 5 rings, they move on to the next sign, okay? By the way, white signs, I'll drop off a sign here tomorrow. There's only 3 lines you do. You never do more than 3 lines. I have a crash course on this. I know how to do it well. Only print on one side in white or yellow. Referrals, listen, referrals are great. We'll talk more about like realtors with it. Guys, in the beginning, don't start with realtors. I'm just trying to save you a lot of headache. This is why we have the Hatfield-McCoy thing going on, because we try to shove it down people's mouth that don't want to hear it. I will teach you, how do you connect with a realtor? You teach them before what you're looking for, and then you tell them to bring your tired and expired listings. Anything else, you're wasting the realtor's time. My realtors call me 2-3 times a year, that's it. If they're gonna call you 2 or 3 times a week, they're like, this guy's wasting my time. I don't want to deal with him. And you gotta understand that. Realtors do not like wholesalers. It's just the truth. Am I correct? And you know what? We create it ourselves because we shove stuff down realtors. So no realtor wants to say, hey, I want to control the property, I want to make an assignment fee, and I'm going to be out. And by the way, I don't even know if you're going to get paid. That's the last thing. The only way you work with a realtor is if you find a house like this, give me a call, I'll pay your full commission. You've got to think, like, why is a realtor going to work for free? They are paid on commissions. They only make money when deals close, and you got to keep that in mind. Okay. I'm moving through this. JV deals, guys. I love doing JV deals. I do JV deals with these people in your room. Just make sure you have paperwork and you vet the person you're going to do a JV deal with, okay? Character counts. People can put stuff on paper and still screw you. I'm sorry, it's the truth. Know who you're doing business with, okay? If you get a funny vibe or like, I don't want to sign that piece of paper or something, take the warning. I've been hammered on more wholesaling deals than all you guys can put in this room. I've heard it all. When they start getting squirrely on you, let it know it's coming. It's coming. If they're not going to sign a JV agreement, or if you have the buyer and you don't control the assignment of contract, you are not getting paid. End of story. They're just trying to tell you nicely, I'm going to keep you until I get the check. Don't ever chase another wholesaler down for a check. You'll never get it. Ask me how I know. Okay? Guys, we are going to go in. I promise you, tomorrow I'm going to break you out and challenge you so much with role plays. I'm going to run you through every exercise, everything you guys seen me do. We're going to split up. So people who want to work on probates will split up. We'll do cold calls. We'll do the whole 9 yards. And you got to show up. You got to be present, and you got to be willing to be uncomfortable. Because if you don't want to make mistakes here, wait till you get in front of your customers. It's 10 times harder. Okay? And it's okay to be nervous, guys. I literally was nervous as heck when I started. I'm not a public speaker. I just love doing wholesaling. And I want you guys to get the truth. You've got to focus on wholesaling. All this other stuff are distractions. These novations and these, I'll sell my retail deals for like retail price. That's not wholesaling. You can add that level if you want to do it. I prefer wholesale. If you want to do that, we'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow. So what time are we at here? Okay. Go ahead. Well, it depends. If a realtor brings me a deal from the start, I don't have to spend any advertising, any money. I'm going to reward them the most I can. Because guys, it costs money. On average, if you do paid leads, on average, it depends on the market, it is about $3,400 to $3,500 per deal if you just turn it on like a machine. The problem with that number is it's based on your experience. If you have no idea what you're doing, it's going to cost you 15 grand a deal. If you're really good, you can get it down to 1,500. Or you can be like Jason, just drive for dollars and get them for $5 a lead. You know, that's why when you ask that question, it's a very variable number. Go ahead, think about it. I'll come back to you. Is there any other questions, guys? I just want you to understand, you got to get out and do the work. The stuff me and Zach teach is not social media worthy, meaning, hey, look, I'm doing driving for, and you guys do it, it's awesome. You got to make it the new cool, because this fancy way of getting 100,000 pieces of data and just run through people, those days are kind of over. I just don't think it's going to work anymore, because you have to have someone so stupid to overpay for a property, and then you have to overpay for a property. It's not, guys, we have 8% interest rates. We have cash buyers that are paying attention. If they can't make money, they're not buying your deal. Yes. So it's called guerrilla marketing. Everybody heard me use guerrilla marketing before? So we talk about 300. If you're taking on 100,000 people and you only have an army of 300, you better look like you're huge, and you got to mess with their mind. If I put 10 signs up in a common area, they go, oh my God, this guy's got signs everywhere. That's what they say. So, okay. Anybody else? What we are is, I'm going to hand it over. Go ahead, last question, I'm not leaving you. Just depends. Listen, everyone's got to make money in the deal, so you always look at like who brought the deal, who's bringing the buyer, and who's making this transaction easy.
Online, I know you got a great for online, but is it good to get them, because you know we do deals that can be $100,000 off
Yeah, depends. Do you want to do business with that realtor again or not? I always think 3 deals down the road. And here's what you do, guys. Like, you know how I always teach you, don't try to figure out what your seller wants. Use the go for no. With a realtor, I just ask them, what do you want? Just tell me what you want. If you just ask people what they want and stop guessing, it's much easier. Most realtors are pretty reasonable. Some will shoot to the moon, but like, listen, if you're bringing a buyer on like a $50,000 house and I give you $1,000, like, let's call it a day, right? But if you brought me a deal where I made 50 grand and you brought it, I'd have to spend any work. You have to have a long conversation, not a long conversation, you just got to be fair about it. Okay, I'll pay that person 6% all day long. Why not? Why? Because I want to reward their behavior. I want them to come back. You got to understand that. So, okay.
So, what we're going to do right now is we have a lot of wholesalers that have some problems. They go from W-2, regular, taxes already done for you. They're usually ready to pay all their taxes, and got a lot of people here. They will make 20 grand, 30 grand, 40, 50, 500,000 in a year. And the reason why, this is October, right? We got 2 months to the end of the year. A lot of you guys watching are a little stressed out. You know, you made 200 grand this year, and if you don't do it right, you're gonna get hit with a lot of tax. And so one thing we're gonna do is kind of, you know, talk with an accountant that actually knows about wholesaling. Not a boring one, it's just somebody that helps save us a lot of money. I would say very, very worth it. So if you guys have made even one wholesaling deal, you should definitely use an accountant. And every video we do, we say, we're not accountants, we can't give you tax advice, anything like that. So what we're going to do is talk to somebody and show you exactly how to make $0 payments in taxes the right accounting. So
guys, you have to pay attention to this part. Okay, I do not give like legal and accounting. If you think it's boring, forget it. You got to figure this out, because most importantly, you got to figure out how to keep your money. So I'm going to bring a gentleman up here. I think, you know, since what, 2004, 5? Yeah. Yeah. So I've known him like about a year and a half after I got into wholesaling, and he knew Zach when he was a little tiny kid, and he's just kind of like, he's like, man, this is wild what you guys are doing. And to be honest with you, I've had some of the hardest conversations with this man, because it's like, sometimes like you got to have that dad go, and sometimes I said, you know, why we owe so much taxes and this and that, and you learn. Because when you guys think it's painful when you pay for direct mail and all this other stuff, and you go, what do you mean I owe 90 grand? I made 200 grand. You got to figure this out, because it can take out a lot of wholesalers. So I want you just to open your ears and listen. You listen to strategies. I told Bill today, I deal with wholesalers. This is what we do. We specifically collect assignment contracts. So I want to bring up Bill. Come on up. He is the absolute expert when it comes to taxes. And that's a clicker. You good?
Okay, got it. All right, I'm gonna put my crystal light right over there, okay? People were looking at it earlier, I'm like, no, it's nothing good. It's just that cheap crystal light stuff. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good? All right, you had lunch. Everybody's got a little more energy. Long day today, this morning, right? A lot of stuff going on. You guys, a little background with Rick. Rick saw me way back when. I've done national speaking with some of the people you see on TV, Ron LeGrand. Did it with Armando Montalego, did it with many, many people. And the great thing is what they're doing is they're teaching you how to change your life, your family's lives. They're teaching you how to make all this money. I'm the guy that shows you how to keep it, okay? So that's the big thing here. You guys are doing great with learning it, everything else going on. So I put together a presentation for you guys, and he was telling me on assignments. I love assignments. I wholesale as well. It's a really great thing to do. It takes a lot of time. It does, learning this stuff and how to do it. So you want to keep track of what you're doing, how much time you're putting into it. If you think, like back in '97, I think I remember a commercial Ron LeGrand put out, and he says, you only make 1 hour a day, 1 day a week, and make $1,000. Yeah, no, that's not true. You're not going to do that. But you might get some really good deals, and then once you get these really good deals, you got to cut Uncle Sam as a partner in all this stuff. Oh, that's not good. And a lot of people here, a lot of people have accountants that they go to, or they have their taxes prepared and so forth, and they talk to the accountant and they say, hey, I'm getting into this. What do you think I should have? So I can tell you from over 30 years of experience that I cannot go ahead and tell any of you and make a blanket statement that this is what you should be doing, because I don't know you. I don't know your financial situation. What might be good for this one might not be good for that one, and this one needs a totally different structure, because structure is everything, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. And a lot of the accountants, they like to go ahead and say, oh, well, just go ahead and open up an LLC, you'll be fine. How many people have an LLC in here? Raise your hands. Oh, I've got a lot of work to do today. Okay, just about everybody. All right, LLCs, let's talk about a couple things here. Now, a lot of this stuff I might go to, I might stay away from. It's for your reference points to take a look at difference. There's differences between companies, LLCs, corps, and C corps. Okay, LLCs are completely weird. I don't like LLCs for people. I like LLCs if I'm going to joint venture, but I'm going to use my S or my C corporation to go in as that partner. Anyone here having a single member LLC, you're in for a rude awakening once you do your taxes. 30% of that money that you made goes to the government. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Partnerships, if you like do a joint venture with someone and it's Bill and Dan in this joint venture, well, we made $200,000, so we got $100,000 each, right? $35,000 in taxes. Wow. What happens? LLCs are weird. Single member LLCs are the worst. Why are they the worst? Well, I'm going to go through a couple to talk to you about those. First off, they're part of your personal tax return. You file a form Schedule C with that. If you've seen that form, and then the Schedule SE, you've seen that before. I hope none of you see that one. I want you to go ahead and look at the S corporation or the C corporation. This is a much better plan. This plan I use, okay, all the time. Structure after structure after structure. I use multiple different companies for my deals. And I have one company that'll go on every deal with you, but I got 6 more behind it covering these other properties and doing different things. It's a lot of fun once you figure out the puzzle. That's the big thing. It is a puzzle. See, accounting is boring. Debits, credits, depreciation, amortization, blah. No one likes that. I want to see how I can actually save you. How about paying no taxes at all while making $50,000 a year? I mean, $50,000 tax-free, that's pretty good. I'm going to give you an example of what I have going on here for you. And I'm going to go the right way on the clicker. There we are. LLC, multi-member company, subject to self-employment tax. This is what I was talking about, that Schedule SE. It's a terrible, terrible thing. Multi-member company or partnerships members are individuals. You pay self-employment tax on the profits based on your percentages. So again, if I make $50,000 and I'm going to go ahead and just be a single person on that, I'm going to pay 15.3% after I pay my ordinary income tax. If I'm just a single person and that's all I make for the whole year, I'm at 12%. So 12 plus the 15, now I'm at 27%. I'm giving Uncle Sam. It's a lot of money, guys. Have the S corporations. Get these companies set up. Can you convert your LLC to an S corporation? Yes, you can. Filing the right paperwork, you're able to go ahead and convert that to an S corporation. You can only convert it, unfortunately, within the first 3 months of the time that you own the company or the first 3 months of the following tax year. So keep that in mind too. So if you want to get something different, some people I have just opened up another company. Sometimes it's just easier to open up another company and be done with it, and they can do that. Self-employment tax 15%, there's an exception to the rule. The tax is only generated on the ordinary income from the company. So if I have a single member LLC that's taking rental income, and that's all it doesn't pay self-employment tax. That's not the conference we're at today. We're at the wholesaling conference, we're at the assignment conference, we're at the ordinary income. You're gonna go ahead and pay self-employment tax on anything that you have, all right? When I do an LLC, I always go in, like I said before, as one of my companies will be a partner. Never Bill Tyler is a partner, ever, in any LLC. Am I subject to self-employment tax with my company? No. My company will get a K-1, that's what's presented, a K-1 from the partnership, and I'll put that on my corporate tax return. Doesn't go on my personal tax return on Schedule C. Okay, so keep in mind of that. S corporations, and I know a lot of you have companies, and I try to gear these conferences as if you've never heard this before. So if I'm saying something and you already know about it, I apologize. I just want to make sure that everybody kind of gets the drift of what's happening. So the S corporations are pass-through entities, meaning the profits and losses will pass through to an individual owner of the company. So if I make $50,000 and my assignment, when I get that person, whether it's $10,000 a click, $5,000 or $100,000, they're not going to pay me. They're going to write the check to my company. The title company is going to wire to my company, not myself. Do not fill out a W-9 with your social security number on it. They will 1099 you. Make sure your company's name is on it and the EIN number only on those Form W-9s, because they're gonna want them. Anybody over $600 has to go ahead and pay the self-employment tax. But if it's given to a company, you're exempt. Good thing to know. Let's take a look at here. Closed, C corporations are closed. Anybody know about C corporations? They're all flat tax right now. As of 2018, it's 21%. So on $50,000, I'm gonna pay a little over 10 grand in taxes, and that's it and that's all. It doesn't pass through my tax return. For some of you, that might work. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm already in a 30% bracket. You know, I'm in a 28% bracket. My wife's getting $400,000 on a W-2. I'm getting another $200,000. I'm doing this on the side. Oh, and you're gonna pay self-employment tax? Wow, you're looking like 40, 50%. The largest one I ever saw this year was 93%. And he just wouldn't listen. I said, okay, do what you wanna do, and there it is. He goes, how am I paying 93% in taxes? Because you have this Schedule C thing going on. He's the doctor. I can tell you more stories and all that other good stuff. S corporations not subject to self-employment taxes, and S corporations enjoy a lot more benefits than an LLC, and this is going to be the fun part. Well, this is closing a company. This, did I do that one? I keep going on the wrong way on my little clicker here. There you go. Okay, so closing the corporation. This is what I was talking about, the 21% on the C corporations. They don't pass through to shareholders. They sit there with you. Has anybody heard of these C corporations having double taxation? Anybody? Yeah, it's like, well, I'm not getting one of those, man. They got to pay double taxes. Actually, as of 2013, they kind of don't, which is really cool. There's a thing called qualified dividends. And a lot of people hear about this when they own stock, okay? And they're buying stock and that stock pays a dividend. Well, your C corporation could pay you a dividend as well. The cool thing is, if you're a single person and you have a C corporation and it's $40,000 that you have on there, yes, you're gonna pay 21% in taxes on that $40,000. When I take that money out as a dividend, that's tax-free up to $40,000 if it's qualified. What means it's qualified? 6 months. So the money's gotta sit 6 months before you pull it. Now you got tax-free money. See, and this is all qualified dividend stuff. These are all C corporations. I don't wanna get too much onto this, because there's a lot more things I want to talk to you about with states. You know, Florida has no income tax here, and most everybody here from Florida, a couple out-of-town people, Tennessee, no taxes there. But if you're from North Carolina, where I live, okay, if you're from New York, forget about it. You're just taxed all day and night. And if you're from Massachusetts, you got big problems over there as well. All right, so you guys understand state tax return. You know, it's funny, as a native Floridian, being here, I've enjoyed making all this money in another state, and then I go to another state. You want 3% too? You want 5% too? Who are you? Oh, well, it's a state. I've never done that before. I've been in Florida all my life. So it's something you have to look at. Florida does have a corporate tax rate. So if you close that corporation, you have it in the state of Florida, and you make $100,000, the first $50,000 is exempt, but you will pay an additional 5.5% on that profit. Everybody's got their hand in your pocket, huh? And some states, they don't have any corporate taxes. Nevada, we have offices in Asheville, Nevada, and in Boca Raton. So I enjoy that tax-free stuff going out in Nevada. And Delaware corporations you guys have heard of before, Wyoming, all this, Nevada, they're all the same structure. Same exact thing. There's no corporate taxes, no state taxes out there. A little different that they're going on. Let me go to the next one. Real estate structure. Keep it simple. Don't overthink it with your properties. Boy, ain't that a sad. I have so many people overthinking things all the time. I have some people that they have an LLC for every house that they own, and I have one client that owns 58 homes. 58 homes, 58 LLC. I'm like, who lied to you, man? What are you doing? You know, it's just crazy. And I know I'm not supposed to talk about stripping equity. We're not doing legal stuff. We're not doing protecting your assets. I will go into a little bit of that. But if you have a property out there and you don't have a mortgage on it, you might want to put an LLC on it, and then your holding company be the owner of the LLC, and then file a construction lien against your property so that you're in first position if anybody were to sue you. Now that's a fun thing. That's equity strip. We did that back 2003, 2005, all day long. Hopefully you learned a little bit more about equity stripping and so forth. Talking taxes, separate entities if I manage a property. If I buy a property in North Carolina and I live in Florida, can I set up a Florida LLC for the property? Yes, you can. But you have to register as a foreign corporation in North Carolina. Always open up the LLC in the state that the property is located in, always. Who the owner is of the LLC can be your Nevada, Wyoming, Delaware corporation. Remember, separate a lot of the stuff that you have. You don't have to go to the extreme like he did and have 58 different entities. Okay, you can go ahead and protect 3 or 4 entities with one corporation. You can do that. What I do is I use a thing called a dynamic duo. And I use one company that only buys, sells, and holds property. That's all it does, and that's it. I have another company that manages the property. So if I have a company that is a property management, it takes in all the rental income, and I go ahead and I'm paying my expenses through it, okay? Something happens. Florida was crazy. There was a thing in Florida, man, it was in the 90s. Someone was getting their house robbed, and the guy came through the skylight of the home, fell and hit a knife on the way down, and sued and won, and took the money from the homeowner. After that, some people know about that thing. It was absolutely crazy. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's just insane. So yeah, you want to make sure that you protect your assets with IRAs, you protect your money, you have it in bank accounts, you don't have all your eggs in one basket. And again, you don't put all your houses in one basket. Matter of fact, in this one, with the dynamic duo, in this hypothetical situation, I'm gonna get an assignment fee, okay? And then I'm gonna interact with the separate corporation. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna walk you through how we're gonna get the assignment fees real quick. It's gonna be fun. Single individual who owns both corporations, that's the structure that I'm giving right now. So this is not for married filing jointly, not for head of household, only a single individual who owns both of the company. And this individual, for example, has no other taxable income for the year. Tax rates and examples are given as 2022 tax law. So it's pretty up to date for you. Here it is, my Corporation A. It's formed in the state of Florida. Its primary purpose is to buy, sell, and hold residential property. And all wholesaling properties too. Again, that means if I'm gonna get an assignment, I'm going to get some money, it's gonna be paid to this company. My other company that sits over here owns nothing and has nothing. It just sits on its own, does nothing. It's waiting for this to make money. Okay, it can go purchase it, hold, sell, collects assignment fees. It does not manage any rentals, like I said with that other company. That separate company is a whole rental company on its own. That's all it does. Okay, so you don't wanna do that for. Here's Corporation B. This is your personal company for you and your family. This is taxed as an S corporation in this situation, so it's going to pass through to the individual owners for this example. So remember, S corps, profits and losses, all pass through to your personal. That's what's happening. Let's see what we got. This company collects rents, supervises construction for renovations, as well it pays for all direct expenses for the company and indirect expenses for shareholders. It does not collect any assignment fee. Corporation A has received an assignment fee of $50,000. It hires Corporation B for consulting services and can be used to manage short-term and long-term rental property. So know what's happening is Corporation A then is gonna have an invoice. Let's go here, there it is. Corporation A basically has an invoice for $50,000. The assignment fee is $50,000. Net profit is $50,000. We talked about that closed corporation, $21,500. Easy, done. 21%. I don't like it. I don't want to pay anything. That's my kind of a thing. Corporation B wants some action over here. So again, has a profit of $50,000 in cash. Corporation B invoices Corporation A for management and consulting. Corporation B receives the $50,000 and reports it as income on its tax return. Okay, so you just kind of move money from one company to the other company. Yeah, that's what I did. Because this company just buys, sells, holds, receives assignments, okay? That's all it did. So Corporation B takes in the income, and we already know we picked up $50,000. We can conclude at this point, Corporation B has a net profit of $50,000, and then it's going to pass through to the individual, and the individual must report it on their tax filing at the end of the year. But what about indirect expense? Anybody heard of those? I love indirect expenses. They're my friend. They're your friend. Okay, you're going to love indirect expenses. You actually have them, and you might not even know it. What could be as an indirect expense? Let's take a look at, what about an automobile? Anybody here lease a car? 1, 2, 3 people lease a car? Great. Who's making the car payment, you or your corporation? Now you've learned the corporation is going to be making the payment. It's also going to pay for your insurance. It's going to pay for your gas. You have to spend this money anyway, right? You're going to have to do it anyway. So why not let the corporation pay for it out of Corporation B? It's got 50 grand, pay for it. So that is an indirect expense to you. If the vehicle is purchased by the company, it can be deducted of some of the costs to involve like sales tax, dealer prep fee, all that other good stuff, and has what's called depreciation. This year, 2023, unless they change it next month, which is quite possible, they're giving you 80%, okay, of a deduction for your car at $19,200. So here's the thing, if I go and have my lease, and I'm paying all year and I'm writing it off, right? My payment's at $500 a month, $6,000 a year. At the end of the lease, here I am in November. I'm at the end. I got to do something with it. What am I going to do? I'm going to buy it out. Interest rates are way too crazy. I got a good deal at my credit union. I'm just going to buy it out for $23,000. Two cars are through the roof right now. You pay $23,000 for the car. You're going to get $19,200 as an intangible expense in 1 year. Now multiply that by the 80%, so you're at like 17 and change. But nothing came out of your pocket. So depreciation is a good thing. We see that in homes all the time where they depreciate. Rental property, they're just not the greatest thing, rental properties. 27 and a half years, I gotta wait to get to zero? That ain't gonna happen, all right? Anybody here have any rental properties? All right, good. A few people have rental properties. Anybody here, when you bought the rental property, did a cost segregation study? One person, thank you, that's beautiful, I love it. I do cost segregation studies, they're fantastic, and what they are is I bought the house for $250,000, but with the house came furniture, appliances, washer, dryer, all these things, I can get 100% depreciation on in year one. I don't have to amortize it over 27 years. You just gotta know what you have. Now what you will do is you will buy property, you'll buy appliances with your rental property, you'll buy a new stove, you'll do this, and you'll have those ordinary expenses. And those ordinary expenses right now are 100% deductible in year one. Pretty good. But make sure you segregate what the cost of the house is, what the percent of the land is, and what about the stuff? I did a farm about 2 years ago, 81-acre farm in Texas. Had tractors, had all kinds of beautiful stuff. She paid $1.3 million for the farm. We cost segregated out. She took a $540,000 deduction in year one. Wow, get half my money back. I haven't even done anything as a tax credit for depreciation. Other indirect expenses, let's talk about them. Telephone, use of a landline for businesses, cell phone for officers of a company and employees if there are any. Everybody pretty much has a cell phone nowadays. Okay, I got a couple on here, internet. Yeah, everybody's got internet, you gotta pay for that. So your company is gonna pay for that. Well, does the car, let me ask you about the car, does the car have to be in my company's name to deduct it? No, you can act as a credit angel, okay, for the company, and you secured that car with your credit. So you're still allowed to have the deduction. Pretty cool. Bank service charges, office supplies, website expenses. We can go all the travel. Everybody's traveling. Some people flew here today. Did your company pay for that ticket? It should have. Hotel, any rental cars, all that the company's paying for. So you see, these indirect expenses are now becoming your friend too, because you're seeing that you have to already go ahead and use it anyway. You have to spend the money. It's how you're going to spend it and who is going to spend it. And then what about meals? Well, this is tricky. And I got bad news for a lot of people in this place, because those single member LLCs, can I go ahead and deduct a meal if I go out to Chili's for a burger or two and I stop and get a meal? Can I have my company pay for it? No. What? A single member LLC cannot have a business meeting with itself. Therefore, that meal you cannot deduct. Oh, well, I've been paying for meals with my business card and I'm a single member. Oh, this is crazy. What am I gonna do? Can it deduct it for an S corporation? Oh yeah, you can deduct it for an S corporation. Remember, separate entity. S corp, C corp, separate than that LLC. Again, they're weird. Can it deduct a meal if I have a partnership with Rick? If Rick and I go out to dinner with the partnership, absolutely. We can have the company pay for it. If I'm with a prospective client in a single member LLC, can I go ahead and still deduct it? You can, but see, IRS, they're getting smarter, man. They are. I've been, again, doing this stuff for a very long time, and I've seen a lot of stuff in my time, and they're actually, okay, well, we want a logbook. A what? A meal logbook. If you're a single member LLC, you have to go ahead and show that $17 that you paid with you and your friend, that receipt. Well, it's on my credit card. That's fine. Who were you with? I don't remember. It was 2 years ago. Okay, we're not allowing that. Next. And we'll do this time after time and time. If you're an S corporation, you can have that meal because it's separate. Okay, so again, another great reason why to be an S corporation. Let's take a look here at meals. So I talked about those. These are a couple sections for those of you who are recording and stuff, and you can see the different, you can look all this stuff up. The expense is not lavish or extravagant under the circumstance. This is a very gray area. If my wife and I were to go out to dinner and spend $740, they would have an issue with this. But we talked about business, You go over that lavish thing. If I had my 6 employees go out and spend $700, could I deduct that? Well, yeah, that makes more sense. It's not gonna be over the top. But it was a 5-star Michelin restaurant. I hope you had a great time. It's not deductible. And that's just what they think, and that's what they're saying. Okay, food and beverages are provided to a current potential business customer, client, consultant, or civil business contact. Here's a really cool one here, and I had a case on this one, and that number 6 should be like number 6 down here. My case was, they took out their clients and they bought Florida Panther tickets, okay? And they gave a promotion. Every time one of the new car buyers bought a car, they got tickets to the Panthers game and a $50 voucher for food as a little spiff. The guy's like, look, I had to buy all these tickets, I had to do all this stuff. Can I deduct that? Here's the answer. You can deduct it as long as you don't go to the game with the person and you document who you gave those tickets to. And if that value is over $600, guess what? You got a 1099 that guy. Wow. So make sure those gifts and stuff, actually the law for individuals is gifts can't be more than $25 per individual. What is that? You can't go to the movies for $25 for a couple people, you know? It's crazy what they've got, but it is true. Let me go on here and get back to my thing here. Okay, so this is a couple things that I went through. Can the corporation deduct meals with my spouse? Yes, if they're an officer of the company. Well, my wife is an officer of my company. Can I still deduct it? No. Is she an employee? Well, no. Then you can't do it. Why not make your wife a part owner of the company? Well, you know, things might be not going that great. I don't know, man. You know, it's, who knows? And I don't want that to happen. I understand. But you got married in Florida, both of you getting half, so just deal with it. So it's just the way it is. Can I go ahead and make my kids an owner of the S corporation? Yeah, you actually can over the age of 16. Cool, super cool. The one good thing for single member LLCs, there's only one, and this is a really weird law, and look it up because you're gonna be like, I gotta record that because I don't believe that's real, and it so is real and it's odd. I'm able, if I have a single member LLC, I can pay my children $12,000 if they're under the age of 18 and live with me and deduct it on my tax return on Schedule C. That is a real law. That is crazy, right? I ain't giving my kids $12,000. I'm gonna tell you that. Now I want deduction. Okay, I wanna take that deduction, I wanna do it, great. Why don't you go ahead and write the check for $6,000, put it in their Roth IRA and start building up their retirement account. Happy birthday, you know, Merry Christmas. Different things like that. See, we don't think like that. I didn't go through a bit of my background. I'm from a family of accountants, okay? Easter, we didn't get candy. We got Series EE bonds. This was not fun. This was Easter. You're supposed to have this. No, you're gonna really like this. Here, take this. What is this? What can I do with it? I can't play with it. I'm 9 years old. What are you talking about? So yeah, I've heard this stuff and I've been doing this stuff for a very long time, and even as a child. I'm 54 now, and the first time that I filed a tax return for someone else and got paid for it, I was 15. Too long, man. I've been doing this a long time. And again, like I said, I'm from a family of accountants, and I remember the thing why that happened is because I was off of school, and it was tax season, and there were people in the lobby, and my dad was the accountant, my mom was the secretary. He was running behind it, like, I can't wait any longer. I gotta go. I said, no. What is he gonna pay? Look, it's simple. It's a $40 return. This is 1980 something. I'll do it. And I grabbed him, put him in the back, and I did it. My dad was furious. I can't believe you did this. Where's the copy? And we used carbon copy with the typewriters back then. It was crazy, right? Ledger sheets rolling down the hallway. That was awesome. It's like bowling. It was great. And I did it, and I gave, he goes, well, you're damn lucky this is right. Let me just tell you. And where's the money? I said, Mom has it in her bra. Oh, what? That was a whole other discussion. So yeah, different things you can do. I want to go back to my example. I want to get through this for you guys. Here it is. So I did indirect expenses over 12 months. This is a really good example, and I think I used a lot of fair numbers. There's a lot of people that use outrageous numbers. Well, you know, 100,000 in meals. This is simple. Okay, internet and telephone, $2,700, you know, a year. Yeah. Auto lease, gas repairs, you know, that includes oil changes, insurance, $9,000, professional fees, okay, website expenses, travel, $6,000, office supplies, rental space, okay, and in 2018, they did change the law, okay, and they made meals at restaurants 100% deductible. They are 50% deductible in 2023. So for all my accounting people that I take care of, I had to separate restaurant or was it delivery dues? And that was a pain in the butt. But yeah, I had to separate everything because we had to count what was 50% and what was actually in restaurants. This year, restaurants, delivery, all still 50%. So you can see after a whole year, $35,000 is pretty much attainable. It's not like, crazy outlandish that's going on. Corporation B, remember, has $50,000 income for the year. It has indirect expenses of $35,000. Corporation B has a net profit of $15,000, and it passes through to the tax return. There it is. So the tax return is not there. I must have clicked the wrong button. There it is. Oh, here it is. I got it back. There we go. Here it is. Your single individual tax return for this person. $15,000 was his profit. QBI, wow, Section 199A. Anybody know about this? This is a new thing for a lot of people. This started in 2018 as well. For S corporations and Schedule C people that were not accountants, doctors, or lawyers are able to take 20%. 20% is a deduction on their profits for their S corporations and Schedule Cs. Make sure if you do have them from last year and you see them, I make sure that you take this stuff, look at it, make sure the accountant went ahead and did Section 199A for you. It would be on your page 1040, right underneath where your corporation profit is. Look at it, it's sitting right there. He's got it here. His taxable income is $12,000. The standard single deduction is $12,950. He's an S corporation, so he doesn't pay self-employment tax. He has no taxable income. And he made $50,000 and lived on it for the whole year. Didn't partner with Uncle Sam. Wow. Can we do that with 100? Yeah. 200? Yeah. Millions? Sure. It can be done. You just got to have the information. And that's what I'm here today to do, is to give you the information so that you're able to ask an intelligible question. A lot of people go ahead and say, well, I don't know about that. Why didn't my accountant tell me that? I can't answer for that person. I can only answer for what I'm doing and seeing what you did. I wish I met you earlier. Yeah, I wish I met you too. But this is where we're at. And just like now, here it is October. You guys have done deals. Some of you have done deals before. Some of you have. And this is my digital business card there for you guys. So it's easier just to go ahead and see and contact me. Questions I love. I know that we don't have a lot of time for them. At this time, Rick, am I going on to something else or do I have any time? I'm good to go. All right, yes, sir. And the question. It's a great question. If you buy the car cash, can you take the deduction? Well, here's the thing. If it's a $23,000 car, the only thing that you can do is take that $19,200 depreciation bonus, even if you pay cash. But if it is an SUV or a truck over 6,000 pounds, gross vehicle weight, over 6,000 pounds, all right, you can deduct 100% of it last year. This year is 80%, the following year is going to be 60, and then they're going to knock it down to 0 the next year. So now's the time, if you need a car, to go ahead and get it. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
For rent for office,
right.
they get square footage.
Yeah, so that's a great question. I didn't put it on there. What I like to do is called a safe harbor deduction. Make sure you write that down and know that. Safe harbor deduction. What they did is you could go ahead and take the room in your office, divide it by the square feet. Then I got my gas, my utilities, my cable, my this, and all this is here. But the problem is when I go to sell my house, I lose what's called a Section 121 exclusion that allows me to keep as my primary house, and I'm able to go ahead and not pay capital gains on $250,000. I lose it, because it was technically a business asset for that percentage. They changed the law 2 years ago, safe harbor deduction, $1,500 flat fee, use it, and that's it. And you can't take the deduction unless you have a profit on Schedule C. S corporation is gonna pay for everything anyway. Sure, can your S corporation pay you a fee for the rent? Could, but then you gotta claim it as income. How about if you're renting a place and you have a corporation, and how about you go ahead and have the rent, okay, here it is. Not a property management companies won't do it, but I'm doing a deal with Rick. Rick, I'm going to go ahead and rent it to you. We agreed on $2,500 a month. Here's a list. Great. Can I add my corporation to that? Sure. Can I deduct it? Yeah. The whole thing? My corporation is onto the lease. That is an interesting thing. I want some more good questions. Yes, sir. So that's the depreciation. So let's say, for instance, you got, and I don't need any numbers. I know money's very particular to some people, and that's why I say I can't do general stuff, but email and everything else and questions for your particular situation, I love. And in your particular situation, with your car that you bought that's there, if you financed it, you can still take more than, it's about the purchase price of the car, not about how much you paid in. So I can go ahead and buy that car in November, put $2,000 down and still take a $19,000 deduction in January. Absolutely, yeah. I can't go before I had the company, only the time after the company. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I love it. No. Health insurance, yes. Life insurance, no. Why? Because it's not taxable when it's received. So you can't deduct it there. There is another insurance. Talk to your broker about keyman insurance. Keyman insurance, people can pay for key board directors or officers. That's how you get like extra life insurance and things like that. My wife and I were going over that, and I'm like, yeah, well, they're only offering up to $50,000, you know, in this keyman insurance. And she just looked at me like I was crazy for $50,000. I said, I'm not paying for your new boyfriend. Get the hell away from me. I know what's happening. Yes, sir, right back there. I got you next.
Now that I know that.
How are they taxed? Yeah, that's the problem, and that's why I hate LLCs, right? Yeah, no, yeah. So there's a form you would have filed called 8832. 8832 is a designation of entity classification. That tells the IRS how you're going to be taxed. Corporation, if you're going to do an S corp or even converting it, that 8832 form, fill that out first. Okay, to convert it to a corporation, and then after it's done, you can write this down. The other form is 2553. That will then turn it into an S corporation. But IRS is so far behind, you know, so in your situation, you've already got the two. You're not sure how it's taxed. Does any of those forms sound familiar or no? Okay, so yeah, you've got two LLCs that are probably single. Are you on it, married? No?
I'm married.
So you got two single member LLCs. Double trouble, got it.
I bought a
Sure. So does your company own the car? But is it for a company? Does your company do that stuff, car-to-car stuff? Okay, it does marketing with it. Great, love it. Put it under advertising. Fantastic. For professional fees, and I would have one LLC own it, and then have the other LLC pay that other LLC. Don't say for car, make a payment. So you're going to move money from one to another. It's a loan from you. Let's be honest. But the way that you've got it set up and structured, you kind of don't really get the deduction. I'm either moving it from A to B or B to A. If it's a separate entity, then it would help you. It would pass through. But because you're both single member LLC, it's kind of a wash. So what you might want to do is with another corporation, designate it just to pay for that specific stuff for marketing. Yes, sir, you had a question. Yeah. Good.
right before I met Rick.
Yeah. Okay.
He recommended setting in the state I was doing business with, owned by operating.
Cool. That's great.
Is that
Well, so here's the interesting part. S corporations can only be owned by individuals. That's it. You can't have an S corporation own it, but in your structure here, you're telling me, and the question, if you guys heard it, he has two different companies. One company is here, does the action. The other one is a holding company in Wyoming. Wyoming holding company over here. So when this company does its tax return per se that's going on, it's gonna pay over to Wyoming. But here's your problem. It sounds like you're single member. Do you have one member or two? No, in the other corporation. Yeah. That's it, that's there. So whatever it's gonna pass, it'll pass through to that company, and then that company will do its tax return based on that. No, it won't, because then you wouldn't be able to have it owned by, the Wyoming corporation could pass through to you. I don't know your tax thing. You're making 50,000, 100,000, I don't know. So if it does, the money sits in the Wyoming LLC that you loan to it, correct? All right, and it's gonna go ahead and buy things? Okay, great, so then the Wyoming's gonna own it, and then you have your operating company that's doing his things over here, correct? And that company is doing what? Okay, so we know that it should be the assignment company should go to that other Wyoming corporation, not to this corporation here. So you don't have property, you're just doing assignment fees. You remember my example that I gave you? Was the corporation A, all it does is buy, sell, hold, and gets wholesale assignments. That's the one that's gonna get the fees. Your other corporation doesn't really sound like you need it, okay? It can be anywhere, it doesn't have to be in Florida. I understand. If the Wyoming LLC had expenses, okay, so then yeah, do that. That would be how you go. Yes? Okay. The only anonymity you have, my friend, in the United States is the state of Nevada. Why? Do you know the answer? The answer is because and then they look up to that LLC, and then they just see the registered agent. But the registered agent's there, right? You have to have a registered agent. Exactly. And that's who the IRS will go to, and it has to give them disclosure who you are. Nevada is the only state. A lawyer. You have a lawyer come in? Why wouldn't a lawyer go ahead? I'm really tax stuff. Let me talk to somebody, get me some tax records. It's very easy to break that corporate veil with it. But Nevada is the only state that has a non-sharing agreement with the Internal Revenue Service. I cannot go ahead and pitch the tax returns or ask for the tax returns from them in that state. I can from every other state in the United States. Yes?
So
Yep.
I've got Nevada. I just retired, so I would put corp in Nevada.
You don't, it depends on where you live. Remember,
I live in Arizona.
What you're getting confused is that we need another corporation in the state of Florida if I'm buying rental property, a tangible asset in the state. Can my Nevada corporation take a assignment fee from North Carolina? Of course it can. I didn't own any property there. It's not a property. So the only time that you need that extra entity is when you have a tangible asset. That's what we talked about, the rental property. To hold property, not assignment fee, right? Correct. That would be deflected away from your income. Sure, yeah, and being retired, you probably have pension, Social Security, all kinds of other great stuff, so that all adds up, and that's what you have to take it in consideration. That's why I put that digital business card up there, is because it's better to go ahead and just ask some of these personal ones, than, getting into what you have, because every answer is gonna be different and the structure is gonna be different. Yes, ma'am, awesome. So that's a great, great question. So you have to establish some type of entity in the United States. Nevada is another state, Wyoming is one, Delaware is one, that you do not have to be a US citizen to own the corporation, but you do have to use an ITIN number, and that's how you set it up. You don't have to be a citizen. I don't know if Florida's like that or not. I'd check with like a Florida attorney to see if you don't have to be a citizen, but I know in those states you don't have to. Yes, sir. Yeah, so land trusts are big. They were way big back in the 90s and 2000s, and irrevocable trusts are another great way to have them. Yeah, that's all legal protection stuff to make sure that people can't come after your assets, and it would be in a revocable land trust you can buy with. Here's a crazy thing. Back in the 80s, and Rick knows this guy, he was teaching people to open up the land trusts, to buy the properties for anonymity and never record them. Well, then it's not a trust. What's wrong with you if you don't record it? Oh, no, and he was teaching had people eating out of his hand, $2,000 a pop. And it was in Miami. So have I said that? Rick probably remembers the guy. But yeah, it was land trust this, land trust that. So that's a legal thing, and they're great to have in. You can have irrevocable trusts too, and have the irrevocable trust own the property, and then you don't have to go ahead and worry about paying capital gains on that when you sell it because it's in your irrevocable trust. Just remember, you can't change the irrevocable trust. That's more of a lawyer thing. Check with a lawyer about that. Last one, what do you got? Okay, sorry.
No worries. So I started my...
Correct. It'll be January, February, March 15th is your deadline for this year to convert them.
Okay, so
in March of 15th. Yeah, that's when you have to convert them. Yeah.
You can still convert before.
You can't convert for 23 when he had it in March for 23. I can convert it for the tax year 2024. Yeah, and it literally says it on that form 2553. It says effective date because your incorporation date might be in 2017, but the effective date would be 1/1/24. Right. Well, that's it. Indirect expenses and some direct expenses. That's it. Look, guys, thanks a lot. I really appreciate your time. If you have more questions, emails, let me know. Thank you. You got it. Thank you, sir.
Let me get that from you there. Okay, guys, so you got Bill's information. You don't have to be an expert on taxes, but if you do ignore this, it is like when you decide you don't want to go to the dentist anymore. You are going to be in for a root canal, and it's going to be painful, okay? So once you start to grow, the idea is to find a way to make the money, but you can't ignore the tax thing because there's deadlines. If you guys ever work with the IRS, I'm always trying to fix something. It is a 6 to 9 month process just to change one form. It just drives me nuts. So get out, talk to people, and then as you're going into 2024, it's okay if you got a screwed up plan, just have a plan to fix it. And I relied on Bill for a long time. I'm really good at wholesaling. I'm average at taxes. I want to make sure it's legal. And I don't want the IRS calling me. And I want all the deductions I humanly can possibly get. And he used to walk through, go, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that. I fought it the entire way. And now it's like, now I do all pre-planning. You have a choice. Partner with the government, or you can use the money for your future. You're going to pay either one of them. You don't have a choice. So most of the deductions and stuff you do, you can use towards creative strategies that are 100% legal and will take care of your family and give you liquidity options, all sorts of things you would never even dream of. Guys, when you have a corporation, I'm not telling you have to, but you get the same benefits as Apple, Pepsi, all these people. See, you've got to read the rules to the game. Once you get here and you have an awakening, you get it, then you got to read the rules. You can't decide to bury your head in the sand when it comes to money. Money rewards those that pay attention to it. And if you don't pay attention to it, it will be gone from you fast. So if we're going to learn how to earn the money here, but importantly, you've got to grow and find a way to keep the money. Because there's no point in making $1 million and just giving it away to Uncle Sam, because that's what most of you do right off the bat. So if you do nothing, There is a tax in the United States. It's basically a third of all your income's going. And if you add up all the other crap of sales tax, everything else, you're going to give away half of every dollar you ever earn. So you have to make a decision. You can either go, well, I'm not going to pay the government anything, I'm not going to work, or find a good CPA, someone that can help you work through it. You've got to find somebody that specializes in real estate investing, and if you can find someone who specializes in wholesaling, because guys, you are getting most of your money through assignment of contracts when you start. Your accountant needs to understand this. You got to understand the difference between ordinary income and investment income. It is completely different. And I screwed this up in the beginning, and I'm just telling you. Then we'll have a further talk down the road and tell you how to do, how to keep your bookkeeping and everything like that. You have to keep it up. Because I'm going to tell you a little story. When I used to do it, I got so busy in wholesaling. I used to look at my wife in like August, October. I'm like, we better start, this is when I was younger, we better start doing some accounting. And it was just, it's the most awkward, uncomfortable conversation with a CPA when you're not organized. They're like, he's like, just pay this tax amount. And I'm telling you, do not get squished in a corner. I have to dedicate X amount of hours every month to go through all the accounting, and then I meet with everybody and I do it. And I had to become completely comfortable reading financial statements. And it's just not profit and loss. You've got to understand a balance sheet. And guys, just learn it. Okay, I'm not going to teach this stuff, but I'm telling you, I had to learn it the hard way. You've got to know where your money is, how it works, and you got to find a way not to pay Uncle Sam everything. Because if you do nothing, Uncle Sam, that's why they love a W-2 employee, because they will take just about everything you got. And I've lived it. I've been on both sides of it. It's absolutely crazy. So now that we're talking, I thought it was important to get Bill up here because I know a lot of you got questions with it. My next speaker comes from Open Letter Marketing. It's near and dear. Guys, I've done direct mail after the first year I did wholesaling, and I've never stopped. In fact, I love it. But what I'm going to do is bring Jake up. Come on up, Jake. He's with Open Letter Marketing. He's on the East Coast, and I've been working with their company at least almost, ever since they were there. So I remember I met Justin at an event, and we talked. And these guys give me such amazing service. When I said, listen, I want to do something different, I think the market's completely saturated. They're like, okay, let's do it. So we came up with this ROS postcard. It stands for Rapid Offer System. And all I did, guys, was take 2 of the biggest complaints in direct mail. You know what they are? Give me the 2 biggest complaints in direct mail when your customers... What's your offer? What else? You're missing the biggest one. Take me off your list. And I'm just telling you, I took those. I go, wow. I go, why don't we just give them what they want? They like, Zach goes, hey, that's absolutely nuts. I go, just throw it out there. Every other wholesaler said to me, it's stupid, man, because I don't want to give we want them to give the price first. I go, well, let's just do the opposite of what everybody else does. I think way outside the box when I do marketing. Most people who call me on that postcard, sometimes I'm so far off the mark. It is an algorithm, and we put it in there. And say it's $318,000, and a lot of times we buy it for like $150,000, stuff like that. I don't even care what's on the postcard. Why? What did the postcard do? They got really curious. I've learned this when it comes to people's price on their house, especially with Zillow, they're very passionate about the number, either pro or con. How dare you offer me that? Like, really? You'd offer me that much? They're just humans, guys. Use it as a tool. Don't go, oh my God, I can't pay you $300. If you target the right list, you're gonna find problem houses. Very rarely are they perfect. And by the way, I bought plenty of perfect houses. People give up sometimes. So without further ado, he knows more about direct mail than I do. I love his company. They're extremely responsive, and that's it. So we're gonna talk about direct mail, getting you started. If you've never done it before, we're gonna show you how to do it, and you'll walk away here with a contact. It's a real person. So many of these companies, you have nobody to call, or they want to do chats, and I'm okay with that, but sometimes if I'm spending my hard-earned money and I'm a little bit nervous, I want to pick up the phone. And that's the main reason why they've always picked up their phone. They've been helpful with Zach, and just give a warm welcome to Jake. He's awesome with it.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for the great intro, Rick. A little bit about Open Letter. Our owner, Justin, he started the company out of his own basement, out of his own necessity for his wholesaling and investing business back in 2017. And we've grown rapidly since then, thanks to a lot of partners like Rick and Zach. Feel free to stop me at any point if you have any questions about marketing, kind of the marketing 101 here. And like Rick said, use us as a resource, even if you're not ready to get started with direct mail now. Use us. We get feedback from thousands of investors, including a few of you guys in attendance here. So we're happy to spill the tea and let you guys know what works so we can get you the best results possible. So just a quick outline. Importance of direct to seller marketing. You want to always be in control of your marketing, who you're reaching out to. That's how you're going to get the best deals. Marketing mindset. So if you're doing a lot of marketing yourself and manually, takes a little bit of adjusting and getting your mind right towards reaching out in a greater capacity and helping to scale those efforts. Keys to marketing success, just some quick tips to always keep in the back of your head as you're marketing. We went through a lot on creating targeted marketing lists already with Zach. Use his outline in those different style lists, and the marketing and the mailing is super easy. And like they said, we help a lot with that one-on-one. We are always available on the phone. Go over a couple of the products and templates. I'm sure you guys know the ROS postcards. I have a few on my desk too. Definitely take some before we break today, and then I'll open it up for Q&A. But feel free at any point if there's anything that you guys are questioning, feel free to let me know. Importance of direct to seller marketing. So you want to reduce your competition, so not relying on outside different marketing agencies, other channels. You're going to want to put yourself in the driver's seat by doing direct to seller marketing. It's going to help build your brand. So, just like any kind of marketing, you're going to have your name, your brand, what you're all about, and a little bit about yourself on each piece. So it takes consistency over time to build that, and direct mail is a steady, consistent way to do it. Like Zach was mentioning earlier, real estate's a people business, so you're always going to be building rapport with your sellers, and you don't always have time to be cold calling and whatnot. So the great part about direct mail is they come to you and you deal with the folks one-on-one to help their unique situation. And direct to seller is always going to be higher profit. You're dealing with, you're taking in these deals yourself. You're not necessarily working with a team or other wholesalers, which is going to lead to higher profit for you at the end of the day. So why use direct mail in 2023? A lot of people think of direct mail as a outdated, old school kind of method, but 86% of people have increased or maintained their direct mail in the last 12 months. So you wouldn't be doing it, you wouldn't be working with us if it wasn't working and it wasn't driving results for you. And 84% of people agree that it dramatically increases their digital channels. So everyone has a Facebook page, a website, a social media presence, and direct mail is always going to amplify that and get better results. Because the first place that people go once they see your name, your brand, they're going to look you up on Google. They're going to see what you're all about, and that's just going to help amplify that. One of the other keys is going to be you can outsource it and automate it, and that's obviously where we come in here. For you guys, building your lists, using some of the strategies that Zach overviewed, that's all you need to do. At that point, you're just going to give us a call. We're going to work with you one-on-one to understand your wholesaling strategy, and then apply our proven templates like the ROS postcard so we can get you those calls and those results as soon as possible. And like I just mentioned, it's a passive marketing approach. So you want to be talking to sellers. That's your game. You don't necessarily always want to be spending your time in your different marketing channels one by one. These leads come to you. And then the ability to throttle your deal flow. So if you have 5 or 6 different properties under contract and you're working through them, you can, we don't always recommend you throttle down your outreach, but say you're in a pinch, you have that ability to control what goes out when. So marketing mindset. So expect to be uncomfortable, especially if you're a new wholesaler. Talking to sellers can be daunting. You don't know what they're going to say, and you have to have an appropriate answer to keep them engaged. Time versus money. So across different marketing channels, your time is going to be more important versus spending money to automate and outsource that outreach so you can spend time talking to sellers, moving deals along the way. With any marketing, consistency is always going to be key. No one gets married on the first date, so you're going to want to be in these people's minds. And no one sells their house just because you sent them a postcard, right? You want to be in front of them at the time when that light bulb comes off or that motivating or distress event happens in their life. Tracking your results. again, with any kind of marketing, you want to understand where your deals are coming from, and that comes down to which lists, which marketing pieces, and even things like seasonality and geographical market. And what works well for one company may not work well for others. Luckily, Rick and Zach created the ROS postcard, which consistently receives the best feedback from almost all of our customers, whether they're new wholesalers or not. And it really is so simple, it really has to do with that offer, which I'll get into the specific in just a little bit. And yeah, things like geography, demographics, seasonality, they're all gonna impact your marketing results, and you use that information to help cater your campaigns to throttle what's actually working versus what's not. And that's another thing that Open Letter can help you with. We'll work with you to understand what's actually driving your results and hone in and focus on those activities. So consistency, why does Coca-Cola still advertise? Everyone knows it, it's in every single store, because they want you to think of that every time the sun shines, every time you get in the water, every time you have a natural quench of your thirst. Direct mail takes time to create a snowball effect. Going back again, no one's getting married on the first date here. You want to always be in their mind, consistently let them know that you're here to give them an offer, you're here to help them with X, Y, and Z solution, and you're gonna be the best solution for that need. In general, you don't want to stop until someone agrees to sell, unless they're asking you to take them off their list, or they have some other kind of circumstance. And that's really a personal kind of opinion right there. But deals come down the pipeline, and I know Justin's huge on this, our owner. He gets calls years later from people that are pulling these letters or postcards out of their filing cabinet and saying, hey, this happened and now I'm ready. And you sent me letters consistently over the last year or two, and that lets me know that you're serious about offering to buy my property or help solve my problem. And 5+ touches, typically once per month is what a majority of our customers are doing. It's going to dramatically increase not only your response rates, but those responses that end up in a deal. Track, adjust, and repeat. These are key cornerstones of any marketing, but especially direct mail, since it's tends to be less digitally available, and the tools, it's more up to you to track it versus something like a Facebook ad where they're going to have you a nice dashboard for you with all your metrics and things like that. So you want to test all marketing activities. ROS postcard, great place to start. We also have the letter version, which cuts out a little check, which tends to be great for kind of those more niche, personalized style lists. Things like probates, tax delinquencies, folks that are looking out for those more serious type of communication, because not everyone responds exactly the same to all marketing types. So you want to, and that goes for any market, any neighborhood, any lead type. They're all going to react a little bit differently, and it's up to you to try those out and understand which ones are moving the needle in terms of getting responses and the quality of those responses as well. Because the only way to know is to track, and using that data, you can work with us and we'll help you adjust based on those results, so you're getting the calls, the properties that your buyers are interested in and that are going to net you the highest profit deal. And seasonality and geography are always going to change your results. So I'm from up north, development, construction, things like that, they slow down drastically in the winter months. So if you're a wholesaler or investor there, the winter time, that's not when you want to be sitting on your butt. That's when you want to be actually planning and beginning to execute your marketing campaigns, so that when the busy time does come, when people want to sell and move, you're already steps ahead with those extra touch points. And follow-ups, everyone's favorite activity, right? This is where the deals come from. So people can get discouraged with the amount of responses that they can get in terms of lead quality, and hey, maybe I'm not ready to sell now, but X, Y, and Z needs to happen first. Stay on them. So it's always timing and circumstance. Like I mentioned, no one's going to sell their property just because you sent them a postcard, right? You just want to be there when they are ready. So 50% of your deals can come through follow-up, consistent follow-up with more mailers, consistent phone calls, other marketing channels. what's common for a lot of our customers is the folks that are doing text messaging and cold calling. For those people that do end up responding, but maybe they go MIA or you hadn't talked to them in a while and they need to be re-engaged, direct mail is perfect for that because it cuts through all the digital noise, gets them back in their inbox, and acts as a great touch point before you reach out to them again. And some great tools for that can be as simple as sticky notes, your calendar, and more advanced strategies like follow-up and task automation within your CRM or within your team. Any questions so far? Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, so you can actually combine those together, and with things like the ROS postcard, we really only need about 500 properties to get any kind of mailing going. So as soon as you get that, we can get running pretty quickly. And this kind of thing happens a lot with a lot of our probate style customers, especially in smaller towns and counties where maybe they're only getting like 50 a week or 50 a month. You take that and then you get some more of your paid style lists, and then you can combine them all together. So we don't have to mail all in one place. So we can mail in Florida, Massachusetts, California, all in one go. Post office doesn't care about that. Yeah, so you're always gonna wanna be consistent. The only exception to that would be, I'd say, I think 3 to 5 touches is gonna apply for everyone, but for things like probates and pre-foreclosures, you're gonna wanna do some data management where you're checking to see, okay, did this house, end up selling? And that's something that's available on a lot of different software platforms as well. Because if the home just sold, or if it went through pre-foreclosure and now the bank owns it, it's going to affect it a little bit differently. So that's something to do probably every 4 to 6 months. Renew your list, make sure everything is still in kind of the status as before. Go ahead. Yeah. So outside of the ROS postcard, we do what's called Proven Mix campaign, and we collect a lot of feedback from our enterprise level customers on the templates and messaging that performs best for them, and then we lump that together in a campaign. But honestly, with the ROS, you want that offer to always be in front of them. So that's probably the strongest piece that we offer. No, the ROS postcard. So that's going to be your friend. You can switch it up with something like a letter or more kind of general wording, like maybe a smaller handwritten style, just to maintain your presence. But when you come across these motivated sellers, what really is going to get them to pick up the phone is that cash offer. They're going to wonder how you came up with this, what made you choose this number, and whatnot. Sure. Yeah, so the way that we like to use those is the wedding invitation style. That makes a great introduction. So use that towards the beginning of your campaign. It's short. It doesn't tell a lot of information about yourself or what you're offering. You're just kind of introducing and stating your intentions. That gets people curious, and then they want to talk to you. The larger number 10 style, once you've warmed them up a bit, that's great because it has a little bit more space on the letter for you to explain more what you're about, specific solutions that you provide, and it just appears a little bit more legitimate. You're okay. Moving on. So I'm just going to reinforce some of the best lists that I consistently see folks use to generate motivated sellers. So basic lead management. You don't have to kill yourself doing this. Pull the different lead types that Zach had mentioned earlier and send them mail. At its core, that's where everyone's going to start, and even poor lists with consistent marketing is going to generate results. So even if you're just getting basic paid equity absentee style lists and you're consistently marketing to them, you're going to get deals. So yeah, just reinforcing the different styles of lists. So the general lists, paid lists that you're going to get through things like PropStream, absentee owners, out of state is a common filter for folks to use for that. High equity owners, senior old age and length of ownership, so typically 5 to 10 plus years. And then related party, that's a lead list that not a lot of folks know about, but looking for small dollar value transfers, which could sign inheritance or whatnot. That they have the ability to sell at a deep discount. And then the distress list, pre-foreclosure, foreclosure, tax delinquent, probate, expired listings, becoming a bit more common now, driving for dollars, and then all the kind of the government style lists that we're so big on. a good campaign is going to comprise of almost all of these. And like you were saying, if you're only getting a handful of these here, under 500 or so, supplement it with the general list, and then you're going to give yourself the best chance at getting enough phone calls so that you can drive some conversion and get some deals. And then advanced lead management. So once you get familiar with direct mail and you have a database of all different types of lead lists, you'll want to get a little bit smarter, because you're probably working with tens or hundreds of thousands of property records, and it's just simply not feasible to send mail out to all of them. So you want to layer and stack your leads. So starting with the absentee and high equity, but then layering some of those other lead types like foreclosure, tax delinquent, that also apply to being high equity, absentee. And then especially with some of those government style on the end, that's just going to signal even better quality. And you'll definitely want to be staying consistent with those style leads. And some visuals and templates here of the ROS product. So you guys are probably familiar with these. ROS, unique postcard that creates an instant offer on each real estate direct mail piece. So it's based on the tax assessed value of each property. Super simple. You pick this up, the seller is going to understand what you're trying to accomplish here within about 3 seconds. So you're not giving them a giant story to read or anything like that. They see their address, they see a dollar value, and they pick up the phone and say, okay, what's this all about? Is this your offer? And whatnot. And the ROS check letter, this is one that we released maybe about 6 months ago or so. Has grown some adoption. So this is a good, like you were mentioning, as part of a multi-touch campaign. This would be one that I would send after maybe a few different touches of the ROS postcard. It's going to come in an envelope, a windowed envelope, so they're going to see that it's a check. That's going to increase the open rates quite a bit. And basically, again, very simple, just a few sentences so they're going to read through it. And in big blue letters, we're ready to turn this into a live check. So it helps people visualize, that next step that we're all trying to get toward. And why is ROS the most effective postcard that we offer? It's really super simple. We have plenty of other postcards that say fair cash offer, or we close in 14 days, and kind of that general wholesaling language, but the ROS provides targeted and strategic cash offer based on the tax assessed value, and that offer helps separate you from the competition. So anyone can pull a lot of these paid style lists and send a quick postcard in just a second and not really think about it any further. But with this, I consistently hear feedback that people go on appointments to homes and they see a stack of letters and postcards, and then they just see this simple black and white ROS postcard. Why did they call me based on this? Because you had a cash offer on it. It's really, really as simple as that. So they see it within seconds, tested by, at this point, thousands of investors in every major market. So we're based out of Boston, but majority of our customers are done out of state. I'd say the two other biggest markets would be Florida. We probably send the most postcards to Florida and Texas. And ROS consistently is achieving a 1% response rate or more with a lot of our clients, and that's about double from what you can expect from another campaign. So just that right there is going to help pay for itself. And typically, if you're in between 0.5% and 1%, our clients can generate a great ROI on their marketing campaigns. So getting above that, that's just a bonus. And I'll open up the floor to anyone that has any more questions about costs, how to get started, designs, and providing lists. Go ahead, Ace. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so we're working on a solution that's going to take those out of your hands. That should be launching within the next few months. But right now we have a scanning service on our website that allows you to just hold those up, and it'll just beep for each one, and then it's going to compile that CSV list, and then that's just going to be easy enough to either just skip trace right through our site, or you can put it into batch or whatever you're using to skip trace, and then you can put those right back in your campaign. Because most people, they don't want to deal with that. They have boxes full of mailers that they're never going to use or do anything with. Those end up being gold for the people that do fix them and put them back in their campaigns. So what we're working towards is automating that through USPS, so that as soon as about a week after your mail goes out, they're just going to spit back that list without you having to scan it. So that's what we're coming up with in the future to just take that unnecessary kind of load off of you guys. Go ahead. Yeah, so 90% of our customers are doing it every month, every 4 weeks. We give you the flexibility to change that however you want. So I have guys that are aggressive and they'll do it every 2 weeks for something like a foreclosure or even a probate towards the end of the process where time is of the essence. And then we can do that up to about 8-week intervals. We don't recommend any longer than that just because you want to stay in front of them consistently. But we have the ability to send it out, according to your specifications. And say if you have a larger list, say you have about 10,000 records, but you want to keep your calls steady, we can split that into batches so that 24 or 2,500 would go out each week. And so then you can expect calls on a consistent basis each week.
Everybody understand the batching part? Like a lot of times when you start, because you don't know what you're doing when you start direct mail, if you do say 2,000 pieces, they'll designate where they send 500 out a week because you'll learn how the flow is going to go, you'll understand the calls. Listen, I used to do 5,000, 10,000 mailers and they all drop at once. 300 people call you in a 3-day period. It can be overwhelming, especially if you're a single operator and they're one of the best services. They let you split it up. And what I always teach people when they get started direct mail, we split it up very far as we can. And then at each mailing, we keep dialing it down until we get you to the volume, you get some deals. I will tell you this, direct mail is a commitment. If you can't do it for 3 months and you can't budget out 3 months, wait. I'm the first guy to tell you, any guru can tell you to go spend 10 grand in direct mail. Your phone will ring, you'll get leads, but you won't know what to do with them. And that's the real secret, and you'll burn out of this business quickly. Who here has used direct mail? Okay, who's used the ROS system specifically? Okay, guys, this is like 20 years of like this brain ADHD that doesn't stop, ADHD, it doesn't stop. And I look for people's biggest problems. When Jake made a huge distinction here. Everybody else's car says, I'll give you a fair cash value offer. I give you the offer. I'm always trying to beat somebody. What do you care? Like, all I'm looking for is motivation. Remember, you're calling me because you're curious. Once you call me, I've done everything I can. If you call me and chew me out in direct mail, I'm high-fiving them. Why? Because I have a shot. If they don't call you, you don't have a shot. The biggest thing you have to understand is direct mail. Your job is to create curiosity to have them call you. If you think you're going to fill out a card and mail it in and have them mail you a contract back, you're kidding yourself. And I don't know why people think they can do it. I like postcards because they're efficient. We can debate how many times and how often to say it, but I'm telling you, people always ask me, when do I start? Get 5 deals under your belt. Why? Because I don't need you going broke doing direct mail, because if you have to mail a $3,000 check and you're stressing and calling me every day, you're just not ready for it. I'm okay with it. I wasn't ready for it when I started it. But I invest every month in direct mail because I get a 4 to 5 times return. Now, I'm experienced, but even if you get 2 or 3 times a return, look at it. If you went to Vegas and took 2 or 3 grand and you could double your money, you would do it all day long. You have the house odds in your favor, and you've got to understand that. So if anybody needs these postcards, we're going to pass them around. I want you to understand it. I make this postcard kind of private because only in the right hands does it work. And if you don't understand what we're trying to accomplish, you're usually pretty bad. He used to go, oh my God, the guy called me for the $318,000. I go, qualify him. All this is to get him to call me, and then I qualify him. I don't give a crap what the price is. People always go, oh my God, Rick, someone said they'll just take it. I go, fine, set the appointment, go see it. I promise you there's going to be a problem with the house. Yes, you do. But this is what I call a little bit more of an advanced technique. When you're starting out, we do government list. Listen, the reality is when they spit their number, your just life's easier, right? It's like playing poker. You tell me your cards, I'll hide mine. But as the world advances and people start to learn the game a little bit more, if you're constantly getting postcards that says, I want to buy your house, I'll give you a fair cash offer, and then I send you one for, whatever, 85% of the value, who's going to get the call first? You feel by calling the ROS postcard, you go, this guy's already got me a number, I'm going to call him. Ideally, I would love for people to give me the number, but the reality in this world today is sometimes we got to be a little bit aggressive in how we do stuff. My only goal with this is to make my phone ring. Now, I've done stupid things where I made my phone ring, like last notice, warning. You don't want to do that stuff, right? Scary mailing is not good for your business. Your phone will ring like crazy, but if you freak people out with red notices, urgent, this is the last notice, you're going to get problems in your life. You're going to get the postmaster to come down on you, and you're going to scare your customers. So the beauty is, talk to Jake. I've done this a long time. The whole thing's automated for you. Like, you don't have to overthink it. And we've been through a bunch of different iterations with it because I didn't want everyone to like use this postcard. Here's how it works, guys. We find the right list, okay? So think about it. If I want to sell my house, think about this. And I'm like, okay, I'm thinking about talking to a cash buyer because that's what they don't know us as wholesalers, cash buyers. They're looking to get rid of the realtor fee, right? 5-6% right off the bat. What's closing cost? On average, 2%. So we're at 6 to 8, 9%. And then there's always 3 to 4% of haggling, right? So right off the bat, I'm going to knock it off 10%. That's just a starting point. What we start on our card, I tell you all right now, we're in the low 80s. Why? Because when they call me off that card, I already know they probably want to beat a realtor and they probably got some issues in the house. The reality is, I on average only have to talk them down 5 to 10%. That's it. And once I get them talking and I get a relationship with them and I teach you how to build rapport, I'm not an order taker. I'm Rick Ginn. I want to help you out. I agree. We need to get your wife help. We need to get her medical treatment. You want to move over with your mom's. How can I help you out? And guess what? If I don't even buy your house, I'm still going to help you out. You have them. And the minute I get them on the phone, I go just like this. I go, listen, Sue, I'm so glad you called me. Do me a favor. All those other postcards sitting on your desk, I know they're there. She goes, yep, put them away. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to block everybody around me. I'm going to build such amazing rapport. Sellers often tell me, and they tell my son, they go, listen, you didn't give me the best price. I'll be brutally honest. He goes, but you guys were like authentic. I feel like you could help me. I feel like you were the best buyer. I am always going to be their best buyer. I'm never going to give them the best price. I don't hide it from anyone. We offer an incredible service. Don't ever discount what you do as a wholesaler. It is amazing. A lot of people laugh at you. They step on you, but at the end of the day, you're in control of what you do. I love direct mail. It is a strategy. When your timing is right and you get the skill sets, it's unbelievable what can happen in your life. But I see a lot of people try to start from day one because they went to a seminar and they're like, Rick, this is stressful. I'm spending $5,000 a month. There's no money coming in. I get it. Don't do it that way. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you, so here's the catch-22. The reality is I like to mail at least 1,000 letters, but like we do 500. You got to have a certain quantity to give direct mail a shot. You can't mail like 200 or 300 letters and go, oh crap, it doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. You got to be really consistent. Probate, it's all about speed. And the last thing they want to do is process 40 letters. It's just not economically feasible. So when you do the small batch, if you're doing that way, do it, don't complicate it, move it. Now, you can take your old probates and roll them into your ROS list and catch them on the back end. And that's what I like to do. I find after 2 letters and probates, they've usually probably solved it or they don't want to work with you. I don't spend a lot of time and I'll put them in a catch-all and then I'll do them with an ROS postcard. Because you're kind of attacking, you're doing the McDonald's Burger King approach, okay? Not everybody's ready for direct mail off the bat, it's okay. I don't want you going broke doing direct mail. So many people want to teach you how to break yourself, and I'm just telling you. When I first did direct mail, I didn't have someone like Jake, I didn't have Justin, I just go, and I gotta tell you, it was a different world. And my wife will admit to this, I once had a room in my house. I go, screw those printers, I'm just gonna do it myself. I ran those machines beating on the walls all night. I destroyed a house. It was terrible, and honestly, it cost me more than just using them. So now I can click a button. I know I can talk to someone. I trust these guys with my own credit card, and I trust them with you guys, and they are responsive. And every year we update it, go, hey, let's change this, let's do that. And honestly, if you guys have an idea or something like that, and it works and you want to customize it, don't go crazy because it works. But they'll do that for you. They're the only printing company I know that'll do that for you.
Question for ROS tested. I haven't tested it enough. I'll know it all. How does guy?
Yeah, so when you've been doing it, has it been providing you with an offer and that's just lower, or it's needs to be adjusted, or is it not providing you with one? Right. It shouldn't, because it's based on that tax assessed value. So I think in that case it's really a matter of doing a little bit more on the front end of the comps, because it'll show you the first 10 properties before you're ordering. So just understanding what ballpark you're in, and then and maybe front load your list with maybe some of your own or past deals, things like that, things that you know the actual value and or the actual so you can see, okay, this is what I did offer on this property, and it's similar to the different filters and criterias that you use to build the list, and that's something that we can help. Feel free to check in, and we can help organize and run that data as much as possible to get you in that right ballpark, because you want it to be high enough that they're interested enough to call you, but low enough so that it's not a sticker shock when you have to actually go through and qualify the property and go through those, some of those harder questions. 100%, and that's one of the challenges on our side, especially in higher cost of living markets, where the discrepancy between the assess and the ARV could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if you're not even in the right ballpark, that's where you're having different conversations rather than if it's feasible. And one more tidbit about the offer: we allow you to adjust it from level 1 through 4. So 1 being more like of a low ball, and 4 being closer to that assessed value. And then we introduce like a custom percentage. So I know Corey, he does like an offer level 2.5, which has worked really well for his responses. So definitely encourage you to do comp on the previews that we give you, and then adjust that for the whole list, because you're never going to be able to optimize for everything, but that's not the point. Like Rick said, the point is to get folks on the phone and get that ice broken, so then you can do the rest of the the qualification. Anything else? All set. Thank you.
So guys, you all also understand the RS postcards. Me and him used to do it manually in our business. I go, man, wouldn't it be great one day if someone would like automate this thing for me? Because we just took hours and hours, and we did test after test, and the phone would ring too much, it wouldn't ring enough, and we kind of found the sweet spot. And what they let you do is, because all real estate is local, you've got to dial in your market. So when you do it, you have the ability to adjust your offers up and down. So when you do your first mailing, you decide to go up or down based on the amount of phone calls you got, and are you actually writing contracts. If you offer too low, no one's going to call you. Like, if you offer 70 cents dollar on everyone, you're going to get people harassing you. But if you offer 90%, you're going to be like a realtor. Your phone's going to ring off the hook. So you got to find that sweet spot. Remember, you're spending your own money. It's harrowing sometimes. So the idea is to have the support with the Flip with Rick Plus, and then pick up the phone and call someone with Jake. You got to walk through it. It does take patience, because they have to show you how to dial it in, how to use it, and it's a little bit of a learning curve. And I just want to let you know, you want a company you can actually trust and do it with, and that's why we work with them. So
Good.
I've been through so much in direct mail. The ROS thing's probably just the easiest thing we do, because I click a button, and once you have your data dialed in, then you talk about scaling. You go, okay. And direct mail is not something where, okay, I spent $2,000 this month, I'm going to double my business, spend $4,000. It doesn't work that way. I've tried it. It doesn't work that way. You've got to get better the more you spend. You get more leads, people got to work them, you got to go on appointments, and you got to get better at closing. Otherwise, you will get stressed. So that's everything we have with that. And then part of today, guys, is just to share the people that I work with and I trust. And I've spent over 20 years collecting these people, and I've always kept them private. And the idea is, Bill, he gives you a wealth of information. You got to pay attention to that. Jake at Open Letter Marketing, absolutely amazing. The stuff we can do with them. I've been through 9 different other printing companies, guys. I've tried them all, okay? They do the best service for what we need to do. When you get your list and you decide how you're going to market to them, and you want to do direct mail, you want to be able to click a button, make a phone call, and put your card in, make sure you're okay. Then you got to get to work. You've got to work those leads. And for God's sakes, guys, answer the phones on direct mail. It's probably the biggest single thing I see people screw up. If you're going to spend thousands of dollars on marketing, why would you be scared to pick up the phone? To me, it's horrifying if you don't pick up the phone. The worst they're going to do is say no or hang up or get me off your list. It's no big deal, okay? It's legal. You guys think it's old school, only us old guys do it. I'm telling you, it works, okay? And remember, the calls come you. So when you run out of gas of doing all your driving for dollars and reverse driving dollars, you go, Rick, I've made some money. I can't kill myself like this. I go, I'm going to kill you in a different direction, but you're going to get wildly uncomfortable. And that's all we want to do. You don't need to start with direct mail. I'm just giving you ideas that what you can do with it. There's plenty of people in wholesaling who never use direct mail that work out perfectly. You got to find what you want to do, what your niche, what's going to get you most excited about this business. And remember, your deal is to meet with as many motivated sellers as possible and strike a deal, period. So.
Perfect. All right. So we're excited, guys. One thing we wanted to bring up, we haven't really talked too much about, but why are we doing this in Stewart? Why are we doing this not in a weird hotel room like most places? Why are we doing this? We decided to go all out. So as you notice here, Rick's had a dream, I've had a dream, and it's kind of superficial. Everyone knows, you watch all my stuff. I make a lot of money wholesaling. I got a lot of nice things from it, but really that's not what it's all about. But there's always one thing that's pretty cool to me. I always thought, I've never shown the cool watches, the cars, all that. It's stupid to me to show online. I don't, it's not the point. But one thing we always had a dream of is me and Rick, we love fishing, boating, beach, stuff like that. I'm Florida guys, right? And we always had a dream, well, he did before me, but like of always having a house like on the water. And if you don't know much about where we're out here, every house on the water, it's about $2, $3, $4, $5 million just for a standard house. And that's always been a dream, and he was able to get that before me. He had a little more money than me overall. And then eventually, a year and a half ago, I was able to get that dream. And so, wake up every morning, this is where I'm at. Right on the water, beautiful, amazing, $1 million plus view. And that's kind of what I've strived hard for, and it's something that I wake up every day grateful for. At 24, it's awesome. And so the reason is, we've got a little expensive place here, but it's on the water. And this is the same exact view, same river basically, that I have a look at. $1 million view every day, you too. And what you want to do is put in your head of exactly, I used to visualize coming out here, 18, 19 years old, on that little river walk there and just say, hey, I'm gonna have a house with this view. And that's kind of what pushed me hard. I know it's superficial, it's stupid, but that's why we went kind of all out making it a place like this, because this is the view that I dreamed of, and you can kind of look out there, it's pretty cool. And that's just one thing that's always jacked me up to get ready in wholesaling, and one thing, so.
The thing is, like, people is the word flex, I don't know what it is. Come here, I'll show you. This is how I flex, ready? Oh, this is the most important thing to me, that, my wife, my kids. That's why you guys go, oh my God, they never show car. Why? It's not gonna help you. This will help you. You have to lead every day, okay? It's not only, my problem with wholesaling right now is, like, trust me, we have to make money. We have to figure out how to get the systems and operations. But at the end of the day, you decide what you want to do with the money. If you want to have better relationships, spend more time, have your wife do whatever she wants, have her work in the business, have her get out of the business, this is what it does, okay? I've lived in so many places. When I first started wholesaling, I told my wife, don't unpack the box. I looked at every house as temporary. And so we did it. And what was it, like 15, 20 houses? She's like, do I unpack or not? I'm like, I don't know, I'll let you know in about 30 days. And I went through it time and time again. And it's a wild journey. It's perfect for someone like me with ADHD, but my flex is always gonna be my family. This is what I do. So if you guys connect with me, it's what I do. My wife likes to stay behind the scenes, but a lot of you guys don't know, she was knee deep into it when I didn't know what the hell I was doing. She's like, what? What are you doing? I go, just keep the wheels on the bus. I'm gonna keep driving it. And I went on the road every day. I used to put out bandit signs, stick them in the car. If you guys ever know the traditional printed one, I didn't know this. The ink in it, it's toxic. It's really bad stuff. And when you put it in your car for more than an hour, it'll make you sick. I got sick multiple times because I used to have hundreds of signs in my car. I'm like, my poor kids, like, I exposed them to stuff. I did crazy stuff I didn't know. I just went. I once took my daughter, I always say this, I go, listen, Dad's just gonna stop by and look at a couple quick houses. Elvis Lee at the time, she was about 10 or 12, and it was one of the worst houses. You go like, I mean, I'm just like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I got rats running around, I got terrible stuff. And my daughter says, I'm telling Mom, this is really bad, and I'm telling on you. And to this day, she goes, don't ever drag me by a house. I'm not going to do it. I'm just telling you, it's not to make your kids do wholesaling or anything like that. Just give them the opportunity. But the biggest thing you can do is lead. When you lead, you show people, then they'll follow you. If you just sit here and tell them what to do all day, you just stare at them like, well, if you're so good, why don't you do it? I do it. I love this business. I'm addicted to it. But my flex is always going to be my family. Everything else, it's not going to me when I leave this earth. And I know that. And you guys got to be present and understand and learn that, okay? My dream's always been about living on the water and going fishing. My favorite thing outside of this is I love to go fishing. I love the outdoors. And if I want to go on a Tuesday, I get up and go. I go, listen, I'm going fishing. He just kind of rolls his eyes. He's like, am I going with you? I go, someone's got to watch things back home. So I love doing it. Find out what your passion is. We're going to talk very deeply tomorrow about your why. And we're going to go in and do some like serious role playing, and we'll break it up. So if you want to specialize in probate, you want to do cold calling, and we're just going to go through it. Tomorrow's going to be all about the action, okay? So if you guys are with me, you got to show up. You got to like give it your all.
If you're all about like taking care of your family, that's what you want to do, that's what I'm about. If I'm not a guy who does cars don't impress me, houses don't impress me, I don't care. I could live in a tiny little box. I wouldn't be crazy about it, but if you can't figure out what to live with stuff that just, if you can't figure out how to live in here, the rest is just temporary. And I got to stress that to you, okay? Wholesaling to me, I am biased. It is the greatest vehicle. I've lived it 21 years and I've tried a lot of other stupid stuff. This one is still here, it's still legal, okay? Where it goes in the next 10 years, I don't know, but I would run right now. I would take the money on the table. A lot of foreigners are coming in and taking advantage of our country. They're buying up stuff. We got people all over the world sitting there just dialing on the phone. They're like, this is the greatest thing. Like, they're discovering wholesaling, like, oh my God, why doesn't anybody do this in the US? I go, I know, okay? Because a lot of times you can go overseas, they make $2,000 or $3,000 in a year. So if they make $10,000 on one pop, they're like, I'll call 40,000 people, whatever you need, Rick. People with terrible accents, people or don't speak fluent English because they know the opportunity. So listen, I appreciate everybody coming out here, man. Like, I'm super excited about being here. Tomorrow we're gonna go like all in, like everything, role play, split it up. And if you have any questions between me and Zach, we're gonna be in here. We put up the background here if you guys wanna take some photos. It's kind of like a fun thing to do. And because we've been online so long, like I go, Zach, I think they're gonna think we're like AI. Like maybe if we come here and there's like a computer screen and we don't show up, we'd freak him out. He didn't want to go for it. I thought it was going to be funny. But that's it. And there's all different levels here. It's like, it doesn't matter where you start. It only matters where you finish. So
we'll get the intro music. We're actually fighting with the label. They were upset. The guy that, we got permission from the guy to do it, and he sold it off to a label. And now the label is like fighting us on it. So we got some bad blood now. So we got to talk about it. But the one thing about being online is weird. You know what's the first thing most of you guys told me and Rick when you saw us for the first time? Not, hi, thank you, you're tall. It's the first thing. It's like, does everyone think I'm short? Like, it's the weirdest thing. That was the first thing, not 90, but like most people told us. It's weird. But we'll get an intro. We're trying our best here. But
you guys like that intro, like we do on that? He thought I was, so I go, dude, that's my personality to his T. I go, call the guy, let's use it. He's like, hey, because you lost your mind. I go, I have. I go, you got to shock people. So I come from a lot, if you ever went to like a Tony Robbins event, like sometimes they do some weird stuff. I went to a private sales training once, a room about 100 people. And in 7 minutes, the man had everybody dancing on top of the tables. I'm like, man, this is a guy I got to follow. And I just learned, like, you can't sit here like we're humans. Do I keep it a little bit cold in here? Yeah, because it just keeps you a little bit on your toes. So that intro is kind of a fit for who I am. I'm all over the board a little bit, but when I hit that laser focus, I'm great. When I get hit with too many things, I get confused, I pull back. And I've had this constant relationship in wholesaling. And here's the one consistent. If you will push forward and grow through each of your seasons, you will become the person you've always dreamed of becoming. And it's whoever you want to be. But the minute you hit that roadblock and go, man, this is crazy, or why do I got to write this $20,000 check? Or why do I need to do this? I'm like, hey, if you want to grow, you want to do it, you've got to get through it. I remember when I made my first 10 grand, I just sat there and stared at it. And I told my wife, and she's like, no, I knew you could do it. You'll do it all over again. I'm like, how the hell am I going to do that again? And remember, just do what you did before. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it. And whenever you guys get in a rut, you got to look back. Some of you can tell me, go, man, I've got like 4 or 5 deals doing this. I'm going to try this. I go, hold on. Go back to what you're doing. I'm telling you. Don't overthink this thing, okay? The purpose of today is to get you started understanding when you hit your bumps and you're freaking out, everybody goes through it. It is not just a you thing. I thought it was just me the entire time. I literally thought it was just me. I'd go to these events, I'm like, you having problems? Everybody in the damn room had the exact same problem. I'm like, why aren't they addressing it? I don't understand. Okay, I'm not gonna do the work for you, he's not gonna do the work for you, but if you do the work, you get the data, we can help you process through it. And then in turn, when you get really good, you're gonna say, hey, Rick, hey, let's do some deals together. There's plenty of people in this room I do deals with. They started just like, most of these people started this year, okay? So what I love about wholesaling, they don't care how much money you have, they don't give a crap about your education level. We're all on an even playing field. I watch people come in this business with millions of dollars backing them, they're terrible at it. Anybody can buy a house, but can you wholesale a house? If you can, unbelievable things can happen. And you can take this skill set to $100 million properties. It's a little more advanced, you gotta connect with the right people, but you still have to have the same conversation. So I appreciate everybody who came out here. Did you want to do some questions, or what do you want to do? Oh, that's right. Okay, go.
All right, so let's just recap today. Number one, more marketing, more money. That's kind of the point. You want to make more money, you got to market more. That is the key point. Nobody became an expert overnight in wholesaling. It takes time. It's a muscle in your mind. You got to get better and better at it, and you'll do it. Networking, networking, networking. This is super important. This is why we're here. All this information eventually will probably be public on YouTube, and all this information you've probably already heard me say before. It's not a big secret. The main part is networking and being surrounded by people that have actually done it and people that are trying to get to there and being in the mindset. I think everyone can relate here. You know, besides you, me, there's no one else wholesaling around me or I knew or I talked to on a daily basis or weekly. It's weird. And now I'm surrounded by people that just do it. It's weird, right? Outside the internet, you physically can't talk to people that are actually doing the thing you do. Or if they're doing it, they're a competition and they're secretly giving you bad advice and being mean and all that crazy stuff, right? And just leading you back. So this is really important. Network like crazy. So at 7 o'clock, if you look at the place next door, it's called Waterfront. We'll be hanging out for a couple hours there if you want to network, talk. I know a lot of people want to show me their marketing plans and stuff. That'll be pretty fun. I'm not sure how long we can stay here for. I think 5 we got to start packing up. But yeah, we'll hang out here and yeah, we'll talk. So pretty exciting. So do a couple Q&A, I guess.
You guys got any questions while we're here? We can talk while we're all sitting down. And if you guys need to take a break, go back to your hotel. You got plenty of time and you can go over. It's just a casual place. We all connect. Everybody pays for their own meal, and then we can talk wholesaling through the night or whatever you want to do. So go ahead. You know, if you're not from Florida, you sit here and you sweat your ass off all day. And like when you get a nice cold room like this, it just feels, because when you walk out there, you'll see the difference. You guys, the last 2 days have been beautiful in Florida. But for 9 months out of the year, dude, we're just like, it's like open your oven, stick your head in there, and then turn the hose on from the outside. Like you wear nice clothes and you just sweat from the car to coming out here. So we don't get the cold weather. You get cold weather, right? But you're used to it. Yeah, so we have to artificially create it here so when we can. But a lot of places in Florida, like you walk in, like the first thing I do is you turn down the AC, right? When you walk in Florida and you see a big room, you turn it down because you want to know how bad you're going to be sweating. And you start like figuring out, am I going to be layering off clothes? So this AC works better, so we'll keep turning it up. It keeps you paying attention. It's just a Florida boy thing.
I think I figured out why Zach has a photo of the bandit sign.
See, you think I'm kidding. It's ultraviolet and this smell. Listen, guys, I got so deep in the bandit signs, I bought a company for it. I go, it'd be a great idea. And I made an offer. I had no idea what I was doing. And then before I know it, I was running bandit signs all night. When I started, I put them out everywhere. And then I found a guy who goes, listen, I can make your signs and do political signs and I'll pay you. I go, take it. And then I just spit it out. And then I would go in on like a Friday or Saturday night. He would come with me. We'd set up the machine, a job I wasn't proud of, a horrifying job. By the way, when that ink gets on you and it gets in your thing, it eats it like muriatic acid. And by the time you do it, you got it in your arm, you're like, hey, something's burning. All of a sudden, just blood's pouring down your arm. It's a tough business. But I did bandit signs. I go, hey, we're going to go run 500 signs. He'd like catch and shoot on one side of the machine. It's nasty. It's messy. And I love bandit signs. But the ink is, if you put it in your car and roll the windows up, you're in trouble. You are really going to regret it. It is very, very toxic. So it's my bandit sign. Don't tell my wife. What else? Any other questions? Okay. So you want the truth on it? Okay. So there's a plus and a minus to wholesaling. The plus is it's not an easy business to do. That's actually a good thing, because then if everybody did it, we wouldn't be sitting here. You ever notice that you don't see a multi-billion-dollar company doing wholesaling, right? Tell me one. Tell me one successful one. They don't. All real estate is localized. You can't. You have to have local people in every town, and it's very hard to do it, 3,200 counties. So the reality is why wholesaling is so attractive is, number one, you can start it with little to no capital, and there's no requirement. Like even if you're a felon, if you have no education, if you got hustle, you can do it. Most people will do hustle and grind for a season or two, and then they go, Rick, I can't keep sticking those bandit signs out, man. Like this is like borderline, like slavery here. I can't do it. I go, okay, well, let's step up and do some other things. And then you start going. I will tell you this. I've opened up every office. I've done everything. I've had a huge staff. It's hard to scale this business because the margins we make, if you do it as a single operator, some of the margins can be huge and you get spoiled. I'm talking about like 60% margins. Those are big numbers when you start talking it. But the problem is when you start adding that staff, the margins keep going and going and going and going, and you get to a point, it can become riskier. The reality is you can run your own business and gross $1 million and take home $500,000-$600,000. Like, I can't find a better way to do it with all the tax benefits and you owning the corporation and you knowing the rules to the game is incredible. You know, the problem is if you go, okay, I want to go up. I have met very few people that have done more than $9 or $10 million in 1 year. There is a limit to wholesaling. And if you ever do that, don't give me your gross numbers. Oh, we did 10 million. Show me what your profit is. Profit is everything, right? The last thing I want to do is, and for 3 or 4 years, I showed up to an office 7 a.m. in the morning, left at 6 p.m. at night, did an incredible amount of gross, made less than when I was a single operator. And I got to the point, it comes down to a personal decision. If you don't want to show up to an office and you don't want the corporate philosophy because you get tired of all that crap, is what do you want? If you want that and you want to do it, that's fine. He could do it just fine. But at some point, you're going to go, what am I doing? I'm doing the exact same thing I could do for a corporation with all the risk. What's the point? So there's a balance you got to find out. So many people think they can hire a staff of 15 and just run with this and knock it out of the park. You can, but there's very few success cases out there. What you have to understand when somebody runs a large operation, until you know what their true net is, you don't have a clear picture. So if someone tells you I did 10 million this year, you're like, oh, that's awesome. And it's impressive, don't get me wrong. How much of that did you keep? Because if you're dropping $100K in marketing every month, you have 15 employees, how much are you really making? And guess what? Who here has employees or have had employees or had to manage employees? It's work. Like, these people depend on you. Now, you can take that same philosophy and work with a small staff of 5 and crush it. But when you start to get to 10 and 15, the numbers always get swayed. And to me, I don't want to work 80 hours a week. I already did that. That's what I left. And before you know it, if you don't pay attention, you can go full circle and wind right back up at your corporate job. And I don't want that, man. If I want to go fishing, it's a beautiful day out, it's not 100 degrees, I'm going to go fishing. So it's to each and what you want. You can do whatever you want, but do you want to show up to an office 6 days a week and manage a staff and do all that fun stuff? You can do it. Now, you do it smartly. Get an employee here, get an employee here. Once you get past 5, it's a whole new ballgame. And there are people that can teach you how to do that, but to me, I'm all about quality of life. So I can show you how to gross $1 million and keep more than half of that. And then once you do that, you have all the options in the world. And most likely, if you do that, you'll go explore every option to do what you want to do. My goal is to not only get you started on your first deal, get you to first 100K. And then once you open your world up, you guys will guide your own path from that point. The reality is, I'm not going to cater to 2% when 98% are struggling just to get their first deal. Does that make sense? Did I go around in circles on you there? Always marketing, always marketing. All your money should go to marketing. That's why you guys shouldn't have offices. If you got a $3,000 office, cancel it, spend $3,000 on marketing. Your homeowners aren't coming to your office. Trust me, they don't come. The cash buyers that come drive you nuts, there's no point in it, okay? So marketing, and then if you take on staff, then you get overhead with staff and you get the liability, and depending on what state you're in, they'll hammer you. 3. Well, I have the unique ability of going probably through the most extreme, so when I started in 2003, I was just trying to get out of my job. I was like, if I could just make an extra 10, 20 grand, I'll be fine with it. And then I got into it, and I learned to even hate my boss more if that was possible. And once I started to do it, and I was able to, so my initial goal was to replace my income. That was it. I had young children, I had a wife, I had a mortgage way over my head, and I said, man, I got to get out of this. And then once I went through that, I got really good, and then 2 years into it, actually it was 2007, 8, I was rolling, but my ego got in the way. My ego got me in big trouble. I thought I knew everything, I didn't want to hear it, I can do this, I'll figure taxes out later, I know it, I don't want to hear it from you. And then sure enough, the writing on the wall, 2008, I'm just like, dude, I own 30 properties, mortgages, the whole 9 yards. I had so much going on. And not only that, I got hit with back-to-back hurricanes in 05, 06, and then our tax base went to a crazy number in Port St. Lucie when I was there. And then they canceled all the insurances, and I just started to get all the headaches, and I lost the joy of wholesaling. I started doing everything that wasn't wholesaling because we know why. I was a control freak. I wanted to, I'll control this, I'll control that. And sure enough, I remember getting a call 11 o'clock at night. They go, listen, we had a fire at the rental. I go, what do you mean you had a fire? They go, I don't know, the whole fuse box panel blew up. And I was just like, oh my God. I've had every horror story, but that was the easy part. Then 2008 came. I had no idea this stuff could happen. Nobody told me. We rolled back 70% in St. Lucie County. Rents, ARVs, there was no formula, there was nothing for it. And I just said, hey, you know what I did? I just went back to wholesaling. I forgot, I stopped doing all the crap, all the busy stuff, and I just went back and I met with people. Now I made a lot less money in the beginning, but I freed up. And once I free my mind, if you guys like have a weight on your shoulders, you let it go. And then I would do one singular thing. I would meet with 2 or 3 homeowners every week, and I got it done. And I quickly dug myself out of a hole. I go, hey, that's it. COVID came. I was a lot more prepared for it, but there was no writing on the wall. And honestly, COVID was the perfect time for wholesaling. Everybody stopped. What did he do? We lost employees. Everybody disappeared. I go, let's just go do this ourselves. So we had to figure out do I need a plastic shield? Do I need 4 masks? And we had to go through all the crap we had to deal with, okay? And people we sent pictures like, why are you wearing a mask? Listen, I do what my sellers want. That's all I focus on, right? When it comes to social media and how I teach wholesaling, I just listen to you guys and what I do in my business. I don't care what any other guru or anything says. I just want to get the truth out. So you have to adapt. All markets change. Life showed us a lot of things change. What are we dealing with right now? This high interest rate things. We're in uncharted waters. It's going to get interesting. 8% is nuts. But I once had a 9% mortgage, so I'm used to it. Here's the key is I just stayed in it. And whenever I got distracted, I remind myself, I don't need a sign business. I don't need a real estate sales business. I need a wholesaling business. Wholesaling is what's always saved me. And whenever I've gone astray, I tend to have problems. So now I use wholesaling as the vehicle to create my cash, to buy other properties, and do what I need and leverage. And if you want to do a wholesale, great. You want to keep a rental property? Great. You just cherry pick the ones you want. The last thing we do when we buy a beat up house, I want to get rid of it as fast as I can. It's a nightmare, and I know it. So, yes. So, here's how taxes work. The problem with taxes is there's more than just wholesaling. You have to take your personal finances into account. So there's a lot of things you guys have done, and if you talk to a CPA or anything like that, you have to give them full disclosure, and you have to figure it out. So it's an individual answer. But here's the deal with taxes is you have to read the rules. If you don't read the rules, you pay the maximum amount, okay? We all act like we know what we do. You just need help when it comes to that event, so. It's a technical question. Now I feel like a Donald Trump, like how I'm answering here. The goal is to pay the least amount of taxes. If you guys reduced 401k, SEPs, depreciation, everything like that, you can easily offset $1 million.
When he's saying 0, I want to know if that's actually a thing.
It is, but you got to set it up. Here's the difference though. You don't pay Uncle Sam, but you're going to have to pay all these other things for your future. Yeah. So if you write a $200,000 check to Uncle Sam, or you set it up in your SEP, your 401k, or whatever it is, you got to do it that way.
Yes.
I'll let you wrap up. Yeah. Jason, either you're going to pay the government or you're going to pay stuff that's to your advantage. You have to pick which one you do. A lot of us are just offsetting our taxes because we're trying to forecast where the tax thing's going to go. But I have no idea. I don't run politicians. I'm clueless. But you figure it out. And there's a very advanced talks. A lot of times when you guys talking to CPAs, you should actually be talking to a lawyer and vice versa. And the one thing that'll drive Bill crazy is like, I'm not a lawyer, I can't answer that for you. And he'll just give you an idea of a structure. If it works for you, great. A lot of people think setting up an LLC, you're all set. It's just like doing a deal in your own personal name from an IRS standpoint. From a legal standpoint, you're somewhat protected as long as you don't commingle funds. But when they say 0 taxes, it just means you paid all these other entities and did that, as opposed to writing a check to the government. You're going to pay someone. You might as well pay yourself. So
Perfect. All right. So appreciate everyone. To wrap things up, I need everyone to do me a favor and stand up, get your butts up, and go crazy. All right. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah. Yeah. Everyone likes it. There's a speaker on this. Oh yeah. Go. Yeah. Where's it going?